Hey guys, welcome. I screwed up. This is the first time this ever happened. I screwed up and I accidentally hit the end stream button right after I started it. So sorry about that. But I had to start a new one. And hopefully the people who were on the old stream can find their way here. And Scarlet will be here in a moment, I'm sure. Thank you for being here. We're gonna get into season episode 6 of the rewatch. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to diving into this episode. Scarlet will be right here. She was here. But let me see if I can go to the old page, and I'm going to leave a comment on my old stream to tell people in case they don't know where this one is. Okay. Scarlet is here. Hey, Scarlet, welcome back. That never happened before. I started the stream and then I ended it by accident.
I thought you panicked.
No,
I
didn't.
could hear us. I didn't do my beginning graphic, and then also my
Yeah.
panic ensued.
Panic. Yeah. Anyway, God, and we had people in the chat already that must be so confused. So
Yes.
yeah, I'm gonna put the link to this stream in the other one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see.
I mean, I put a please stand by comment in the other one.
Yeah, I
I wasn't
appreciate.
sure what was going on.
Yeah. Oh, it sucks because there were like multiple people there from Tony's stream. Tony is so kind to send people over. It's so nice of him to do that. I appreciate it. I was in Torn by Charisse. I was like, shortest live ever. Yeah, so now I've set a record for the longest live for me and the shortest. Now it's 14 seconds, I think.
This is a new thing we're starting. Julie B. Shallow dives.
Yes, Julie B. Shallow dives. Probably just heard like a little breathing and then poof, gone.
Maybe a little bit.
Now you see us, now you don't. Goodbye. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, thanks for coming back, Adorned by Charisse. I appreciate it. Yeah, I made a comment on the other live, so hopefully people see it and make their way here. But hey, Wolf Spear, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Hey, Amy, nice to see you. Hey, Kelly. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Hey, Dieter, thank you for helping me out. And I think Dieter's going to share the link in my Discord to the new stream. So, yep, yeah, he did. Thank you so much, Dieter. Appreciate it. Hey, All City Big Hack. Nice to see you. Hey, Trace. Welcome. Stuff happens. Yeah, stuff happens. Block that button. Yeah. Block the end stream button. Yeah, I'm still early. We only lost a few minutes because of that. I moved quick. I made a new stream really fast. This happened to Jamie once, and I didn't really understand what she was talking about, but now I do know what happened. Mm-hmm. Sci-Fi Vision. She started a stream and then ended it by mistake and then had to make a new one, and she was beating herself up for it, but it happens, you know.
Yeah, there's no way you can retrieve it once it's done.
What?
You can't retrieve it.
Nope.
It's done.
Once you end it, I tried. Once you end it, that's it. You can't go back in. So, yeah. Hey, Noir Angel, welcome. Hey, Zaptin Kaboom, hello again. Thanks for coming back. I appreciate it. Dieter says, hey, bucket of dirt. Scarlet always has an avatar for every occasion. Yep. And this one is fitting for the episode we're going to cover. You'll see. It fits. Fits very well.
I appreciate from the episode if you understand what I'm doing for here.
Yep. You'll get it. We'll get there, and it will make sense for sure. Amy, you're like Bye, bitches.
What?
I went live and like, bye,
That's enough for
bitches.
you.
Yep. Yeah. Thought you were gonna get a marathon live. Nope. You
That's all
get
you get.
the shortest live ever. Yeah. Exactly. um Dieter said no live chat in the previous link. I posted the link to this one in the previous live comment section. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Yeah, I guess the live chat went away really quick. Usually it stays longer.
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't. When I went on there to put the please stand by, there was like no chat, which was surprising to me.
Yeah, maybe because I left the studio. I ended the stream and then I left the studio. That's probably why.
And
So
I was still in the studio ringing my bell and talking you up, and I was like, wait a second, shut down.
damn.
Because the other time you just left, and I thought I'm gonna have to keep it going until you come back, but then I realized it just ended.
Yeah. Oh, good. People are coming back. Hey, Tyon Reed. I saw you in the other chat. Thank you for coming back. I screwed up. I screwed up and I ended the stream. Hey, Miss J's Reviews. It sounds like a channel name. That is a channel name. Definitely want to check that out. Let's see. Is that you have a channel? Let us know, Miss J's Reviews. It sounds like it. Yeah, we always want to support other content creators. Oh, and yeah, my banner is not up. Thank you, Dieter. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Golden Child, can't blame it on the cat this time. No, it wasn't my cat. I knocked out myself out of my own live this time. Yep. Um, Amy, I thought that was coffee, Dieter. Oh yeah, no, it's a bucket of dirt. The avatar is a bucket of dirt. I thought it was coffee for a second too. Took a closer look.
A
Yeah,
bucket of coffee.
it's Ethan's bucket of dirt
Sometimes you
from
need a bucket
season.
of coffee.
Yep, the season 1, episode 6 is what we're going to be deep diving into tonight. Welcome, Woodrow Nichols. Nice to see you. Yep. I don't have food yet, but I have water. I'll get some food at some point here. Amy said that for real, I was fast. I refreshed the YouTube page and it was there. Hey, thanks for stopping in to say hi, Robert. Robert Saunders says, hello, Fromley. Just stopped in to show support. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, and I'm still, I got a little tied up, so I couldn't get my Boy in White video out yet, but I think Robert will appreciate it because I've finally come over to his way of thinking about what the Boy in White is, his role is. Ambiguously good. Helping, but there's only so much he can do. Robert spent the whole summer trying to convince me. I mean, just kind of going back and forth, trading theories, and like, nope, no, I think he's evil. Why isn't he leading the? Why didn't he lead young Ethan? I mean, Victor out if he's good. I mean, if he's really trying to help, why? But season 3 convinced me, so I agree with Robert now. And I was actually talking to Tony about that. I called in and we had a little friendly debate on the Boy in White, whether he's helping or not. So, but it's always great to talk to Tony.
I always thought the Boy in White was working on his own agenda.
Yeah, and he could have his own agenda too. Personally, I think his agenda is end the cycle. However, whatever it takes. I don't think he's a saint or an angel for these people. He's nothing like that. But I think he wants to end the cycle, and the Man in Yellow wants to continue it. So, yeah, that's my opinion. I think the Boy in White is bringing in people to help those who are already trapped and people who could help end the cycle, like Boyd. And I think Man in Yellow is bringing people in to try and cause harm and manipulate them, like Sarah and Elgin. So yeah, that's what I think is going on. Not pure good versus evil, but ambiguous. Even the Man in Yellow, I think, is ambiguous. I think.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that he didn't start out evil in the beginning, and
well, that's why Chuck Hughes is reading up on Mary Shelley.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, Doug Hughes sees it as, this character was corrupted at some point. A heart that was once pure but ended up corrupted. That's
like a
part
small
of,
child, like a small child that wears a yellow sweatshirt.
like, potentially a small child that has a yellow sweatshirt. Maybe that's the man in yellow. I don't
And carries
know.
a bucket of dirt.
Maybe future man in yellow, possibly. Doug Hughes certainly seems to think that this entity was not always evil, and that he started out, like anybody else, and then over time he was corrupted. And the inspiration behind the man in yellow was John Griffin seeing a man on the street who reminded him of a magical figure who went on a quest and failed. Those were literally his words. Now,
I like to read his short stories. Didn't you say he wrote a couple short stories about this character?
Yes, he has written short stories about him. I would love to read them myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, who does that sound like? A magical figure who went on a quest and failed. That to me is a clue that he may have unintentionally dropped.
Yeah.
Who's talking about quests all the time and going on quests? Short and sweet, innocent little boy, maybe? I'm just saying it's possible. I'm not saying, now don't everybody run out of here because you hate the theory that Ethan could be the man in yellow. It's just a theory. And that's not all we're going to be talking about. We're diving into the rewatch tonight. It's just a theory that we've been contemplating right now. So, no, don't start yelling at us and say how much you hate it. You can disagree. That's fine. But that's
we're just going from what we see in the show and our observations on the show. I mean, I don't really have a personal opinion one way or another, what I like or what I don't want or what I don't like. I'm just doing what I'm seeing.
Yes, exactly. We're just looking at what we see and we're picking up clues, potential foreshadowing that Ethan could become the man in yellow. Maybe. But yeah, tonight we're going to be diving into the rewatch. And Miss J's reviews. Yes, I just haven't posted yet. Well, let us know. Let us know when you do, and you can drop your link in here. Dieter can drop your link, or I can do it. So, yeah, always happy to support other content creators. Oh, okay, Wolf Spear, I will do that. Thank you. I have my phone here. I'll check my email. Let's see. It's snowing in Belgium. Oh, nice.
It's snowing in Michigan. Is that a surprise?
It seems like it's always snowing in Michigan, isn't it? Like, does it ever stop?
I don't know. I like walking in the winter. I think it's pretty. When it's all like dazzling diamonds and the light hits it.
Yeah. I mean, I love that part of it too. It's funny you say that. I've always loved that when fresh coating of snow where it does look like sparkling diamonds. There's nothing like that. It is kind of magical. I just don't like the cold. It's brutal. So, and Wolfsphere said to check my email, but I'm not seeing anything in my email. Maybe it's in my spam folder. No. I'm not seeing anything. I just see confirmations of orders I just placed. Wait a minute. Is this the right email? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Huh, that's weird. Well, yeah, let me know, Wolfspear. I'm not really sure. Did you message me in Discord or so? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, yep. Yeah, I got it, Wolfspear. I will get back to you. Tonight, my friend. Absolutely. Amy said, Boy in White said he already helped Christopher and looked fed up. Yes. That's the thing. I think he's trying to help end the cycle, and it didn't work with Christopher, so now he's trying different tactics. He kind of is nudging people in the right direction, pushing Tabitha. Well, not nudging. He literally shoved Tabitha in the right direction out the damn lighthouse window, and she got insight into her past. And as a result of that, I think that started her on her journey to remembering her origins. So I do think that's the start of convincing me that he was trying to help right then and there. That's helpful. And he said, this is the only way. And we wondered, what does that mean? Well, she got insight into her past life, Miranda, her past husband, Henry. That was very helpful. And then later, Boy in White told Victor not to chop down the bottle tree. I think that's going to be helpful. And he said, I think it's best that you learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand. Again, the phrase, it's the only way. Um, it's the only way. He's trying to lead people in the right direction. He tried dumping a bunch of information on Christopher, like Amy said, in that little flashback we got. We only saw a little bit of that conversation. He probably told him a lot, maybe everything. And it didn't work. I think Christopher snapped. Maybe he couldn't handle it all at once like that. So now he's trying different tactics. That's what I think is going on here. What do you think, Scarlet? Is Boy in White trying to... So you think he has his own agenda. So do you think
I think he has his own agenda.
Do you think he wants the cycle to stop? Or keep going?
I have no idea if it's like a chess game between, like you're thinking the chess game between the boy in white and the man in yellow.
That's what I think. Yeah, and yeah, this kind of thing has been done before, but we're not writing the show. I know some people say, "Oh, it's too much like Lost." That was like a chess game. I haven't finished Lost, so I don't really know for sure. But I mean, I'm not writing the show. If they're doing something that's similar to what's been done before, I don't really care personally.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen Lost, so it's new to me.
Right, and it's still a completely different kind of show and a completely different origin story too. So
I guess maybe ambiguous in a way that he wins the game. Hopefully he helps people in the process, but it isn't the first thing he's looking for.
Right, exactly. Like that. With him, the ends justify the means. He's doing what he has to do to try to end the cycle, and so that's what I think. I think he brought Boyd to town. I could get into all of that, but we got to get into the rewatch tonight. So I could go on and on forever, and I'm going to save that for the Boy in White video. That I do have the script done and everything. I just haven't had time to record it this week, so I think I'm going to just. I'll let it wait. I'll do it this weekend. So rather than spoil the whole video now, I'll put it in. I'll save it for this weekend. And we're here to talk about the rewatch. So
yeah.
I
didn't ring my bell in the beginning, so now I feel like I have to vindicate it by ringing it now.
Yes.
Unless there's those 14 seconds of me ringing the bell.
Right. It's probably 14 seconds of you ringing the bell, and then poof, we're gone. Wolf Spear said nothing but fires, smoke, and high winds here in LA. Jeez.
Fire season, yeah.
Oh no, wildfires again? California has been getting hit so hard the last few years with wildfires. That's awful. I hope that
I remember one really bad when I lived in San Diego, and I woke up and there was an inch of what would almost been snow if I would have been in Michigan, but it was ash.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of snowy ash everywhere.
Oh my God.
Like an apocalypse was happening.
Oh my God. Yeah.
The sun blocked out, and it's just this orangeness in all around because it's blocking out the sun.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah. Like sometimes there have also been wildfires in Canada over the last like a few months ago. There were wildfires in Canada, and it was literally like affecting the weather here in Rhode Island. Like the sky was all murky from smoke, and like the sunset was gorgeous through the filter of the smoke, but literally the smoke travels from Canada. So anyway, stay safe, Wolf Spear. I hope you and your loved ones stay safe. That's scary. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Hi, with Alice. Nice to see you. Hey, Aunt. Great to see you as always too. Miss J's reviews said, yeah, maybe. I wonder why he can't tell Jade. Yeah, maybe it did make Christopher snap. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Closing app. Huh? Sorry.
No, I just said it was too much. Like it drives people mad because there's just too much information from him.
Yeah, it's like staring into the abyss or something. it drove him insane.
Yeah.
So what was that? What's that quote about staring into the abyss and it stares back at you?
It's a Nietzsche quote. That if you stare
Yeah.
too long in the abyss stares back at you.
And isn't that
You got it. You got it pretty much on quote.
something to do with driving you mad too? Like I think that could drive a person insane. So big heck, no, don't leave. We're not just going to talk about the theory that you hate. Don't worry. We're going to dive into the rewatch. I don't know what that means. Closing app. Is he leaving? Don't leave. You can disagree. It's fine.
That might have been about something else.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought he was going to leave because I know there's a theory that he hates that. I don't know. But,
closing it down.
Just closing it down. Hey, William Waddy. The U.S. is now from. No comment. I'm just gonna say, yeah, I agree, and no further comment on that.
It's nice when the monsters actually tell you who they are, says Donna.
Yeah, at least in From, the monsters have the decency to show you what they are, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not in real life. Aunt said, yeah, Boy in White is trying to do it the right way. He's probably kind of sick of it by now, over and over again. Exactly, yeah. He said, I've been doing my own rewatch. My son's getting sick of seeing From on my TV, but I kind of notice different things about the show every time I watch it. So do I. That's what's so genius about this show. We're noticing all kinds of stuff we didn't notice before. With every season, when you do a rewatch, you're going to notice more and more clues. That's the amazing thing about a mystery box show. Even rewatches are exciting. I'm more excited about the show than ever. Let's see. Okay, scrolling down. All right, I am caught up. Big Hex said, yeah, I wouldn't trust anything in that place. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trust anything, that's for sure. If anything, if the Boy in White is trying to help end the cycle, he could do messed up things to try to make that happen. It doesn't mean you can definitely trust him either. I don't think anybody is pure as the driven snow or anything like that. That's for damn sure. Anne said, does anybody think Sarah was meant to kill Jade other than Toby is what I meant to say. Maybe. I feel like the voices know what they're doing, though. They know who's who. So I don't know. It's possible, though. Amy said, especially after Kimono Lady tricked Elgin. Yeah, I think she was. Elgin was brought there to be manipulated by the Man in Yellow. I think that's why Elgin was brought there, and same with Sarah. Like I said in my video, thank you to everybody who's watched, by the way. I finally put out a video this week, first theory video in like a month, and it's part 1 in a series on the Man in Yellow and the Boy in White, what I think their roles are, all my theories on them. So the first video is focusing on the Man in Yellow and all the clues and possible inspiration I could come up with. I will say a couple things I mentioned in the video. I talked to Doug Hughes, who plays the Man in Yellow. He was kind enough to actually message me back on Instagram, and so we talked back and forth. He sent me some voice messages, which is amazing, and then he actually asked if I wanted to video call right then and there, like no notice at all. And I was like, oh my God, I look like a mess. I'm what do I do? He said, as long as we're trading voice messages, why don't we make this a video call? I was like, oh my God, oh my God. So I just quickly got up, put on something more presentable, and we talked on video. So I talked to Doug Hughes, who plays the Man in Yellow, for a little over an hour, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, it was nuts. He's such a nice guy. Oh my God. He's such a nice guy, and he's so accessible to the fans. He actually talks to fans, and it's amazing. Like we had a great conversation. It would have made a great interview. I wish I could have like recorded that, but I told him
you should have hit the record button, Julie.
I should have, but it was just I told him like I would love to talk, but I'm not presentable at the moment, and so I wouldn't be quite ready to do the interview yet, do an interview with you. I'd want to prepare for that. And he said, oh, absolutely. No, this would just be a call. He said he's not prepared either for an interview. So
I wonder if he'd come on live.
I don't know. He might. But oh God, I was so scared. Like, so I turned on the thing and I talked to him, and yeah, he was just really, really gracious to do that. And he did agree to let me interview him, but we both agreed that we needed more preparation time. He was chilling and relaxing and not interview ready, and neither was I. But yeah, it was a great conversation, and he clarified some stuff for me. So I want to make some clarifications too. Something I said in the Man in Yellow video, I made it sound like he definitively confirmed some things. I didn't mean to make it sound quite like that. So so from what he told me, basically what he's saying about his character in interviews, he doesn't know for sure. He really doesn't know anything. He's assuming that he was the voice on the radio, but he actually wasn't told that 100%, that he was the voice on the radio. Now, we know that was a different voice. We know that was a different voice, but he said in interviews that he assumes that was meant to be him. They just didn't cast him yet to play that, to be that voice. But so yeah, just a clarification. He doesn't know that definitively. He also doesn't know definitively that he'll have a prominent role in season 4. He's assuming that.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a given. But
I mean, all he knows is that he's going to have a bigger role in season 4. He doesn't know how big. He just knows it'll be bigger than
the one scene.
Than one scene, exactly. That's literally all he knows. He also doesn't know if he's management over the monsters either. That's an assumption he's making. So, just wanted to clarify in case there was any confusion in my video. Wanted to make that clear. And just say I'll do a live later, and he will join if he has the time. Is he up this late? I'm not sure. I'd have to ask him.
I don't know. It seemed like him and the guy who played Frank Pratt were always on what is Fromcast. They always just call in. Kind of like Nathan Simmons does on Tony Teflon and stuff. Would just call in. He wasn't doing anything else.
Oh, he did that? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he just called in a couple times. He was just like watching football or something and just talked all cash.
Oh, that's so cool. I mean, maybe we arranged to do an interview and record it, and maybe if he has the time, he'd come on a live too. That would be awesome. He's about to get busier because he's working on rewriting a play with his playwright, his writing partner.
Yeah, I like him talking about the plays. They seem really interesting.
Yes.
Oh, he's big in Poland.
He's big in Poland. Yeah, his play is huge. He's had plays produced around the world, and especially Poland. So it's amazing. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to interview him. He's such a great guy, and I just truly appreciated that him being willing to talk to me like that.
That's something I like about From. The actors are just so accessible. I mean, at least the ones that aren't the big ones, the big 4 or whatever.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's amazing. Amy said, I'm sure he would have been cool with wearing pajamas. He seems chill. Yeah, pretty much. He was just chilling. He was just relaxing and hanging out, and it was pretty wild.
So I envision him on a nightcap myself, but
yeah. Hey, Father Daniel, thanks for coming. So anyway, if I didn't already say, I just wanted to say thank you, Tony Teflon, for sending people over here, and I appreciate it as always. He's such a good friend to do that for me. We had a little friendly debate, the boy in white, when I called in, and he's just a great guy. So and today was his birthday too, so it was a fun stream.
He's a jolly fellow.
Yeah. So
no, I can't.
Huh?
I said which no one can deny.
Yes.
He's all ready for
Yes.
Tony.
Yes. So happy birthday, Tony. And I think he's having his 100K celebration stream this weekend. So I'm looking forward to being there.
What
And
was that?
definitely going to watch that stream. What?
A birthday stream? Is that what you said?
No, 100K, his 100K celebration stream.
Oh, the dance? Is it going to happen?
I don't know. Yeah.
Propeller.
He promised that propeller dance if he hit 100K by Christmas, and he did. I told him, hey, yeah, remember what you said? And he said, well, yeah, I don't know about, I don't know about that. The world's not ready for that, I don't think. So, no, we're not getting that. But yeah,
It's the world's not ready. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the world's not ready for that, I think. I think. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, thanks for dropping his link, Dieter. And he's getting his plaque, I think, this weekend. You get that 100K plaque. That's awesome. He deserves it. He's worked so hard. So I'm very happy for him. And let's see. Adorned by Charisse said the man in yellow is the voice on the radio. I just know it. Oh, absolutely. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I just don't want to misrepresent what Doug has said because he's going by what he's inferring, and he wanted to make that clear. Hey, Fromaholic Fletch, nice to see you. How'd you change your font like that?
That font's cool. That's a cool typeset you got there, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know how people do that with their YouTube handle, changing the font. Fancy.
Mm-hmm.
So, Father Daniel said, nice, Tony is great. He got me involved in the From online community. 100%. That's how I joined the fandom. My very first day, it was in one of Tony's chats, and I called in. The first day I was even in the fandom. I was so excited to call.
Nice.
I love his channel. He's a great guy. He's worked for years to achieve what he's achieved, and I'm so happy for him. And he's been so supportive of this channel, and I'm truly grateful. Many people found this channel because of him, so I can't thank him enough for that. Anyway, we got a lot to talk about, so why don't we get into the breakdown? I only took instead of 800 to 1,000 screenshots, I took 577 for this one. So
I'm amazed of your restraint.
I'm showing restraint a little bit. And we're getting into the breakdown before we hit the 2-hour mark this time. So hey, we're making progress.
Or even hit 30 minutes on my end, so
not bad.
It's good.
Not bad. Yeah. So last week I couldn't remember if episode 6 was the massacre or not. This is the one before the Colony House massacre. Episode 6, book 74.
Yeah.
And what an episode. Watching this season 1 was just absolutely phenomenal. Not that season 2 wasn't great, but I think season 3 was really a return to form in line with season 1 for me. Looking back at it now, season 1 was just genius right out of the gate. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. And it opens with this very meaningful monologue from Father Khatri. And wow, I mean, it is just it's powerful, and it's powerful in what it says, not just about the show, but like actual life. It's like philosophy on life, and it's really interesting. And he says this over a montage of characters doing different things, but you hear his voice. And at the beginning here, you have Toby being buried. So it's Boyd and Kenny burying Toby's body. I believe that's his body, right? Is that Toby or is that somebody else? I forget. It should be him.
I thought Toby was already buried.
I mean, Toby was in a hole. Toby was in a hole, but like I think this might be his body they're burying, right? I mean, who the hell else would they be burying now? I'm trying to think. I don't know.
It's been a long day. Let me think. Let me consult my notes.
Yeah, I think it's Toby, if I remember correctly. They showed his body in a hole, but why would they take several episodes to finally put dirt on him?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the time frame.
Or nobody else died. Yeah. It's like, what did they do? Leave the hole just open like that for a couple days?
Nathan
is okay. It's Nathan's body. All right, that makes a whole lot more sense.
I was like, it's not Toby's. Toby's be rotten and smelling. They gonna put dirt on top of it. I'd be like, God.
Right.
As a reminder to stay indoors at night.
Poor Nathan. I mean, I don't know if we call like maybe they have this little meeting because of Nathan's death. They don't actually talk about Nathan. Khatri doesn't talk about Nathan, so it doesn't sound really like a funeral, but I'm guessing that could be why they're all gathered there, partly because of Nathan's death. I mean, and anyway, the quote here it's a long one, but I think it's really worth reading, so I'm going to read it.
I'm glad you wrote it down because I didn't. Because all I know is like chaos and faith is all I have written down.
It's a long one, and I typed the whole thing. I was typing
water before.
Yes, I'm drinking water.
I have to like have it on my TV with the closed captions and then pause it and type really fast and make it go like a second, then type really fast. And
it's a lot. I was typing really fast. On my second rewatch, I had already typed out all the quotes from this episode, so I actually didn't have to type them this time. I typed this a few months ago. So, and that was actually before I really knew I was even going to cover the show. That's how nuts I was typing all this. But so this is what he said. Chaos and faith. That is the duality of our existence. From the moment we first arrive, and not simply here in this town, but in this world, in this life, from the moment we open our newborn eyes, we are faced with a chaos we cannot even begin to understand. And he goes on, and how do we respond? What is the very first sound we make? We cry out. We plead for answers before we even have words to give voice to the questions. That's how we begin our journey through this world, terrified, confused. And so we search and we strive and we stumble through the chaos. We spend our lives looking for signs that somewhere, somehow there's a meaning, a purpose to it all. And then one day, we find our faith that we are each here in this world, in this place, as part of God's mysterious plan. In our faith, we understand the chaos is the meaning. It is in our struggle, in our search, that we find our purpose. And then he quotes from the Bible, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. So, what a speech.
Is that actually from the Bible?
I'm pretty sure that's a biblical quote.
Because I feel like Father Khatri just has to reconstruct the Bible for what he knows.
Yeah,
there isn't a Bible.
Like
so I'm always wondering if what he's saying is completely a quote from the Bible or not.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that before. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart and lean not unto thine own understanding. And correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I think that is a quote from the Bible. So I thought I had more stills of him actually in the church, and I'm not seeing it. But anyway, so yeah, what a speech. So it's so relevant to real life too. So I mean, it's clear that the writers of this show are actually using this place, Fromville, as a microcosm of our actual existence in this world. Because just like the people in From, we were born into this world. not understanding what is going on, the chaos around us. It's terrifying. It's confusing. We don't know what's going on. Even before we can speak, he's saying, as infants, the first thing you do when you're born is cry. It's confusion. It's fear. You don't even have words to ask the questions yet, but the first thing you do is cry. And it's very much like people arriving in Fromville. Eventually, as you get older, you question, why are we here? What is the purpose? We're searching for meaning and struggling to find that meaning and looking for signs that somewhere there's a meaning, a purpose. Just like the people in From, they're stumbling through the chaos, trying to find a purpose for why they're even there. How did they get there? And is there a way out? So it's really like a microcosm of our actual existence, like, is there a way out of this life? Is there a way out of that? Is there an afterlife? It's kind of like that. So it's really fascinating, this speech. It's deep, it's thought-provoking, and I like how he said, in our faith we understand that chaos is the meaning. And we find our purpose in the struggle, in the search. So it's interesting. It's chaos and faith, the duality of those two things, and just trying to have faith that there is a purpose, even if you don't understand it right now. It's and Khatri really embodies that faith. He really believes that. And the tragic thing about him, though, in the show is that he was led there. He was duped into coming there by some other entity. But regardless, even if you just take this speech in isolation, it's like a powerful meditation on like existential philosophy of life. and yeah, so it's really interesting. What do you think, Scarlett, about that speech?
I don't know. In my notes, I have nice looking cat, and I don't know what I was referencing at all.
Nice looking cat.
Well, I have chaos and faith. I have purpose, because I feel purpose runs as an important point in a lot of shows. It runs like in purpose in this show and Severance and Young Yellow Jackets, that people should find a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no idea about the cat whatsoever. I also have a few notes down. Bras Turner. I don't know what that is.
Right.
It was a long night last night. I was like taking notes and like having my glasses on at the same time, and
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, you suffer a lot in life.
There's a lot of suffering and chaos for us too, just like the people in From. We have like the monsters in our existence, like they're figurative monsters, but again, like From is like a microcosm of our existence. Where the monsters are like the people in this world that are doing heinous things, and we're struggling against that. So I mean, it's interesting to think of the show that way, like a microcosm of what we're actually going through. And I'm trying to find my other pictures because some of them are missing and I don't know why. Yeah, because there's this whole section where I think while he's talking, Julie finds the flowers outside.
Yeah, I have that in my notes. She finds the flowers.
The next scene I have here in this folder is them getting ready for Fatima's party. Let me see. Hold on.
What?
Yeah, that's not right. Fatima's party.
Is that even in that episode?
No, it's not. So it got mixed up. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Never mind. Yeah, Fatima's party is the next episode. This is episode 6. Yeah. Here we go. So while he's talking, while he's reciting all this, Jade gets off Clara's bike, still riding her bike around town, the stolen bike, and he's taking parts out of cars. So he's like taking wiring and batteries. So here's Jade.
This looks like a pretty new car right here.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering whose car that was.
Yeah, I don't know. But he's looking for the best cars in town to get the best batteries and wiring. And so Khatri's talking about struggling through the chaos, and then you see how different people are reacting to it in real time. So Jade is fixated on trying to make the radio work. That's how he's dealing with the chaos. Tabitha what is she doing here? I don't even know what she's doing. She's doing something there. Oh, she's going through the belongings of the family that died, that lived there.
Okay.
She finds Khatri's handwritten Bible that I guess he forgot there. I don't know why, but
okay. Oh, that's what she brings him. I was curious what it looked like, a bunch of drawings, and I didn't know exactly what she was bringing him.
It was his handwritten Bible.
That makes a lot. Okay.
He left it behind. Julie finds the flowers. And when I first saw this, I totally didn't. I know some people guessed that some idiot was leaving flowers for the monsters. I don't know how you could even guess that. I didn't know what was going on.
I would have thought it was just a county house thing, like people do art and then leave it around.
Yeah, I would never have guessed what was going on, but now we know.
Or somebody left flowers for Julie.
Right. But now we know, yeah, this is what starts this sweet little bouquet of flowers as what causes all the shit that goes down in episode 7. That whole massacre. All thanks to this.
Well, it's Kevin's fault.
It's all Kevin's fault. Leaving flowers for Jasmine Monster. Porn stash. Oh God. All because of this.
You think he could find somebody in Colony House?
Yeah, I know. I don't understand how, like, you can't hook up with somebody else. Anyway, but that's for next week.
A human, correct?
A human, right? Hey, Infinite Umbra. Nice to see you, my friend. Oh, it jumped on me.
Oh, Dieter changed his typeface too.
Dieter changed his font.
Yeah.
Umbra said that they were for Jasmine's fine self. She was fine, but not worth dying over.
Hot monster equal to an average looking human, or what are we talking here?
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't worth that one little French kiss, I don't think.
What a kiss that was.
Yeah. I don't want. Yeah, it's not worth it. Not worth it, porn stash. He screwed it up. I wonder how Dieter changed his font. Dieter says, hope everyone is safe from the fires or any other disasters. Yes, I hope so too. Absolutely. Let's see. Hey, Rose Jones. Nice to see you. Hey, Carrie. Always nice to see you too. Hope you're doing all right. Let's see. What Glue Guns and Roses. Oh yeah. You were talking about the sheriff's station is an old post office. Yes. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, but the letter thing, the people put letters in, is the pulpit in the church.
What did you say?
The letter holder, the thing that people put letters in, their post office box is in the church as the pulpit.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Why did they move that into the church for the pulpits?
I guess don't know. I always wondered that they were going to open it up and see what was in there.
I know, yeah, the mailbox. Yeah, he uses the mailbox as his pulpit.
Mm-hmm.
It is from the Bible. I knew it. Robert Saunders said the quote is from Proverbs 3. What is that? 3.5 or 3.5? I don't know how to say that. Not 0.5, but
chapter 5 verse 5. Chapter 3 verse 5 is how you'd say it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always thinking the father's a little sus. I know that you don't, but I always feel like he's a little bit gangster, so I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes he comes off a little sus. I will admit. Yeah. David said, "Born in darkness, order out of chaos." It's a huge theme in the show. In fact, Khatri once told Boyd, "You made order out of chaos." In the show, and Boyd is like a Christ figure. He's a Christ figure in the show. Biblical themes are so rampant in this thing. Boyd is like a Christ figure. Alice and Fatima are like Adam and Eve. Robert here says, Season 1, Episode 6 demonstrates that when the lights flicker, it shows who has been reincarnated. Oh, for instance, Tabby looks at the bracelet and the lights start to flicker. That's interesting. I like that. I was wondering about the flickering lights and what that means. If it's spirits of the dead trying to communicate. That's what I was thinking, but I like that theory, Robert. What do you think, Scarlet?
Oh yeah, I think. I mean, I would like to rewatch and see if it happens again. If it happens around Jade, if it's that early in the season,
right?
That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool foreshadowing.
It will be cool foreshadowing. This show loves foreshadowing. It's amazing. That's why it's so great rewatching it. Season 1, I think, is the best for me too, William. Season 3 was amazing, but I think Season 1 is on a whole other level that's very hard to live up to completely. I mean, I love the whole show, but Season 1, I think, is, if I had to pick, I think Season 1 is the strongest of the 3.
Yeah, but it seems that way with a lot of shows. A lot of shows have a good first season. They kind of have a sophomore slump.
Yeah.
Like I was telling you, like the Yellow Jackets has that crazy finale in the first season. I don't know if you read my TM, but it's like this crazy ending, and it's filmed outside. And so the second season, they take it inside and on set. So the sophomore slump is kind of going to be there.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it was the same thing with From. Hopefully it's not the same thing with Severance.
Right. Well, so far, Severance has got a phenomenal rating on Rotten Tomatoes. The first reviews are in. I think there are 23 reviews, and it's got like 100% fresh or something like that.
Hopefully there won't be spoilers with that.
Oh God, I hope not. That was a shit show with From and spoilers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fletch, the church building, we don't know if it was already a church or not, but like Amy says, it definitely looks like the oldest building in town. So it's unclear if it was originally a church. Like, yeah, like they just improvised it. I think they did too, Fletch.
Yeah.
Hey, Harrow.
Does it say anything if they don't have a church? Is that some kind of symbolism?
Yeah, I mean they don't have any Bibles in town. We find that out in this episode. So yeah. Woodrow said the boy in white was arguing with Christopher in the church basement, which is also a receiving portal, yes, for the faraway trees. Right, because Sarah wound up there after going through the tree in the woods. That's right. Yep. Let's see. Rose Jones, no, Ethan did not. Christy asked if Ethan ever had seizures before coming there, and Jim said no. So it's definitely something to do with this town. And Glue Guns and Roses made her way back. Nice to see you, Glue Guns and Roses. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate it. Let's see. Adorned by Cherise said, was he going to introduce his new girlfriend to the house later? Jasmine.
Hey everybody, this is Jasmine.
Yeah. Well, God, he clearly was not thinking with his brain. He was thinking with something else.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Like, where was this going to go? Where did he think this was going to lead?
I don't know how long this is going on either. I mean, they're like, hey, pretty lady.
Right? Yeah.
Let me in. No, I can't. You're a monster. But you're hot. Let me think about it. I can get you some flowers.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, clearly he was not thinking with the right body part. Just gonna say that. Fletch said that kind of makes me wonder even more what that building in ruins next to the cellar is, or what it used to be. Yeah, I wonder that too. There are some ruins next to the root cellar. Maybe it's the tower where Tabitha was supposed to save the children. They've never addressed that on the show, what the deal is. So I wonder. Hey, Doc Kaiju Labs. Good evening, Frumley. Nice to see you as always. Looking forward to you joining us on Friday. Last week was so much fun, so I'm really looking forward to that. Friday, we're going to be diving into Jack Bender. That's going to be the theme for Friday, just as a reminder. And there's going to be so much interesting stuff to talk about him. He's not only the director, but he's done so much art for the show, and he's, one of the showrunners. Really fascinating guy.
Really, really long career in the industry.
Yeah. He worked on Lost. He worked on
Fame.
Yeah.
Fame, where Harold was a dancer in the background of Fame, so we should probably talk about that. That's fun.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Looking forward to that. Hey, Real Rebel Eric, nice to see you. Enjoyed your call to Tony's show earlier. Yeah, always fun when he calls in to Tony. And let's see. Umbra said I might let her get a bite or two off. Just saying.
Maybe it was worth it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it worth it? Little French kiss. She took the whole tongue. She did. She did.
Yeah, but didn't Sarah take Toby's tongue out too? So they have a thing for taking out tongues?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So there's something with tongues. Yeah, Sarah did take out Toby's tongue also. Carrie said Jasmine Monster is in a Pizza Hut commercial. I said, look at her finally opening a door.
I'd like to see a link to that.
Me too. I want to see that.
Apparently her dad's some famous Canadian actor.
Really? Oh, okay. Yeah. Glue Guns and Roses said, I don't know if I see Boyd as a Christ figure, but definitely a figure of hope. I think he seems like a Christ figure to me because he sacrifices everything to try and save everyone. It's like it's on his shoulders. And when he first gets to town, he sees "Save Us" painted on the barn. He immediately flies into action. He winds up losing his wife as a result. Everything he was doing to help them. So I think what it is he has like a savior complex, like Jack in Lost. If you've ever seen that, it's a savior complex where he's obsessed with trying to save everyone. It's all on his shoulders. That's why I think that.
Well, plus the nickname Fish and Loaves from the Bible.
His nickname is Mr. Fish and Loaves. That's biblical. It's all about being able to make do with the most minimal of resources and provide for people, which is what he does. Fletch said I'd laugh if this thing with Jade and Tabitha having to save the kids are just the entity messing around with them, like it's messing with Boyd. Oh, that would suck. I hope not. Hey, Mickey B. Yes, season 1 had all the details, 100%. Casanova Pugilist says season 1 is definitely the best because it had the best writers before they went on strike and left. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, a lot of factors can play into that,
Yeah. Porn Stash was thinking with his gentleman's sausage. Indeed, yes. Rose, I think that it's hard to say, but I think that Boyd was the one who was chosen. Maybe both. It's possible both Boyd and Abby, because multiple people on the bus seem to be handpicked. So maybe Boyd and Abby were both meant to wind up there. I definitely think Boyd, because Boyd had just done a 30-year career in the military, making do with the most minimal resources and the worst hellholes in the world. Then he winds up here. I just think it can't be a coincidence. That's why I think a helpful entity, in my opinion, the Boy in White, brought him there to help. But by default, he's also hurting Boyd, because now Boyd has to suffer and his family has to suffer. So he's not purely good, in my opinion.
But then Abby was having those dreams.
And then Abby was having those dreams. It's possible that they were both supposed to wind up there, just like multiple people on the bus, Tilly, Elgin.
Yeah. I have this image in my head of the Boy in White just kind of tricking everybody to get on that bus.
Right. It could be. Yeah.
Or making somebody's car not start, so they have to get on the bus.
Right. Yeah. Who knows what they could do to try to orchestrate all those people on the bus. There were multiple people who I definitely think were handpicked. So, Mickey said, crazy theory, Christy is going to die this season. Marielle came to replace her. They made sure we know Marielle is also a nurse. And yeah, the town likes to do the one-to-one thing. Yeah, I don't think that's so crazy. I think that very well could happen.
But then they had Christy and Gina working together before Gina. Justice for Gina.
Yeah, Gina.
Who's Gina, you say? I know. It's sad. She died.
Died, and no one even remembers or cares.
Everybody just walked past her dead body.
No, yeah. No one even remembers or cares. The poor nurse for Kenny's dad. Yeah. Hey, Javon Keys. Nice to see you. Okay, let's continue here. So I love this shot of Khatri. This is like iconic.
I keep looking for this cat in my notes too. Maybe it'll show up in a picture.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what the cat could be, but
I have no idea.
Khatri is in full preacher mode here. And then Tabitha shows up with this Bible that he hand wrote.
I thought it was pictures. I thought it was like Megan's pictures or something that she had found in the house. So I was very confused.
No, she actually said, you wrote this all out from memory, and he said, yes, I did. It kind of sticks with you. So it's got to be the Bible that he hand wrote.
Yeah, I was having a long day when I took these notes.
Yeah.
I can't wait to figure out what bra turner means, because I have in my notes bra turner, which I have no idea what it means.
Okay, yeah. I don't know
Turning what that the bra. It must be a spelling. It must be my spell check.
It's got to be the spell check. Yeah,
I don't think it's something in the show.
So this scene is really interesting here. Tabitha comes to him, and I always thought it was kind of odd that she looks like she really doesn't want to be there. She doesn't want to be in this, church meeting. And he said, oh, it's always nice to see new faces. And she just says, oh, I just came to bring you this. And then we find out in season 3 that she's actually angry at God and blames God for the death of her baby. Yeah. And so now it makes sense. Like, she really didn't want to be there, but she brought him back his handwritten Bible. And so I think that's why her demeanor is the way it is. But this part is really important. She asks him, how do you know any of this is real? Are we dead? Are we alive? So, even though she's got her issues with her faith because of the loss of her baby, she's recognizing him as a priest and looking to him for guidance on this, wondering if maybe she's in some kind of purgatory, or she feels like she might be punished right now. She's being punished for her baby dying on her watch. She even has she asked that at this point in the season? I think she did. She asked Jim, do you think we're being punished?
Yeah.
And in a way they are. The irony is she just doesn't know why. She is kind of being punished by being reincarnated over and over again, since she couldn't save the kids in the our origin story. So, and he says to her in response, would it matter, as in, or if they're dead or alive? He said, would it matter, just for argument's sake, let's say we're dead, we're all stuck here together in some strange tormented purgatory, what would be different? We'd still be stuck. We'd still be searching for a way to go home. All that would change is the home we're searching for. So he's talking about, like, if they were in purgatory, well, they'd still just be searching for a way to go to home, as in heaven. So he's like, what does it matter? And she says, I'm guessing I'm not the first person to ask you that question. And he replies, let's just say I've had plenty of chances to work on my answer. But if it's any consolation to you, you were already here when your vehicle crashed. You're alive. Your family's alive. So you can scratch that question off your list. And he actually says, you're alive, Tabitha. Your family's alive. Now, on Rewatch, now that we know that she's reincarnated, I find this so interesting because she is alive. Like, Tabitha is alive, but her past selves are not. So in a way, she's a lot like Schrodinger's cat, which Jade and Tom talk about in episode 3. She's sort of dead and alive. Her past selves are dead. So he's actually right when he says, you're alive, Tabitha. Tabitha is alive, but she's right to be questioning this. And I think it's foreshadowing the fact that, in a way, she's both. She has died and come back many times over. And what he's telling her actually is true, that she literally is alive and her family is alive. But now we know the full meaning of what's going on here. And I think that was brilliant how they did that. And the showrunners confirmed that this is not purgatory in a recent interview. So we know that this is correct. This is confirmed. Jeff Pinkner and John Griffin said it's not purgatory and it's not a dream. But the double meaning of this is, she is sort of dead and alive. I love it.
Maybe that was a cat in my notes.
That must have been why you wrote cat down, because she is like Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's got to be it.
There's a cat in the Common too. I'm trying to put all this cat business together.
Yes. No, that's got to be it, because your mind thinks very similar to mine, so I'm sure you were thinking the same thing. It's perfect foreshadowing of what's really going on here. So yeah, I thought that was genius.
So he probably left his Bible at Megan and Lauren's because he was doing last rites.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, he showed up there to do that. And love that scene. And let's see. Hey David Agil, nice to see you. The physical body is trapped in the present, but the mind can travel to the past and future. Yeah, that it seems like that's what's happening with Julie. Maybe some kind of there's a version of time travel that Tony Teflon talked about in one of his videos, where you can actually project your consciousness into your future self or your past self, but your physical body stays there. Which is interesting. I forget what movie or show he referred to that did this, but I think something happened like this in Lost, actually, where someone's consciousness was projected to another version of himself in the past or the future, but physically he was still there, kind of like in some kind of weird catatonic state in the present. It was Desmond from Lost. That was it. So yeah, maybe it's something like that.
Some kind of astral projection.
Yeah, something like that. Real Rebel Eric said, "Do you believe only your like maybe your consciousness, you mean, can escape from town?" No, I think there's a way out. I think in the end, some of them are going to get out.
Well, Tabby got out for a little bit.
Not until the very end, though. Yeah, Tabby got out.
She got out for a little bit.
And I believe she's really out. Was really out.
Yeah, me too.
So, Robert here says, Khatri's statements about chaos is misleading about From's nature. Jade mentions chaos theory, but his conversation with Tom proves determinism controls From, like reincarnation. Yes. It's what's happening here. It's pretty much predetermined now. It's like when Jade even mentioned in season 3, maybe like he said Aristotle was wrong about free will in this case, because he said Tabitha, since she had that dream as a child of this place, that she was always going to end up there no matter what she did. So yeah.
Well, there's a point made of chaos versus faith.
Right.
So those could be two different areas.
Chaos versus faith. Right.
Yeah.
It's like there's a duality there that's hard to wrap your head around, but hey Fletch, thanks for coming. I appreciate you stopping in. And let's see. Woodrow said when Tabitha gives the book back to Khatri, she asks him if they're dead. Yeah, exactly. Now they were already there when the car crashed, so we know that they're alive. And the showrunners confirmed it. Oh, here's a new name. Steve Wickert says Abby remembered the town from dreams in her childhood, just like Tabitha did. Possibly. She said, I was just remembering the dream I had when I was a little girl. We don't know what the dream was about.
I feel like it's connected, but it's one of those ... things that I'm not really happy about.
I know. We never found out what was in the dream, and now we never will. But it was probably related to town, so it's possible she and Boyd were both meant to come there.
Yeah.
I think. Casanova Pugilist said Christy is a side chick now. Acosta has replaced her. I don't know. I don't know about that, but I think Christy could go for sure next season.
Yeah, but I think she would have gone with the bear trap if she was going to go.
That's true. If they were going to kill her off, wouldn't they have done it with the bear trap?
Bear trap was kind of like a nothing burger. It was like I thought something would happen.
It kind of was, yeah. Let's see. Amy said, I think the people in town are being punished like Freddy Krueger had victims. I gotta watch those movies.
Yeah, you did. Especially the one with a very young Patricia Arquette. I think you'd appreciate Dream Warriors.
Oh yeah, I've gotta watch that. I've heard that one is it could connect to what's going on in From too.
Yeah.
Like waking dreams. Amy said their ancestors or past incarnations did something probably related to the sacrifice of the children. Yeah, maybe like all the people in town, possibly. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Robert said it could be when you enter any state of nightmares, dreams, or weird premonitions, as Fatima told Elgin at the Brundles, that your body is affected in some way. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's possible too. Absolutely. Woodrow said in Tabitha's dream she wanders through town at dusk and seems to be a Miranda memory. Right. See, that hasn't happened yet. There's a scene from her premonition dream that we haven't seen yet, and it's yet to be explained. Is it, like Robert said, maybe a weird premonition that will occur in the future when Boyd walks through an empty town at the same time? With Boyd also had a dream of being in the town when it was empty, when he was in the well. So yeah, that's still a mystery. And also, like Woodrow said, Tabitha hears the foghorn in the lighthouse. So that's interesting too. Yeah, like, yeah, maybe it's a ship coming? Maybe it's a premonition that there is a way out by water, like some people theorize. We haven't seen
a Boyd riding on a pony on the boat.
Yeah, maybe that's how they get out. You know, that foghorn. That's got to mean something, I think. But back to the episode we're talking about here.
Yeah, I like how it played out pretty slow because it does seem like he was doing like priest things before he went down the basement.
Yeah, they dragged this out, really built it up, the suspense. He took off his sash that he wears across his body, and he lit his lantern, and he descends down the staircase. And watching it now, it's creepy and ominous, and I think it was kind of meant to make us think that he's sus, like that he's, you know, we're supposed to
he's pretty sus when he's got somebody tied up in this basement.
I know, right? So that's immediately I was thinking, oh my God, I thought he was a good guy when I first watched it. What the hell is he doing? This reveal was brilliant. He walks over here and the light shines on Sarah tied up and gagged in his basement by a priest. Well, let's not forget, this is a priest who killed somebody before he got to town.
A gangster priest.
Yeah. He's no stranger to taking extreme acts. He's done it, and he's done it before. And he looks so creepy lit by the light like this, looking at her. Yeah, it was shocking. And personally, I didn't understand why he needed to tie her up and gag her. I mean, I could understand maybe tying her up in case he couldn't trust that she might do something crazy and try to stab him or something.
That's a lot of rope too.
Right.
Now that I'm looking at it. She's a wee girl.
And the thing of it is, why did he need to gag her? She knows that he witnessed her killing somebody. So if anything, she knows that she could go in the box if anyone finds her. So why even bother gagging her? She would be quiet. I would be quiet.
Yeah.
Like, why would you yell for help? They're just going to put you in the box, most likely. So, I don't know. I found that odd, but I personally think it was a misdirect to make us think that Khatri's a bad guy. I don't think that he was.
And there's a scene after this when they talk, right? That's just a reveal.
Yeah, this is just the reveal, and yeah, he. So let's see. Let me get to my rewatch notes. That's not the right one. I'm looking at the wrong one here. Hold on. Because I have rewatch notes from my first rewatch and then this one that I just did. He tells her, that she can still be of use, but I believe that's in the next scene. Okay, hold on. Get the right notes. I take a lot of notes for this show, and it's easier if I just combine my notes from the previous rewatch with the new ones. So it takes
and this building was a church, or it wasn't a church?
I think it was. Oh, here we go. Okay. All he says in this scene was, I think it probably wasn't a church. Sorry, I misspoke. I think they probably turned it into one. So all he says is, "We need to talk," and the scene ends.
That seems right.
Yeah, we need to talk. So
the slow reveal, and then because they always have the scenes where like we need to talk, and then you don't get to hear them. It goes off to another scene.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Also, by the way, circling back for a second, when Khatri was talking to Tabitha and he said, "Does it matter if we're dead or alive? They'd still be stuck there." It's kind of ironic because in the very next episode, he dies and he's still stuck there anyway as Ghost Khatri.
Yep.
We don't know. I mean, we don't know what he is, if he's really a ghost or a projection of Boyd's mind or an entity. I just find it ironic because then he winds up dead and also still stuck there in some form or fashion. But yeah.
Wonder if Sarah hears him, because doesn't Sarah just hear all the dead people? Was that a theory that we came up with, like all the people that died in From?
Yeah, I think she can hear all the dead people and whatever evil entity is there. So
yeah,
probably maybe she can hear him too. So after the opening credits, you've got the scene of Boyd and Kenny, and he tells, he asks Kenny, like, "How are you doing?" Kenny says he's having a hard time. I mean, it's Sarah. She was always so thoughtful and nice. Kenny doesn't know that, Sarah actually left the door open at the clinic. They're just talking about what she did what she did to Nathan. Because remember, Sarah worked at the diner, so she was very friendly with Kenny and his mom. So he's having a hard time with this before he even knows that she left the door open at the clinic.
Well, and this is also happening on the tail end of his father dying as well.
Right. Yeah. So he's already, like, you can see the denial, the way that he deals with trauma, though. He's already just, like, blocking it out. Yeah.
And I think it's interesting in the scene too. Isn't this the scene where Boyd says something's changing? Kind of like Victor says something's changing.
Yeah, Boyd says, "I've been thinking about what you said the other day about running out of room on the board." Kenny tries to shut it down and says, I was upset. So he's already in denial mode again.
Yeah.
He said denial is a major branch of his family tree. And
yeah, he said that more than once. Yeah.
Yep. So he just says, "No, I was upset." Boyd says, "Doesn't mean you were wrong. Something's changing." As like something's slipping away. So he senses it. That since the two cars came, something is changing. Suddenly people are dying left and right. Before that, they had how many days without incident? 96?
96, yeah.
Yeah. So the sense of peace that they had there, that they could actually, thrive and have a life there, it's slipping away, and he can feel it. So he's thinking about taking the talisman out in the woods. And he says the only reason we haven't pushed further into the forest is we didn't know whether the talisman would protect us out there the same way it does in the town. So everyone wonders, why didn't Boyd do this sooner? Well, he just told you why. because he didn't know if the talisman would work, but after using it in the RV out of necessity to save Jim and Ethan, he found out the talisman works. So now he wants to go out in the forest and try to find a way out. Kenny
they do have a really good scene with Boyd outside the RV looking at the talisman. Like no exposition, just showing, which I really appreciate.
I loved that. Right after the night in the RV, Boyd just gets out of the RV and holds the talisman and just looks at it. And then you can see on his face what he's thinking. Doesn't have to say anything. That, wow, this thing worked out here. What else can I do with it? He's already... So this was episode 2. The end of episode 2, he was already thinking that. And now he's putting his plan into motion. He wants to go out in the woods and try it. Harold is so great at showing, not telling with the exposition. We don't need it. And Kenny's upset. He just lost his dad. Boyd is a father figure to him, so he flips out and says, like, he starts to walk away. Kenny says, "Are you going alone?" Boyd says, "Yes, I'm going as far as it'll take me. I'm doing this to find a way out, to find a way home. Isn't that the point?" And Kenny responds, "Honestly, I'm not sure if there is a point anymore. But if you're in that much of a hurry to fucking die, you should just go and do it." So he doesn't want to lose his father figure after losing his dad.
Yeah, he's lost a lot already. So
yeah. So yeah, understandable. Boyd wants to finally take action and stop just maintaining the status quo, ringing the bell every night, making sure everyone is in after dark. He's been doing that for 2 years, or roughly 2 years since Abby died, however long it's been. And now he realizes this isn't enough anymore. People are starting to die left and right. I'm gonna try this talisman, see if we can find a way out. I think this is the beginning of Boyd rallying after the grief from his wife's death just sent him into a state of maintaining status quo, no more exploring the woods, no more really actively playing the game. Anything else to add here before we continue?
No, I'm good.
So Jim notices the wires. There's no wire in the electrical cord. So all of these lamps and these outlets shouldn't work. There's even a prong missing on the plug right there. So none of these things should work. And
can you go back a couple pictures to where I can see the light fixture? I just want to see the light fixture for a second.
The wire?
Go back. Okay. Go forward. Go back. Back into the left. Okay. No, you missed it again. I wanted to look at the light fixture. Okay. This is chaos. Fades in chaos. Go backwards.
This blurry thing?
Go backwards.
This is the first one.
Okay, go forwards. I just want to see the light fixture.
Which one?
That one. Stop. Go back one. There we go. Thanks. It looked like wine glasses to me. I just want to see what it was. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't know. I was like, why would they make up a light fixture out of wine glasses? And I was like, I guess it's just blown glass, but it looks like wine glasses.
I know. It looks like, I think it's blown glass.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Well, I also noticed that one of the birds is upside down on their wall too, which is weird. Though we can probably get a picture of that somewhere along the line.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I did not notice that myself. But Jim shows her this, and then Jade barges in first of many times.
Says roller coaster guy.
Yeah. He never knocks.
Roller coaster guy.
He never knocks, and Tabitha says, "You're that asshole who almost killed us." Technically, he's not. He says, first of all, I wasn't driving. Second of all, my best friend, who I've known since 4th grade, is dead, not walking around with a little boo-boo on his leg. So how about we just call that one even? Wow. Yeah. I mean, it shows that he really does care about his friend. This is one of the only times we hear him ever mention Toby, which is odd. But
got over it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess he's he's too focused on trying to figure this place out now. He does care about Toby, but he's got shit to do. So yeah.
Now I kind of feel bad because now I can see the light fixture and you would have had to do anything.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's cool. So he says, "You guys want to play house or do you want to go home? Because I have an idea." So he wants to enlist Jim for the radio. And yeah, I love it. And yeah, Tabitha wearing pale blue. She doesn't wear a lot of blue. Interesting.
Well, Jade's also wearing blue.
And Jade's also wearing.
Signify that they're on the same team.
They're wearing the same colors. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
The same shade of blue. She's got a very pale blue shirt on and a white tank top. He has the same shade of blue in his shirt and white stripes.
White stripes, yep.
I just now noticed that. I mean, I noticed the blue shirt on her before, but not the fact that it's literally the same shade of blue. So, wow.
Destiny.
Oh my god, yeah, the two of them. Even though she's pissed at him now and she's blaming him for that accident, which wasn't his fault. Like, now looking back at it, we know that how connected they are through all of these reincarnations. That's crazy they did that to make that connection, like that really subtle subliminal hint that they're connected because of those two colors. They're both wearing the same colors.
And Jim, who wears blue, is not wearing blue, as you can see.
Jim was wearing blue in the previous episode, and now he's not. Now it's just a nothing color that just fades into the background.
Yep.
See, that's gonna be his destiny, you know. He's not. His role is to help them and figure out the numbers and the bottles, but then he's gone. That's it. The stuff they do with color symbolism in this show is just so cool. I love it.
Interesting of blue because I gotta make some more notes about a theory, like color theory of blue. But maybe blue is when you're doing something you're more aggressive with discovering ideas, because Jim had blue on when he was discovering ideas. Now he's not. He's going with Jade. Jade has blue on now.
Yeah. That could see that argument for that for sure. Robert Saunders has an interesting color theory. He was explaining it to me in the comment section of my video. I had forgotten some of it, and he thinks that the colors may indicate threat level, like in real life. And it starts with the lowest threat level is blue, and then I think above that is yellow, and then higher threat level is red, and the highest one is black. So if that's true, then and he says it can potentially predict who dies. And right now, Tabitha and Jade are would be the lowest threat level. They're AKA protected. So yeah, interesting theory that he has. But so now we have one of the first scenes with Khatri and Sarah here, who's still gagged, and he says, "Do you know there's not a single copy of the Bible in town? And in our little traveler's library at the diner, there's at least a dozen Robert Ludlum and Judy Blume novels, yet not a single copy of the world's most popular book." And so that's interesting. Now that's a big question here. Why are there no Bibles in town?
Maybe the goddess Robert Ludlum and the goddess is Judy Blume.
I don't know. In all of the cycles, which we now think have been centuries, dating back to the colonial era, it's crazy that no Bible ended up here. Not once.
Well, there might have been Bibles. We just know about this cycle with Father Khatri here.
Yeah, but all the things that were left behind, all that stuff, storage room.
They have the Bible stories book, the kids' book, which is interesting and telling.
And where is that? The clinic?
That's in Colony. I think it's in County House, upside down in one of the bookcases, if I'm not completely out of my mind.
I had heard that, but I've never actually seen the picture of it.
Oh, so Geek Academy has a close-up of it. I think I might have it in my photos somewhere.
So yeah, Geek Academy found a book of children's Bible stories in Colony House. That's interesting. But there's no Bible.
Yeah.
And now we know how much like there are a lot of connections to children's literature in the show, so that could be a hint. That could be a hint.
That even the Bible comes from the children's imaginations and would be in a children's form.
Right, right. Because this all goes back to the children who were sacrificed in the beginning, the very beginning. That's how all of this started. So it kind of fits that the only Bible there is a children's stories Bible. And yeah, like Judy Blume is a children's author.
Not Robert Ludlum, is it though?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm not familiar with Robert Ludlum, but
yeah, he writes more of the thrillers, like thriller.
What? You're cutting out, Scarlet. What did you say you cut out? He writes thrillers and drama.
I had to put this back where it was. Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have to move this back here?
Okay.
No, I was moving in a place where I could stand and talk, but apparently standing isn't in my in my future.
Oh no. Okay. Well, I hear you now.
Okay. Well, that's a bummer. Well, I was hoping to stand so I could stretch my legs out while I'm doing this. Instead, I'm going to be curled up in the corner where I don't like it later. So.
Right.
Bummer.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know why I had never heard of Robert Ludlum, so I'm gonna have to look that up because now I'm curious if there's some reason why Robert Ludlum is mentioned. I understand the Judy Blume thing because there are a lot of connections to children's literature and children's stories in this show. But yeah, interesting. He also says, I imagine you wonder why you're here. You've done such unspeakable things. By the rules of the town, you should be in the box. Nathan told me about the voices. So he's not playing by real world rules. He's playing by different rules here. I mean, it's kind of like when he advocated for Frank to go in the box. I mean, in the real world, a priest might not have done that, but in this place, he really felt that if the rules are not upheld, they're not going to mean anything anymore, and it needed to happen. Now, in this case, she just committed actual murder. It's way worse than Frank's neglect, but he sees her as a potential asset to help them, to get them home. So, yeah, he's operating by a completely different playbook here.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Yep.
Okay. Robert Ludlum wrote the Bourne Identity, the Bourne series.
Oh, okay. I've seen
the books.
I've seen the movies. Okay. All right. The Bourne Identity.
Yeah, I just looked it up, but somebody in the chat also said
the Bourne Identity. That's interesting because the Bourne Identity is about a guy who he forgets who he even is, and he wakes up, like he realizes that he's a spy or something, and he doesn't remember who he is. So that's kind of, I knew that they had to use that. They wouldn't just throw Robert Ludlum in there for no reason. There had to be a reason. The whole concept of forgetting your identity, it fits. It tracks with the show. That's cool. Yeah, just that little Easter egg.
And who doesn't like Judy Blume?
And who doesn't like Judy Blume? I loved Judy Blume.
Yes. She wrote a book called Tiger's Eyes that I like the best. I mean, there's Tales of the Fourth Grade, nothing, but I really liked Tiger's Eyes when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah. I enjoyed her books myself. And good night, Robert. Unfortunately, this is my bedtime. Keep up the amazing dairy crafting. Thank you so much, Robert. It's nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Shaquille Robinson. Hey. He says, why take the risk? She yells for help. Now you got to explain why you took her. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I don't get it. If I were her, I would just keep my mouth shut. At least he's keeping her alive. But yeah. William Waddy said Elgin may have replaced Father Khatri, religious zealot kidnapping some women in town. Hey, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. I didn't think of that. Dieter said maybe the evil entity doesn't allow people with Bibles in because they automatically give hope. That could be. That absolutely could be, Dieter. It's a great point. Hey, good evening, Grow and Thrive. Nice to see you. And Rose agrees that she definitely should have gone in the box, but had value, so she was saved. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they don't have any religious books. It's a good point, Amy. They don't have the Quran or like the Torah or anything. I'm sure like they would have mentioned it if they did. Okay. So Julie arranges the flowers and Fatima thinks, she did it. Julie says no. And it's funny, Fatima says it seems we have a phantom florist running around. If only she knew. The phantom florist is that idiot porn stash.
Kevin, he does some good floral arrangements.
Yeah, Kevin did a good job with those. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And this is just a really brief scene of Jade and Jim stripping batteries.
It's just funny that he's just like in the car almost.
I know, right? They're stripping batteries and wiring from I think it's from Jade's car or Toby's car.
Because his car's the best. I think he says something about there, like it's the best.
Because it's the best one. So they went all the way out there to get the stuff from it. And that's pretty much it for that. It's just a quick little scene.
Well, some unbuttoned shirt scene.
Oh yeah, some unbuttoned shirt.
We got some buttons on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Missed a few buttons for the ladies there. Season 1 Jade. I see you. So okay, so this is a really pivotal scene right here. This scene I think is one of the most meaningful in the whole series now, for multiple reasons. And by the way, notice that as they approach the storage room, you see right in focus up here the section of the Emily Dickinson poem "Forever is composed of nows." They want us to see it. They want us to actually spot that. They could have done it so that this is not in focus, but they managed to make the shot this way. And Ethan is afraid to go back in there because he's afraid Sarah might be there because she tried to murder him.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
A rational fear, I would say.
Tabitha tells him it's okay. She's not here. She's not going to hurt you. And yeah, so I just find it interesting. Forever is composed of nows is right there in the shot with Tabitha, with Ethan. We now know Tabitha's role in all of this. She's been stuck there for so long, and we now know that time travel is a factor in the show. And so I mean there could be all different meanings to this. That I think the more we get into the series, the more it's going to become clear. But yeah, I think they put that in our face for a reason. I mean, on the first watch, I didn't see it, or the second. It took 3 to spot that part of the poem. But so they go in there, and I mean, this to me is the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon.
They have a bunch of 8 tracks.
Yeah. I think this is the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon.
The 8 tracks might mean something, like 8 being infinity.
Oh yeah.
When they first walk in, there's a whole bunch of 8 tracks on them.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know what those are. I've never seen. Those are huge.
You've never seen an 8 track?
No, I've never seen an 8 track.
Not that young.
When I was a
what
kid,
is this?
When I was a kid, we had cassette players in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never had an older aunt or uncle that rocked the 8 track?
No, I never did. Yeah, I've literally never seen those. They're gigantic. What the hell?
Yeah, they're interesting because they used to have like 4 programs on them, and then the song would fade out at the end and fade in on the next loop that they had. It's full of loops, so that makes sense.
It's full of loops. Okay.
Yeah, it's full of like 4 different programs that loop. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. 8 tracks just to show how long people have been getting trapped.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 minute. I gotta mute myself.
Okay, I'm gonna talk about what's in the chat. Oh, that's at the end. I see. Yeah, okay. We're gonna explain a little bit about this scene. Like Julie says, it's a pivotal scene. Let's see what else we can see in this picture. Okay, there's some canisters with, where are they? Are they peaches in there on the right? Either peaches or pumpkins, maybe pumpkins. See what else is in here. Some blankets, some coolers. There's definitely a lot of stuff in this room because I remember there's a lot of fishing gear. So I don't know if fishing gear like is a symbol. I mean, it could be a symbol of water because there's a lot of water symbolism in the show. I'm trying to think what else is in there. It's a lot of like about flipping through these pictures. One day I'm going to actually make a business account so I can have a Cash App and have a have the ability to go through the chat and look at what you guys are saying. So I'm just going to look at it and say them. Let's see.
I'm back.
Okay. Peaches keep Victor happy. Yeah, I didn't know there were peaches on these canisters or there were pumpkins. I was just looking at what was in the picture.
Okay.
What people left. It looks like a lot of suitcases and stuff, a lot of blankets, and I remember there was a lot of fishing gear, a lot of like wooden tackle boxes and stuff in this place.
Huh. Okay. Hey, Muncher Luncher says, Scarlet, shout me out. Notice me.
Hey, Muncher Luncher. Hey. Woo! Super cool.
Yes.
Bells out to you.
Yes. So, Ethan, I swear to God, Ethan walking around with that staff, like his little shaman stick, he looks like he's running the place. I mean,
could be.
I swear to God, watching him walk around like this now, I can't help but think that maybe he is gonna grow up to be Man in Yellow, but we'll see. I don't know why he would turn that evil, but it's possible that it could happen. But for this scene, so he's and it's interesting too. He's wearing a light blue shirt with his yellow jacket. If Robert is right, blue means lowest threat level. He's protected. So anyway, so Ethan is asking, like, are these from the people who lived here? Tabitha tells him not to touch anything. She says this used to belong to other people, and yeah, this is the really important dialogue here, and they're literally telling us what this is, what this symbolizes. Ethan was right from the beginning. He compared it to the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon. He said, it's like the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon. When the Chromonocle was lost in the rainbow sky, she found a cavern where the Lonely Dragon lived, and it was full of stuff nobody wanted. But for the Lonely Dragon, all the stuff was treasure. And then he says, guess what? In one of the big piles of stuff, there was a map of the rainbow sky. So the Lonely Dragon gave it to the Chromonocle, and then she wasn't lost anymore. So maybe we'll find a map in here. Now,
when you went off and muted your microphone, I could have said that because I had it all written out.
Oh, jeez. That's all right.
But that would have been the perfect thing to say.
So literally moments after he says, maybe we'll find a map in here, what does she find? The bracelet. She finds
it's on top of pearls too. I see more pearls. Like I saw when there was a still in the ballerina in season 2. She's wearing pearl earrings. So I feel like pearls are important here for some reason, and the bracelet's right on top of this string of pearls. So
right,
it could be connected somehow.
Yeah, it could be. Absolutely. And I think that the bracelet is the map of the rainbow sky. It's not a literal map. The whole point of this map of the rainbow sky concept is then the Chromonocle wasn't lost anymore. Now, what does this bracelet ultimately do? it gives her a connection to her past life. It's a connection to one of her past selves, and it sets her off on her whole journey. This is the beginning of it. And eventually, she's not lost anymore, in that she finds her origins. She gets the culmination of all of it is the revelation that she was reincarnated. And it starts with this. I'll get into that more later in the episode, but this is the beginning of it. So I don't think it needs to be a literal map. This bracelet is the map, in that it connects her to her past. Yeah. So she's finding herself. She's finding a piece of herself. And this is like the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon, because, it's full of a bunch of old stuff nobody wanted. Tian Shen is the Lonely Dragon, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Her husband died. It just fits. And it's the same exact place where Jade found Christopher's book full of symbols.
Yeah.
Which we'll get to. So, in the very same episode.
Yeah. I was going to say, exactly, get out of my head. Both Chromonacles find out, get stuff out of the Lonely Dragon's Cavern.
In the same episode.
Jade
is the other Chromonacle. Jade is the male Chromonacle. And in the very same episode, he finds his own quote-unquote map of the rainbow sky, which is a connection to his past self, the notebook full of symbols that Christopher made. So to me, it could not be clearer that this is what that's supposed to symbolize. This is the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon. There are two Chromonacles, just like it was foreshadowed in episode 3, when Jim and Tabitha said 2 Chromonacles for the cave, a male and a female.
2 Chromonacles for you.
Yep. Except one of the Chromonacles is not Jim. It's a male, and it's Jade. It just fits.
Probably an upgrade, but anyway.
And it's crazy. I know, right? Total upgrade. But what's really what's amazing about doing the rewatch is I remembered that both of them did this, and I already believed all this before I watched it. But I didn't remember that it happened in the same episode. Both of them find their quote unquote map of the rainbow sky in the same freaking episode, in the same supposed cavern that's supposed to be the cavern. That's amazing. Like,
it's interesting because they say rainbow sky because Jade looks up to see the symbol almost in the sky. I'm trying to refer rainbow sky to the bracelet as well. Like, maybe there's something that has to do with rainbow sky,
right?
Eventually.
Oh, and the fact that they're basically color coordinated in this episode.
Well, it looks like a little rainbow underneath the bracelet too when it's hanging on that stuff with the bracelets. There's a little rainbow bracelet with all the colors of the rainbow on it.
It does kind of look, it does have rainbow colors. Yep.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure that's intentional. Rainbow
definitely.
sky.
And Tabitha and Jade are dressed alike in this episode. They're
like even the shirt here looks like it has stripes on it.
It does. They're both wearing pale blue and white in this episode.
Stripes.
Because looking back now, we can connect them together. They're the 2 Chromonacles. They're even color coordinated.
Yeah, they like to call each other up.
Yeah. Yep. Like they're matching. They're matching because now we know how linked they are. And looking back, the way that they planned this, I just think I have more respect and appreciation for this show than ever before because of how brilliantly they executed this, and that was all planned from the start. And nobody can tell me that they were just messing around and making things up as they went along. If you do a rewatch and you see these details, it's undeniable. They planned it beautifully. So Jade and Jim, they get to the tree here to hang up the radio thing, try to get a signal, and they go there, and Jim says it's not Jim. This showcases the difference between these two characters. Jim is very practical, down to earth. Like Jade is more of an idea guy, more big picture. Jim is focused on like, no, this tree isn't tall enough. It's not going to have enough signal strength. And Jade says, we can deal with that. Okay. This is just a test run. Look, you're an engineer, right? Amusement parks. So I guess that means one of us built a multi-million-dollar software company. The other does safety tests on the teacup ride.
Or teacup comes from.
Where the teacup nickname comes from. Yep. So this is the first, again, a mention of Jade's company again, like trying to plant the seed in our head. Oh, is this relevant or not? I think it's a red herring, probably, but yeah. And Jim is just more level-headed and practical. He's focused on like that kind of those kind of details, and Jade is just on another level of intellect, and and he's a little too braggadocious about it. He's like, even when he's apologizing, he says, wait, no, look, I'm sorry. Look, people tell me I'm not great when it comes to talking to people. You have no idea how hard it is to be smarter than everyone you know.
I often say the same thing. I get you, Jade. Right back at you.
That is just so Jade. It's just like, yeah, he's apologizing, and at the same time, he's being so arrogant about it. It's great. Yeah, but he admits.
It looks like he buttoned up a button, though.
I was just, oh my god, I was thinking the same thing. Like, hey, he buttoned one of his buttons up again.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
We like to note the fine details.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We dissect every frame of this, every single thing. Yeah, I love Jade. Hey Decipher. Nice to see you. Hey Chris Smalls. Kenny, Lonely Dragon, Julian Boyd, Chromonocles. Could be. I don't know. I think I personally think it's Jade and Tabitha, but I mean, obviously up for debate. And there could be more than one. Some people think Victor is the Lonely Dragon and the Peach Truck is the Cavern, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe there's more than one.
I wonder if Kenny is a Lonely Dragon now because he's inherited it from his mom, the Cavern.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe Bata. Maybe it's Bata now. Is she the one that's like looking over the cavern of lost toys, lost items?
Amy said, "I think the rainbow sky is a reference to the Wizard of Oz." Oh, that's interesting. Hey, Muncher Luncher, I did shout you out. I did.
You going through something today, Muncher Luncher?
Yeah.
Here's a rebel for you. Hope you're fine.
Thank you, Dieter. Yeah, I'm eating something now. I'm trying to eat in between talking. Okay, so moving on. The Troy ambulance. Odd looking. What the hell does Troy stand for?
I'm getting almost on the side of Trojan horse myself.
Oh no, I just realized something. I left something in my car. I'm gonna have to go outside and get it.
Oh no. Can you put a picture up I can talk about?
I'll put something up that you can talk about. Damn it. Okay. So Boyd goes into the clinic and he looks at the spot where Kenny's dad was left and the blood stain.
Mm-hmm.
And then Christy shows up. And yeah, she talks about how Boyd, Kenny really needs a father, or not a father, no, wait, that's what he said. He needs a father right now, not a sheriff. Is that what he said? Is that what she said? I think. She said, I get that you want to prepare him for the worst, mm-hmm. Get him ready to take your place in case something ever, but now he's really hurting, and I don't think he needs a sheriff. I think he needs a dad. Yeah. Because she said he's trying really hard to be this person he thinks people need him to be, being your deputy. And I know this is a big thing for him, and he doesn't want to let you down. Boyd is saying, he needs to be ready to lead. I'm not trying to push him too hard, but he needs to be ready. Mm-hmm. He's got to remember the guy's dad just died, and he had to see his body. Like, it's a little fast for him to be, trying to toughen Kenny up, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
I just find that
whenever you need to go to your car, all those advert or watch parties and stuff while you're gone.
Okay.
I don't know how far away is your car.
It's just down the stairs outside the door, so it'll only take me a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, or I could go to the next scene if you want.
Yeah, let's go to the next scene. What's the next scene?
Next scene is Khatri and
Okay,
Sarah.
that's a good still to yeah, I'll promo it and then, when you come back, I mean, I could probably take 2 months to do this. We're professionals here.
Yeah. Be right back.
We talk way ahead of time about everything.
Yes, we do. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, so on the agenda for us for this week, tomorrow we're having a watch party for Severance. It will be the last episode. It will be 1 episode instead of 2, and that is episode 9. I think it's called The We Are, if I'm not mistaken. I will also be watching some stuff that I would recommend for everybody to watch or listen to. There's a podcast by Ben Stiller and Adam Scott on I found it on iTunes, but they have 2 or 3 episodes already where they break down Ben Stiller and Adam Scott break down the episodes, and they had on the first episode they had the writer, which I really liked listening to him and how this all came about, and I'm going to talk about it. One of the things that happened was in the beginning scene in Severance, where a person's lying on the table, they were supposed to be birthed, quote unquote, birthed through a giant sphincter and then end up on the table. And that's only one of the crazy stuff that was in the beginning of the original script. So they touch on that, and then they have 2 other episodes where they have the actor who plays Dylan and the actor who plays Helion. So I'm going to listen to all these episodes, and I'm going to read the Lexington letter, and I'm going to watch the finale. So when we get all done, and maybe we can watch the 8-minute beginning before Severance, before the second season starts up, and then we're going to take all that info when we watch in the watch party, and then we're going to go on YouTube and talk all about it. And everybody should call in because it'll be really fun. And that will start at 8 in Julie's Discord for the watch party, and then it'll be 10 o'clock when we go on YouTube to talk about it. We'll talk about all that stuff. We can talk about the finale. We can talk about the Lexington letter. We can talk about any other observations we've had, and I'll talk about the podcast if people haven't listened to it. But I'm definitely going to listen to it and read the Lexington letter. So that will be on Thursday. On Friday, we have Doc as our guest on the From Academy themed Fromcast we have on Friday night. And that will start around 10 o'clock, and Doc will come in maybe around midnight, 12:30 most likely. And we will all talk about Jim Bender. So if you have any notes about Jack Bender. If you have any notes about Jack Bender, then you should bring them to the chat, and we will all have a talk about that. There is a call-in if you want to call in and talk about Jack Bender, if you have any interesting interviews he's done. I would like to personally show some stills of Fame, where Harold was a background dancer in Fame, and that was a show from the 1980s about a dance school where just about every episode all the kids would just start dancing for no real reason. And this one that I have is a clip of a girl dressed up in a striped prisoner as an outfit, complete with a ball and chain, which she throws away, and there's a medley of songs, including the song Freedom. And it's very interesting, and you can see Harold walk right by the camera about 15 seconds in, and it's really interesting because I wouldn't have ever guessed that Harold Perrineau was a dancer in Fame. So I think that's what we have going on the weekends. And then when Severance starts up, we're going to have watch parties at midnight when the show is. It'll be Thursday night. We'll have a pre-party, a pregame, and that will start at 10:30, and we'll pregame up to the time when Severance is shown. So that'll be Thursday night at 10 p.m. EST. All these times are EST. And we will have a pregame party with all our theories and everything, and then we will go to Julie's Discord around midnight, and we will watch the episode. And then after that, Julie and I will have a live on Monday, at roughly 10 p.m. EST, where we will discuss the episode in depth as Severance, because we feel like we need a couple days in order to gather our notes on that and maybe watch it a second time. So that's what's happening week to week here. And so I hear rustling, so Julie might be back here.
I'm here.
So I did all the promos and it fit that time.
Perfect. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I've been listening to the podcast they've done for Severance, so I might bring that in on our next live, on our live tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I gotta listen to that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I get a chance. Yeah, I love that they're doing that. Because I wish From would do a podcast like that. It's so cool. Golden Child, TROY is short for They Reminisce Over You, a hip hop song from the 90s. Oh, interesting. I don't know that song.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
There's also Troy, Michigan, because Christy's from Michigan. I thought maybe that tied in somehow.
Yeah. I was always like, I've always assumed that she maybe showed up. She got there on the ambulance. She was on the ambulance. I don't know why she would be there though. She was a third-year med student, so I don't know why she would be driving in an ambulance. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, because we don't know how Christy got to town. We don't know. Like, we know how long she's been there, but we don't know like any of the circumstances. We know I think it was like 6 months or something like that.
So and the missing poster does say she was traveling from Detroit to Grand Rapids, but not by what mode. I mean, the ambulance would be pretty hard to sell because that's a 2-hour drive.
Yeah. So, anyway, so
not an ambulance.
Probably not. So here. This is another really interesting scene. All of the Khatri stuff in this episode is essential. I mean, the episode is called Book 74. It's really, well, I mean, the Khatri stuff and definitely Tabitha and Jade's scenes are so significant. It's crazy though. Almost every episode I say this, like, wow, this is an important episode. Wow, this is another important episode. Every single one of them. That's how good season 1 is. It's just, oh my God, it's a masterpiece, setting up what was to come, all of the mysteries and the foreshadowings. So like in this scene, Khatri says, people think of the Bible as a fixed object, something written, completed. But how can the story be finished if all the players remain on the stage? We call it the good book, but did you know it's actually comprised of 73 books? Matthew, Mark, Romans, Corinthians. 73 books full of tales of miracle and wonder. But there's also darkness in the Bible, gruesome, horrible things. Since the night I arrived, there seems to be a question I keep coming back to. 73 books. What if we, the people of this town, are living the book that is yet to be written? What if this is book 74? And this is my favorite line of all, the last one. What if we are chosen? What he doesn't know is, yes, they are chosen, but they weren't chosen by God. Someone else chose them to come there for a reason. He himself was chosen. He heard a voice when he was about to jump off a bridge telling him, get back in the car and drive. 2 hours later, he winds up in Frumville. He thought it was the voice of God. I think now it was probably the boy in white bringing him there to help. Now you could say maybe it was an evil force bringing him there to hurt him, but either way, it was a Frumville entity. And in my opinion, it was the boy in white. But yeah, I just love how he says, what if we are chosen? And they are. It's just not for what he thinks. You know?
And the book thing maybe ties up to them being in a book, either future Julie writing the Carbonacle book, or them just being in a book where they could jump from the beginning to the end of the book, or vice versa.
Yeah. And it could also be a reference to that potentially this is like a book, like one of Ethan's stories. It seems to operate that way. So I know that's a theory that's been going around too now. And if this is all part of Ethan's story. And the other thing too, he says, what if we are chosen? She's clearly been chosen too. by whatever evil entity is running things. Personally, either the evil entity running things or someone working for the big bad running things. So in my theory, I believe it's the man in yellow bringing either the man in yellow or an entity just above him. But personally, I would say the man in yellow bringing people like Sarah and Elgin to town. As Sarah said in season 3, people who just want to help. And there are certain traits that can be manipulated or exploited. In Sarah, she has some kind of trauma, clearly. Mm-hmm. So that's exploited. Elgin had enormous religious faith. That was exploited to make him think the kimono lady was an angel. So, and she was traumatized. Clearly, something happened with her ex. She winds up here. She's capable of being manipulated into murder by voices in her head. So, so Khatri is right. Ironically, so once again, like the things people are saying in this episode, they, in a way, they're right. It's just a little bit off. Tabitha asking if they're dead or alive. Well, in a way, she kind of is dead because her past selves died. Khatri says, "What if we're chosen?" They are, just not by God. I just love the irony of that, the insight, the foreshadowing of what was to come, the revelations that we would eventually get. So good. So good. This show is just freaking genius. I'm telling you, it's an absolute masterpiece. And yeah, the series I'm working on right now, like the Boy in White and Man in Yellow series, is a big part of it is about that kind of thing. Man in Yellow is choosing certain people. Boy in White is choosing people. One side is choosing them to cause harm. The other side is choosing them to try and help and stop the cycle from happening. And that side, I think, is the Boy in White. And remember, Victor once told Ethan early in this season that the Boy in White chose you, like he chose me once. You've got that word chose again. So I think that's a clue that Boy in White is one of the forces that is choosing people to bring to town. Not even just choosing Ethan for some purpose. I think he's selected others. I think he was the voice in Khatri's head that brought him to town. So yeah.
So is the threat level going up here? Because I think he's in a light blue sweater, but there's a yellow torch in the middle, like a yellow lantern.
Yeah.
That's making everything yellow.
Yeah, in Robert's,
the middle of them.
Yeah, in Robert's theory, I think that would fit that. Yeah. It makes for such an eerie ambiance too. I love how they shot this. It's so creepy. So I think Khatri, personally, I think he was chosen for a reason. He was chosen to come there to, for one thing, bring comfort and solace to people. And also his ultimate purpose in being there, I think, was to keep Sarah alive, because she was going to be an asset. Now, you might say, okay, that doesn't line up because Khatri was there long before Sarah. Khatri was there when Boyd got there. He was already there. Sarah came later. However, if you look at it like a game of chess, people can plan out chess moves ahead of time. Like you're literally planning out your moves in advance. And now that we know there's time travel, I think both entities that are bringing people to town, I think Boy in White and Man in Yellow, I think both of them are able to know what's going on ahead of time because of time travel. I think they can travel through time. They've seen the future. That's how they're able to plan ahead. I think Khatri was selected to ultimately serve this purpose and keep Sarah alive as an asset to the town. And it's like a chess move. And then Sarah is kind of taken off the board. She's no longer able to be used by the Man in Yellow or the evil entity or whatever you want to call it. Because Khatri and Boyd bring her over to the good side. So it's like she's kind of taken off the board. And so it's not like a perfect metaphor, but it's kind of, I think chess is a loose metaphor for how things work. And yeah, I'm going to get into that more in future videos, but I discussed it the Man in Yellow's role, and the next one is going to be the Boy in White's role. But But anyway, yeah. Oh, and one other thing on that, while I'm on the subject of like knowing what's going to happen, it seems like the big bad and the boy in white both know things before they actually happen, which to me indicates they either are omniscient beings, where they, like godlike, or it's time travel. And now we know that there is time travel. So all this time I've been thinking that the big bad can see and hear everything they're doing. It heard Boyd yelling in the middle of the woods. But now I think it might be because of time travel that they know what's going to happen. Like the man in yellow knew Tabitha was digging that hole in the basement. Did he see it because he's omniscient? Or is it because he time traveled? I think it's because of time travel now. And
or was he holding a bucket of dirt?
Or was he holding a bucket of dirt? Yeah.
Therefore lived it.
Therefore lived it. Exactly. Like maybe he was there. Maybe if he is Ethan, and he would know Tabitha was digging that hole, so he wouldn't even need time travel, right? So
yeah,
there's that.
Yeah,
that would make sense. He would know that. But also somehow the big bad controlling the monsters knew Boyd yelled, "You don't break me," in the middle of the woods, and so yeah, either he's somehow omniscient, or he's been to the future and he knows what's going on, and knew Boyd was yelling that somehow. That's a bigger mystery to try to understand. I mean, unless, I don't know, the entity was underneath the woods. I mean, underneath the ground.
I was gonna say, how far do those, like, does the caves extend where the monsters are?
The tunnels. Yeah.
Yeah, because the cowboy was the one that said, "Oh, we heard that you can't be you can't be broken," or whatever. I can't remember that quote.
Yeah, you said this place couldn't break you.
Yeah, said this place couldn't break you, just because maybe they do live underground, and maybe they can hear things because they're underground.
Right, and I feel like
especially during the day. If he said that during the day,
right, so he could have heard it under the ground. I've always thought the big bad feeds them their information, and that's how they know everything. But I don't know, maybe they're under the ground listening all the time. Who knows? But yeah. Anyway, the other thing I was going to say, the boy in white has shown that he knows what's going to happen before it happens also, because remember after the massacre, Victor goes down into the tree, and later he meets Tabitha and says, "The boy in white told me to wait here for you, that you would be here, that you would be coming." How did he know? Again, time travel, maybe? I mean, that could explain a lot of things now that we know it's part of the show.
And he also goes down there a lot because the swing coat monster said, "If you keep coming down here, we'll keep you."
Right.
Some days, so maybe he does go down, and maybe he goes down there a lot.
Right.
Who knows?
But the point is that boy in white has demonstrated that he knows things that are going to happen before they do. So if he somehow knew Sarah would be coming to town, maybe he brought Khatri there to ultimately serve this purpose and keep her, bring her over to their side as an asset. Possible. Time travel now brings a whole new set of possibilities. And to me, it makes a whole lot more sense.
Hopefully they'd land that. Sorry.
Yeah. What? Hopefully they what?
I said I hope they just land time. If they go down time travel, I hope they land on time travel. They fix the landing.
Yeah, because time travel can be dicey, but
I hope it's not timey-wimey, is all I'm saying.
But it would really make a whole lot more sense than just saying, "Oh, the boy in white can see the future because he's omniscient." I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe they have visions and they can see the future. The boy in white and the man in yellow.
Yeah.
But to me, time travel would make more sense. It would be a little more understandable. They both have proven that they can anticipate things before they happen.
Well, it'd make more sense if it was a book, because with a book, you would just travel chapter to chapter.
Right.
And they wouldn't have, like, ultimate control over it, or else everything be changing and from constantly.
Right. So yeah.
Maybe they can all do that to just gather information.
Right, like Ethan said, you can view chapters, but you can't change them. their version of time travel in this show is called story walking, and it's all predetermined. You can't change anything. But anyway, Khatri, well, at least that's what Ethan thinks. I hope that they can change something and escape at the end, maybe. Because it would be really depressing if there's just no hope and everything's predetermined. They're stuck in this cycle forever.
Or it just ends where it begins, like some people have theorized. It's just going to be Ethan in town and that's it.
Oh, God, I hope not. I really hope not. That would be really depressing. And it would be pointless. Like, why did we even watch the show? And,
yeah.
But, so after he says maybe we're chosen, what he said, what if we are chosen? Sarah says, for what? He says, I don't know, which is why I need you to tell me about these voices, please. So, and he pours her some water. Once again, everyone's drinking water on camera on the show. They do it more and more now.
The everlasting waters.
Yeah. Everlasting, like Tuck Everlasting spring water. I'm not really into like the LSD water theory myself, but it's an interesting theory.
Well, I didn't want it to be MK Ultra. I mean, I'm not really excited about that, but it looked like it was going there for a little while.
For a little while, yeah. I feel like they were trolling us with it almost. Everyone doing that on camera all the time. Wasn't this scene beautifully shot? Like, it's so eerie. The two of them in so much darkness, just illuminated by that single lantern. And it's so eerie. Like, she's covered in her brother's blood. She looks haunted. Her eyes look haunted. Oh my God, this is so beautifully shot. Like, she's just a broken person at this point. Completely broken. Her brother was all she had in the world. And she did an amazing job, really, with this performance. And so did he. Absolutely stellar. So then the next scene, here's the bracelet. Now look at this. This is the first time I noticed this. Shows do stuff like this on purpose. Look at that reflection.
Oh, the reflection, yeah.
Look at that beautiful reflection there, showing it's almost like she's connecting with her past self holding that bracelet, who made her, like the past version of Tabitha that made that bracelet. Like
Miranda and her holding hands.
It's that's what it reminds me of. See, like, things like this are not done by accident. You think they just made this table super shiny so you can see her reflection in it just for the hell of it? Like, oh, that's just an accident? No. All of this stuff is intentional. The cinematography, the directing. And most tables, like, I don't have a fancy kitchen table that's so shiny you can see your reflection in it. That's unusual. They do this in Severance a lot, too. Severance is loaded with shiny surfaces that people can walk past and you see their reflection, and it's supposed to be symbolic when you see shots like this. So yeah, it's like in this moment, she's connecting with her past self that made that bracelet. It's the first step in her journey to remembering who she is. The Chromonocle, that's the map of the rainbow sky. And I just thought this was beautifully shot. And it was just a quick scene, and you don't really notice it unless you're really looking. This is the first time I ever picked up on that. It's those little nuances that make these rewatches so cool to me. Even here, you can see her reflection in this table. Ethan shows up, like, once again, I swear, looking like he's running the place with his little staff and his yellow jacket. And Ethan, remember, is kind of known for his scowl. He's always scowling. Have you noticed, like, on Jeremy's Discord server, there's an emoji called Ethan Mean Mug, because he's always got this scowl face.
my favorite Ethan moment is when he gives, like, Sarah side eye when he walks past her, like, later in the season. He just has this complete, like angry side eye. That's definitely a man in yellow look.
It totally is. Oh my God. Yeah. I love his scowl. Yeah, and he's looking miserable here too. So he shows up and he says, "When's Dad coming home?" And she says, soon. I don't think he'll be much longer. He asks her what's wrong, and she says, nothing. I'm just admiring this piece of lonely dragon's treasure. Again, could they be any more obvious? This is the piece of treasure she needed to find. This is the figurative map of the rainbow sky. They literally are telling us this in the show. It's right there. I love that metaphor too. It's great. It doesn't have to be, people hear map and they think that it has to be an actual map. No, it doesn't. It's just something that helps her find herself. So she's not lost anymore. That's the whole point. Again, their reflection is there. She's staring at the bracelet. Wow, it almost like he looks kind of like he's looking right at the camera in this shot. It's kind of interesting.
He's looking at the light just before it starts to flicker because he knows it's going to flicker.
Yeah. Right? Oh my god. Yeah, because he looks at the light and he says, why does that light keep turning on and off? And Robert had an interesting theory earlier that maybe it flickers when people are around who have been reincarnated. That's cool. I like that theory. Although, didn't Jim investigate a flickering light in the excuse me, in the clinic once, and then Tilly showed up and interrupted him? I think.
Yeah, maybe.
I think. But what the hell is all this stuff on the table? Car parts, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking that the flickering lights were from, like spirits of the dead trying to communicate. Kind of reminds me of in Stranger Things, flickering lights are like, some entity trying to communicate from the upside down. There's definitely a reason for it, but yeah, it could be spirits of the dead. Who knows? But so Tabitha said, this is interesting here. I never noticed this little detail before. Tabitha says, how about you and I have an adventure? And he says, what kind of adventure? She says, some sort of treasure hunt. The game's going to be called Where Does the Light Come From? We'll need tools, right? He says, yes. And she says, I found your tool. Is that a screwdriver?
No.
That's a screwdriver. Okay. Why is this his tool? Interesting.
You know why, Julie. You know why it's his tool.
You know what I'm thinking. I mean,
go to town on people's eyeballs, Ethan. That's fine.
I mean, I just find it very strange and a weird coincidence that she says, here, this is your tool, and hands him a screwdriver. Later, so earlier in this very season, didn't Sarah use a screwdriver to stab Toby in the neck? Yeah.
Could be the same one.
Yeah. Sarah, some kind of evil voice in her head told her to stab Toby in the neck with a screwdriver. Later, she takes Elgin's eye out with a screwdriver too, in season 3. And I believe she was brought to town by the big bad, the man in yellow, whether they're one and the same or whatever. I think the man in yellow brought her to town. And that may be Ethan.
It's interesting because his sweatshirt is kind of open like lapels on a suit. Kind of out. And the shirt right there.
Oh my God.
It kind of looks very familiar to what Doug Hughes is wearing at the end of season 3.
It kind of is. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. It looks like
a suit.
It looks so much like lapels on a suit. It really does. If this is all just a coincidence and it turns out to be nothing, I'm going to be shocked because I swear to God, it just looks so much like they're foreshadowing that he'll be the man.
Like you'd have somebody just folding those out a little bit more so they look like lapels.
Seriously, it really does look like that. That's crazy. And the screwdriver thing. This is your tool, okay? And takes that out of a red toolbox. Red is like, it indicates evil, of course. She takes a hammer and says, this is my tool. And they go over to the wall and she smashes a hole into it. So this is the beginning of her journey, It started with finding that damn bracelet. So before she found the bracelet, she is handing him his screwdriver. And before she found that bracelet, when Jim mentioned the lights, she didn't care. Like, he mentioned that the lights shouldn't work, and she really wasn't that interested. That bracelet lit a fire under her. That connection to her past life lit a fire under her. All of a sudden, she's smashing holes in the wall and digging in the basement like a mad woman by the end of the episode. That's what started her on her journey. It's because she found that so-called map of the rainbow sky, and she's off on her quest as the crumb.
And she's also digging a hole right underneath those birds, because they made those bird noises for the Cromanacle.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like it's very symbolic that she's digging a hole right there underneath those birds.
Right? Definitely. Yeah, and he's like, Mom! Shocked that she's smashing a hole in the wall. Oh, thanks, Amy. We appreciate it. William Waddy says, Jim was checking out the flickering exit sign in the clinic. That's right.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing. Oh, yeah, it was an exit sign. That's an interesting point. We know Jim was doomed to die there, so Amy mentioned too they get her in the hospital window too where it reflects. Yes. It's like her connecting with her past self. Now, yeah, it was Tabitha's reflection. The showrunners said that it wasn't Miranda, but it was still that imagery of the dual selves, that it's more than just her. She has past lives. I think that's why they showed the reflection. William Waddy said she found where the monsters rest and where Julie travels. Yeah, that's right. Well, so in this scene, now this is another crucial scene. I swear every single episode in this season there's not a single bit of filler anywhere in this entire season. Every single one is consequential. Because this one has Jim climbing the tree, and again, I think this is more symbolism here for what his fate is going to be. He says, "Hey, I'm snagged somewhere. Can you see where it's caught?" And Jim said, "Yeah. I'm snagged somewhere. Can you see where it's caught?" And Jade says, "Oh, no, not really." And Jim says, "Just give it a shake. See if you can wiggle it free." What is Jim stuck in? He's tethered to a freaking tree, just like he was pinned by a tree in the RV in the first episode. And I think it's symbolic of the fact that Tabitha's messed up family tree is what trapped him here and ultimately doomed him. It's her twisted family tree of reincarnated selves that made him get stuck here. He just happened to be married to the wrong person.
Yeah, it's interesting that the male Cromanacle here would get him to go up a tree because the male Cromanacle has vertigo, supposedly.
Right?
So he makes Jim do the dirty work while he's on the ground.
Yeah, and he didn't even feel like loosening that tether or whatever that cord is. When Jim got snagged, Jade was like, "Yeah, whatever." He just, reaches out and loosens it, and then Jim can move again. But again, Jim was stuck in a freaking tree. And why? Because of Tabitha and Jade waiting on Jade to help him move that thing. And Tabitha, because he's the reason she's stuck there in that place to begin with. Tabitha was always going to be stuck there no matter what. It was her destiny because she was reincarnated. And poor Jim. I actually, looking back on this now, I have sympathy for him more than I did before. Because he never had a chance. So yeah, he's stuck in the tree again, symbolism, and
like a cat,
like a cat. Yeah. Now this is the start of Jade's second vision. He puts his hand on the tree, and all of a sudden it's dripping with blood. Right when he touches the tree, and again, the tree is symbolic of his twisted, reincarnated family tree. So it's fitting that the vision kicks off when he touches it. again, symbolism, and blood on his hands. Now, when I first saw this, I thought, uh-oh, like, this is foreshadowing that he's guilty of being part of that child sacrifice. Is he, like, even before they revealed that the kids were sacrificed, I was worried that he was part of it in the beginning because of this symbolism. But now I think it's just because he and Tabitha have failed over and over again to complete their mission, even though they've tried. They've failed to break the cycle and end this. So in a way, he does have blood on his hands because he keeps failing in his past lives. So that's the guilt. He didn't sacrifice those kids, thank God. I'm glad I was wrong on that. But in a way, he's got blood on his hands for failing to save them, for failing to stop the cycle in every single life subsequently. So, one of the most memorable scenes in the whole history of the show. I've got to go by this quick because it's got.
So, why do you think the people are in the tree like this?
That's a good question.
Because they're not children, so they weren't sacrificed in that respect. But I don't know where they were sacrificed for something else. Or are they just monster? Like the monsters ate them and then strung them up for fun? I never really have understood why they're in the tree like this.
I think, again, it comes down to, personally, I think it's symbolic. I don't think that they ever were actually strung up in the tree. I think it's symbolic of innocent people who got caught up in this place, again, because of this twisted family tree of reincarnated people. Maybe even cursed bloodlines. So ancestry, as in that kind of family tree. Maybe certain people were cursed to wind up there again and again because they were related to those townspeople. But either way, I think it's about family trees. And like, if you think about it, Tabitha's premonition dream had Jim hanging upside down in it. Jim was never actually hanging upside down. It was just symbolic that he was going to die and get caught up in all of this.
Hopefully when he dies, the man in yellow doesn't symbolically hang him upside down.
Right.
Or they find him that way. I mean, because this looks to me like this thing all like has like a kind of Civil War feel. So I wasn't sure if it was this war related, like some warring thing happened here, or a bunch. Can you imagine a bunch of people, a bunch of Civil War soldiers that get stuck in some reason? Like a whole troop?
Oh, that's what it looks like happened. Yeah, I think they're real victims that got stuck there. Like,
I'd love to know that backstory of how they got there.
I know, right? Like, how did they arrive? They didn't have cars, so like,
to be on horses.
Maybe on horses. They just showed up. Thought they were riding into battle, and they wound up in Frumville instead.
Yeah, I mean, I find that fascinating. I'd love to hear the story.
Me too. I've always found that interesting. Yeah. Imagine how confused they would be. Like, they're riding on horses, and they just wind up there.
You see a tree, and they're here.
That's it. Yeah. Before cars, I imagine people arrived on horses and in covered wagons, and before that, probably boats. Maybe the original, I don't know. I don't know if the original people maybe showed up in boats because of the cave painting, but looks like boats. But yeah, I
always kind of thought that was going to be their way out, would be boats, because it was by the Red Cthulhu, like Smiley Rebirth, but maybe they're getting out with the flood and boats and stuff.
Well, yeah, I think that's a possibility. Yeah, there could be a body of water out there that they just haven't found yet. And that, again, I've said it before, that could be why the monsters only come out at night, to keep people anchored in the town so they don't venture off in the woods. I really think that whole system with the monsters only coming out at night and then having the talismans, it really keeps them anchored there so they don't keep venturing out like Boyd was in the woods. Maybe there's a way out there. Possible. Yeah. And, because if the monsters were just around all the time, then there'd be nothing to keep them anchored there. If it were me, I would run off into the woods instead and try to find a way out through there. So it would just be a 24/7 free for all if they were always out.
Yeah, and this tree thing always reminded me of the sins of the fathers too. Like the colonial people had the sin of the fathers with the guy with the skull and the blood, and this would be the sin of the fathers because of war.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, or especially with colonists coming in and treating like the natives wrong, and then having the war where like now we've gone beyond that, and now there's warring factions in the actual country if they're using America as a base.
Mm. Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's why I always thought that was a statement they were trying to say, but I don't know if they were exactly saying that or just kind of glossing over it.
Yeah, there definitely could be a theme of the sins of the fathers for sure. Like, absolutely. I mean, the historical references.
There's a lot of blood here. There's always a lot of blood with Jade, you know?
There's always a lot of blood. He gets completely soaked in it. So it's not just on his hands. He becomes completely, it starts pouring off of his bodies all over him. And again, I think it's symbolic of the fact that it's all of the blood of all the people who have died there through all these cycles. And he's failed to figure it out every single time. Failed to save the children with Tabitha in every single life. So essentially, like, the blood is all over him. It's like it's partly his fault, even though he personally didn't do anything. That's what I think it means. And it's a really amazing visual.
Yeah, I mean, Tabby doesn't get the blood all over her like he does.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like it's kind of unfair, you know. It's on him to try to figure it out. It's like they both have their own missions. He's supposed to be the one to figure it all out, and she saves the children somehow. I don't know what that means anymore. They're not alive. So I honestly don't know what they're supposed to do. But they've failed, whatever it is, every single time. So,
well, I'm thinking maybe they save the children from a curse instead of saving them.
right.
You know, to become human again. Maybe they save them by changing a curse that maybe changes the monsters into humans, or lifts a curse, a Fromville curse.
Right.
Sins of the fathers.
Yeah. It could be something like that, where their spirits are trapped there. So yeah, this
And
now
the
soldier. I still believe that every single person he's seen in his visions is a past version of himself. That's very debatable, but look at how disfigured his face is. It looks like he was burned.
It's all blurry.
It's blurry, but it's impossible to get a clear shot of it. But
yeah, it's real quick.
His face is very disfigured, as if it were burned. There's a better one.
Well, that's where they theorize that could be Elgin in another life.
Because of the eye, yeah.
Because his face is almost exactly the same with the eye gone and all that, yeah.
It could be. It could be. I'm still going with past versions of Jade in every vision, just because each of them is from a different historical time period. So it could be, it would make sense if he's seeing himself, because Miranda saw visions of herself in past lives, and Tabitha saw it differently, but like she saw it more from a first person view of Miranda's memory, and I think that could be just because she had an actual connection to a past life through Victor, her son from a past life. Jade doesn't have that kind of connection to help him. I think his visions are more chaotic and confusing.
They're very aggressive. Like, there's some guy chasing him that's firing a musket at him, or a rifle, and then the other guy's being more aggressive, like with offering him blood.
Yeah, and the guy under the boulder screams at him.
Yeah.
You know? The Puritan guy chokes him.
Yeah, I mean, they're all very violent, very aggressive.
The only one that's not is Christopher, who just stands and sinisterly holds the book of symbols open.
And also mocks him with Jasper.
Right. So, and yeah, since one of the visions involves Christopher, who we know is one of his past selves, again, I just think it makes sense for all of them to be past versions of himself who were from different time periods. And it's like they're angry at him, aka themselves, for not not figuring it out, like, you know, like he's like blaming himself. Look at that! Look at that!
Yeah, that's pretty crazy if that's what it is.
Yeah,
being attacked by yourself.
I know. I find that very ironic and fitting if it is. It's like him blaming himself, past versions of himself. They really soaked him in blood too. Like he looks crazy. And so these visions are not capable of actually harming him. We saw it in this vision for the first time that he literally got shot and stabbed with the bayonet and nothing happened to him. So these visions are just like waking dreams and, you know, possibly memories if they're versions of himself, but it's like it could go either way. You know, I'm keeping an open mind and see what happens, but either way, yeah, we found out from this that it's no matter how scary it gets or violent, it can't hurt him because we literally saw him get shot and stabbed. Just like when he was choked in season 3, he was perfectly fine.
Yeah, these spirits don't really like him, especially I guess if they're himself.
Yeah, and if it is, let's say it is Elgin. I mean, it would make sense if it is Elgin, past versions of him, to be really angry. You know, like fuck you for not figuring this out, and you know this dooming me to this horrible fate.
Yeah, or even in the past, it could be that they became monsters. You know, the soldiers became monsters through some nefarious means, getting their eyes poked out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Like maybe if they are past versions of Elgin, then I would have to say they were brought to town and had the same kind of thing going on where they were manipulated into helping another monster get born. You know.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a backstory, like even just a little taste, a little snippet of like the colonial life and how those people got there, the Civil War soldiers and how they got there.
Oh yeah,
just a little bit of a taste of their backstory.
I hope we get that through Julie because Julie has the ability to story walk.
That would be great. Yeah, that'd be great if she could just observe that.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Some of these are funny, Amy. they look ridiculous. Oh, hey, Carlaway. Nice to see you. Appreciate you stopping in. Rose said, which of Tabitha's husbands will comfort her at Jim's funeral? Nice. I don't know. If Jim had stuck around, can you imagine? That would have been such a messy family dynamic. My 3 husbands. Ugh, that's just sitcom gold. William Waddy said Spanish explorers brought horses to North America on boats. Oh, in the 15th
pony on a boat.
Wow, interesting. Amy said that the boats in the caves that Boyd is probably going to save everyone that way. It's entirely possible. Amy said, I think that is how Fatima is connected to the Civil War because of her dad. Well, she came from Iran.
Yeah, but so I think she means the theme of war.
Oh, gotcha.
Because they shot her dad, and it seems to be, a war motivated death.
Yes, I gotcha. William Waddy said, innocent blood appears to be feeding the trees. Yep. And Ethan and Jade are master manipulators. Jade? Why Jade? Others do Ethan and Jade's dirty work. Okay. Every time they have hope, someone dies and or blood shows up. Well, I can see your argument there. So, yeah, I don't know. Ghost Christopher behind them with the doll. I love Ghost Christopher. He's hilarious. Yeah, seriously. I want more of that. Yes, Amy. Her dad actually he was in a war zone. He was actually a cleric, an outspoken cleric in Iran, and he was dragged out of his house and murdered. So they're basically living in a war zone nonstop. So yeah, there is a connection to war. All right, Dieter, what's with the bells? It's not time to go yet.
Oh, do you want me to get the bell? It's on the table.
It's not time yet. Hey, Football Infinity, what's up? Nice to see you. Yeah, not time yet. We still got more episodes. Still got more episode to go through. So yeah, he could be seeing past versions of himself. I'm still leaning in that direction, or it could be visions of past victims of this place that are angry at him, because he didn't figure everything out. He's supposed to be the one to do it, and he keeps failing. He killed it in this scene. Oh my god, the absolute terror. And yet somehow it's comical when you look at the stills. The absolute terror on his face. Look at his eyeball right there. I like this effect. There's a flash of light as it's coming out of it. They didn't do this with any of his other visions. There's this flash of bright light as Jim snaps him out of it, and he looks around. He's still covered in blood for a second. Look at this still. Oh my god, it's so well done. Like, it must have been uncomfortable to shoot, though. Imagine getting slathered in that much blood.
Yeah, because it's like a syrup, right? Like a kind of syrupy.
Yeah.
Syrupy sugar.
God, I wish I could ask David about. I know this was way back in season 1, but I would love to hear about how it was to shoot this. Like, couldn't have been too comfortable, and Nova Scotia can get pretty chilly outside. So, yeah. But they did an amazing job executing this. I can only imagine how much work went into it. And he was, as much as he seems like he's comic relief, he's also an incredible dramatic actor and incredible at showing terror. He has so much range and emotional depth. Absolutely amazing. Now look at this effect. So there's this flash of light, and then there's Jim. It looks like
like an angel, like he's gonna die. A rainbow. There's a rainbow in the sky.
There's a rainbow right here. Rainbow
sky.
Oh my god. Until just this very moment, looking at this still, I never saw this. This isn't something you would notice unless you pause it at just the right moment. But the rainbow sky, and we just had a reference to it in this episode.
We found the rainbow sky, Julie.
Oh my god. This show is a work of fucking genius. I can't even get over this. How amazing this. I've never rewatched a show with this much excitement before, because now all of this stuff, it makes sense now. It's coming together. The puzzle pieces are coming together.
And Jim's wearing lighter colors, so he looks like angelic.
He looks like an angel here, like he's gonna die again. He's illuminated by all this light. They didn't do this with any of Jade's other visions. There was no flash of light or anything like that. Again, it's more foreshadowing Jim was going to die. It was foreshadowed from the very first episode. He was fated to die here. And there's the rainbow sky that was referenced. Ethan said, the Chromoncle was lost in the rainbow sky. In this very episode, both Jade and Tabitha find a metaphorical map, and then they're not lost anymore, and that they have a connection to their past. It's perfect. Yeah, we were wondering where the rainbow sky is, and boom, it's right there. This place is like the rainbow sky. It sounds pleasant, but it's actually not. It's not a good thing at all. I wonder why they chose to call it that, though. The rainbow sky. I don't know, but yeah.
I mean, there's one on the book cover too. There's a carbuncle, and then there's a rainbow above her.
Right. Yeah.
In the sky.
Yeah. So yeah, there it is, and there's Jim looking quite angelic, and Jade looks hilarious here, like a complete maniac. Jim is trying to comfort him, and he comes real close to the camera too. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
It's all right. It's all right. There's nothing here. The lighting and everything is just beautiful. He did an amazing job.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like an angel out of heaven, just like coming down and picking him up off the ground.
And then these blue and red dashes in there too. They're kind of nice.
Yeah, beautifully done there. And yeah, blue and red are primary colors in the series too. So I wonder how long it took them to get these perfect shots. I'm probably sure they worked on a lot and waited for the right lighting.
Like
Jade,
the golden hour.
like the golden hour, it's the best hour to take photos.
Mm-hmm.
I love the golden hour. Yeah, so Jade is like, don't touch me, and he runs off. He snaps out of it, and yeah, what a scene. What a memorable scene. I think out of all his visions, that one is the most memorable one for me out of every single one he's had. And he's had a lot of, he's had multiple amazing visions that stick in your head. But that one, it doesn't really beat getting completely soaked in blood, getting shot and stabbed by a bayonet. That's about as intense as it's gotten for him. Where the hell's my phone? Ugh. My phone keeps disappearing on me.
I also need to make a statement in my notes that said the Civil War soldier tried to impale Jade because there's a lot of impaling going on.
Oh, impaling like
with a bayonet.
Oh yeah. Like people getting stabbed and tethered to trees and stuff like that.
Or just basically impaled, like the skull guy, his head being impaled to a tree, Kelly's head being impaled to a tree, Ethan with the table leg through his leg impaled.
Right.
It seems to be kind of like the sliced throat. It's kind of like the modus operandi of the monsters and entities.
It is. It's like it's a recurring tactic that they do for sure. Okay, so is that all you had on that?
Yeah, that's all I had. That was my other note.
Okay, cool. So then we come back to Khatri and Sarah in the basement, and he thinks that that Sarah might be part of the plan. So she says the voices said they wanted to help, that they'd been here a long time.
Yeah. Did you want me to say this since your voices works?
Oh, yeah, you could say it if you want. I'm fine.
I wrote down, the voices have been here for a long time and we're waiting for someone to come who would hear them. Someone who would help them escape, help them to go home. 2 cars. It's happened before.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. She said they were just like us. Yeah. So Khatri said, well, why did you believe them? And she said, because they told me things they couldn't know. They told me those 2 cars were coming and to stand out near the edge of town and I would see. They said it happened before, that 2 cars came on the same day and everyone died. They said it was because of the people in the cars. Yeah. But if I did what they said, that we'd be safe, we'd get to go home. Okay, now this is really crucial dialogue here. This is huge. So who are these voices? I'm thinking at this point, probably spirits of the dead. Probably spirits of the dead, and they've been waiting a long time for someone who could hear them. Maybe Sarah just has powers, medium powers, to hear the dead. No one has ever been able to hear them before, apparently, or at least not in a long time. And they knew things they couldn't know. So why? Because it's happened before. 2 cars came on the same day and everyone died because of the people in the cars. Now, for anybody who thinks is confused, like that, if you don't think that Miranda and Christopher were in the 2 cars in the last cycle, I think this is a strong implication that they were. It happened before, and everyone died because of the 2 people, one in each car, who were reincarnated because they failed their mission. It's not that they did something bad necessarily. I don't know. Christopher, I think, did something bad. We don't know what he did. But at any rate, even Tabitha's past lives are responsible for not for everyone dying because they keep failing their mission.
Yeah, and it feels like they're kind of cursed spirits too that need to escape.
Mm-hmm.
That they want to go home, so they're kind of in limbo, I would say.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Trapped spirits of the dead who are just like them. They got trapped there too when they were alive, and they're trapped as spirits and want to get out. That's what I think. I believe that at this point still. I haven't seen anything in season 3 to change my mind about that. If anything, I believe it even more now. Now, yeah, so I think what the implication is that in every single cycle, Tabitha and Jade keep coming back in 2 separate vehicles. They probably showed up in 2 separate covered wagons at one point, but every single time, it's because of the people in the 2 cars. It keeps happening. That's why Victor says 2 cars arriving at once is special. He doesn't know why. He just senses that it is. And now there was some confusion because Victor talks about it as if he wasn't in one of those cars, but that's just his unreliable narration. That's his poor memory.
Well, if he couldn't remember his sister, then he may not remember riding in a car either.
Exactly. He says vague things like, the 2 cars came. I first saw the boy in white before the 2 cars came. He said something like that this first season, and it's like, it makes it sound like he wasn't in one of the cars. It's just his poor memory, clearly. He was definitely with Miranda in one of the 2 cars, and Christopher was in the other one. It's the only thing that makes sense. And yeah, everyone died in the last cycle. That's what the voices are telling her. Because of the people in the 2 cars. It's not that they can see the future. It's just all happened before. It's those 2 people who were reincarnated and failed their mission. It resulted in everyone dying. Christopher did something, I think, to trigger it. I don't know what it was, but he definitely did something. I think he snapped and he failed his mission one way or the other. I think he definitely did something nefarious enough to make Miranda tell her kids to hide from him. And yeah, everyone died. So the voices don't want that to happen again. Now, they said to kill Ethan. That's the thing that we have to question now. Why? Why would that allow everyone to go home? Either they're lying and it's part of the evil entity, or Ethan really did need to die and he's going to be the man in yellow. Those are the options here. Like, I don't want to believe that theory, but it would make sense if he doesn't become the man in yellow, maybe everyone would have gotten to go home. All of it would end. But I think what these spirits don't understand is I don't think it's possible to kill Ethan. If he's destined, predetermined to become the man in yellow and he already has a future, he's already grown up in a past timeline, then you can't just kill him. No matter what, you could, like I've said before, you could fire a gun at him and the gun would jam every time. It wouldn't work. If this is all predetermined, then you can't stop him from growing up. You can't kill him. The spirits that are talking to Sarah, maybe they just don't understand that. I don't know. Or I don't know, maybe they'll deviate from the predetermination model of time travel and say, okay, it is possible to kill this kid, even though he has a future, in my opinion, at this moment. It's just at this moment I have this opinion. It's not like, I'm gonna, what the hell happened to Scarlet? I'm like, Scarlet got quiet. She dropped off. I'm sure it's her device malfunctioning and she'll be back on. I'm like, where the hell is she? But yeah. William Waddy says, hashtag Team Sarah. Only Sarah and Victor mentioned 2 cars. Yes. Yeah. That's true. And Football Infinity says, since we filed out Miranda died, you think we'll find out? Since we found out Miranda died, you think we'll find out how Christopher dies? Yes. I think we will. I think we will find out how Christopher dies. Yeah, Umbra, you want to join? I'll send you a link. I'll send you a link if you want to join. Sometimes Scarlet has technical difficulties. She'll probably be back. If you want to join, you're more than welcome. Let me see. I'm gonna send you a link. I just sent it to you in Discord, Umbra. If you wanna join. I'm like, I was wondering why I'm hearing silence. Normally she's responding to what I'm saying. Oh, she dropped off. Not hearing any sound. Amy said maybe Man in Yellow killed them. Yeah, it's possible that Man in Yellow just wiped everybody out. Just wiped everybody out in the previous cycle. We don't know why yet, but yeah. But yeah, at Football Infinity, they need to show how Christopher died. I think we're gonna find that out. I've heard a theory that maybe that body in that secret room that skeleton was Christopher, which is possible, I guess. I don't know if he would have dressed like that, though. It was wearing jeans. We never saw Christopher dressed like that, so I'm not so sure, but maybe. Like Amy said, I think the town drove Christopher crazy. Oh, yeah. I think he snapped. I think the boy in white tried to tell him too much, and he couldn't handle all of that knowledge dumped on him at once, and he just snapped. Yeah. Rose Jones said, I think being soaked in my loved one's blood is mental torture. Oh, God, yeah. Horrifying. For sure. David Agiel says, wait until you realize how many times you see the sun in the background, on lampshades, on clocks, on the merry-go-round. Wow, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, sun symbolism. They do that on purpose. 100%. Oh, yeah. Faith and Repentance said, we will see him again. Hashtag Ghost Jim. Yes. Yes. I think he's going to be back. Yeah. Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, that's really interesting. So like that scene where I was showing the screenshot of Jim looking like an angel saving Jade. Oh, Scarlet's back. Hey Scarlet, what happened?
All you do is look up Willie McCovey because you want to know what he did. You get kicked out of StreamYard.
If you like, sometime if you want me to Google something quick, you can always.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I'll take you up on your offer.
Write it in the private chat next time, and or if I'm out of the StreamYard tab looking at photos, then you can just tell me, and I'll Google something for you.
Alrighty.
No worries there. What were you? So you were looking up what again?
Willie McCovey, because Boy makes reference to him when he finds the ball.
When he finds the ball, what ball?
The baseball.
Oh, the baseball. Gotcha.
Where he's going to be a daddy to Kenny, and they're going to play catch.
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious.
I know, right? Yeah. It's so wholesome. It's like something out of Leave It to Beaver.
So where were we in this scene?
I was just looking back at some things people wrote in the chat, and this was interesting. You know that shot where it looked like Jim was an angel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe it's going to be some. William Waddy said Ghost Jim saving Jade again, and Faith and Repentance said, will we see him again? Hashtag Ghost Jim. What if Ghost Jim shows up and actually does something or says something that helps save Jade at some point? Wouldn't that be interesting? Like maybe this was foreshadowing that. I could see that, because he looked like Amy said, like we were saying, and like Amy said here, he looked like a ghost.
Yeah,
he totally looked like a ghost. It's foreshadowing that he's gonna die, and who knows, maybe Ghost Jim will do something, tell Jade something that's gonna save him in the future, and everybody will love Jim then. Well, the Jim haters will be quiet then. We'll all be Jim lovers. Yes. Anybody that saves my Jade, you're all right in my book. Faith and Repentance said, hope everyone had a great Christmas and New Year's. I hope you did too. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed your holidays. Nice to see you back. Mofi, what's up? For whom the bell tolls.
Tolls for thee.
Yes, indeed. Hey husband, hashtag Jade's wives. All right, so Amy says, I don't think they meant kill the boy in white because the boy in white is not alive. Right, the kill the boy message on Sarah's arm. I don't think so either, personally. Although if you think about it, I could see the argument for it just because, like, there's this mission of save the children, and the children are clearly not alive anymore. Save the Ankui kids. Well, the message kill the boy in white is really no weirder than saying save the Ankui kids who are dead. So I could see the argument that maybe it could have meant the boy in white, but I personally don't think so. I don't know. Right now, I'm kind of in the unpopular theory camp of it was Ethan, and Ethan may be the man in yellow in the future. I don't know.
I wonder if you could even kill the boy in white.
I don't think you can. I think he's probably a spirit. Do you think what do you think he is? What do we think he is in the chat? Is he a ghost? Like, what the hell is he? Is he a ghost of a child who died here? Was he one of the extra Ankui kids who got away from the sacrifice? If so, why is he wearing what looks like a Wimbledon outfit instead of Puritan-looking clothes?
He's out to play tennis.
He looks like he's going to play tennis.
Somebody remarked it could be like a confirmation outfit too, like in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that too. It doesn't really make sense for him to be one of the Ankui kids if you look at his clothes, because the Ankui kids look like they're wearing undergarments from what could be a colonial period, I think. It's hard to say, but that's what I've heard, that those could be.
I mean, it seems kind of, I mean, they're kind of vague, but it does seem earlier than what he's wearing.
Right. So it doesn't
on some level.
It doesn't fit the time period. And now I understand, okay, the monsters don't fit the time period either. They've got 50s and 60s clothes, but to me, that makes a little more sense because the monsters are more corporeal and the boy in white is some other type of entity. Like,
but he's also immortal, but he also ages.
And yet somehow he ages because they had to write that into the script so that
like
they
a
could
nature spirit, then a nature spirit tied to the trees and the land.
Yeah,
everything's like Puck. Changing. He's like a Puck.
Everything's changing here, so he's gonna be teen and white, and then he's gonna be. Next thing you know, he's gonna be bearded teen and white, and I mean, so yeah, he'll be BTIW instead of BIW. So yeah, he's a huge mystery, and by the way, he is the subject of my next video, which I was going to release. I have the script completely done finally. I have almost all the pictures in order. I was gonna release it and record it rather, and then I found out, and then Doug Hughes messaged me, and I was like, oh my god, I've gotta focus on
drop everything.
I had to drop everything, and so
the man in white, he's calling me.
Yes. Man in yellow shows up. You gotta answer.
I'm not calling the man in white by mistake. I'm sorry.
I knew what you meant. I was like,
I'm so brain dead. I had a long day.
Yeah, no worries. Man in yellow, I had to drop everything. So after the interview is done, we're gonna do it Friday. After the interview with Doug Hughes is done, I'll finally record and release that boy in white video, and I'm still unclear on what exactly he is, but right now I'm going with a spirit of someone who died here, and it could be potentially an avatar for some other entity, but whatever it is, whatever he is, I think he's there to help end the cycle. That's what I think. But yeah, he's one of the biggest mysteries of this entire place, and I know Tony thinks that he's pure evil, but I don't think so anymore. Do I think he's pure good? No. No, it's ambiguous. He's just doing whatever he can to try to end the cycle, and if it means bringing people there to try to help the ones that are trapped, well, then he'll do it, but then that's going to make them suffer too. So that's my thought on that. But I have a whole video coming up on what I think is going on with the boy in white, how he connects to the man in yellow, and yeah, it's finally going to come probably this weekend, I would say.
I wonder if he isn't connected to the land, because the land changed, the trees changed, he changed. He's connected to the faraway trees.
Yeah.
The from land itself.
Yeah. Maybe it's something like that, some type of spirit connected to the land.
Mm-hmm.
He's aging as the trees are changing.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got Martin here. Martin in the chat.
Oh, it's Martin.
It's Martin. I thought the second boy in white was a creation from the big bad to fool them. I don't think he's aged, but I ain't dived deep into that yet. Yeah, I think they had to just write that in because he was growing up too fast. That's what I think.
It was nice of them to want to keep the same actor, I'll just say, instead of just like killing him off or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen at all. I love that actor. I didn't want them to change it. It looked like a different actor when she saw him on the street in Camden. It didn't look like the same kid. I was like, what the hell? They recast him. So I think they did some CGI.
Yeah, I think it was just kind of bad CGI.
It was bad CGI. I think they de-aged him. Amy said Ghost Jim shows up and sees Jade kiss Tabby. That would be rough. Right? Amy agrees that kill the boy refers to Ethan. William said push the boy in white out of the lighthouse tower and maybe go home. Well, you never know. They may be throwing us off, making the man in yellow look like Randall. Yeah, Amy, I think they are throwing us off. I don't think it's Randall. Rose said confirmation is white formal wear, no shorts. Yeah, the shorts make it look like tennis. He's going to play tennis.
Yeah, I do like the tennis thing.
Oh yeah. Football Infinity says Ethan being the big bad would be so disappointing and satisfying at the same time if it happens. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel. Because I love Ethan as a character. I would really hate to see that come to pass. And yet at the same time, it would be satisfying because when we're looking back, we can see clues that could point in that direction, that could foreshadow this is going to happen. And so it would be satisfying in a storytelling way. Like, wow, they planned this out in a diabolical, ingenious way. Look at this. Like, you'd never expect it in the beginning. So in a way, yeah, it would be satisfying, even though it would suck. We don't want this, but it's weird. It would be a weird combination of those two things. I completely agree. But we'll see, I might change my mind when season 4 comes around. Who knows? Or when we continue this rewatch. Hey, what's up, AAMM? Nice to see you. Football says, just because I don't want to be wrong, I still think the boy in white is Tabitha's original self kid. It's possible. She always has multiple kids, so maybe she had the daughter and the boy in white. Yeah, I tend to think that she should have a son and a daughter. It seems like in every life. Maybe that's a coincidence with Miranda. She had a son and a daughter. Honestly, it's crazy. Maybe that's why Thomas had to die, because Tabitha's only supposed to have two. I mean, Tabitha's only supposed to have 2 kids.
That's horrible. What a horrible way to go.
Isn't that terrible?
Sorry, Thomas. Well, can I be put up for adoption? No, you can't. There's only one way out. It's off this table.
Yep. I think Man in Yellow. I think Man in Yellow made that phone call, distracted them. Thomas fell off the changing table. That's it.
So Ethan made a call that caused his brother to die.
Maybe Robert Saunders originally. It's pretty rough. So if that's the case, then Ethan made the call that caused his brother to die, and he killed his own father. If he becomes Man in Yellow.
Or else Julie was story walking and affected the phone to warn them about something, and then Thomas died accidentally.
Yeah, that could happen too. We got we've got somebody here. It's Umbra, but with a different name. What is this? Jasmine's What is that? Baby daddy?
Jocelyn's baby daddy. It's okay to have a monster baby as long as she's hot. Is that what you're saying?
Nice.
I know where that baby came from.
Oh man, that's great.
What's up, ladies?
Oh, not much. We're just hanging out. Thanks for joining them, bro.
You're talking away. I don't know what to say. I'll say it anyway. I'm sorry. I'm listening to 80s music in the background.
Oh, I love it. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. I love some good 80s music. Classic.
Yeah, it's the best.
Hell yes.
So what part are we up to right now? What's the discussion we're at?
Well, we were talking about the nature of the boy in white and man in yellow. We kind of got off track from the episode, but yeah, we were talking about like whether or not like the boy in white is like what he is exactly. Is he a spirit? Is he something else? Like, is he a kid that died there? Someone in the comments said maybe he was Tabitha and Jade's son, along with that Ankui daughter, which it could be. I like that idea. But he's one of the biggest mysteries in the whole show, really. Like, what exactly he is. Why does he look like he's dressed up to play tennis? Like, what the hell? It's so bizarre to me. It doesn't fit in with the period of the Ankui kids, the time period looking. So, yeah.
It is pretty odd. He seems like the milkman's child or something like that. Like the outfit he's wearing is like what you think it was like what milkman would wear back in the day or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, AA has a theory. I think the boy in white was the man in yellow's son who got away from the sacrifice, or he was still sacrificed, but doesn't present himself in his sacrificed form like the other kids' entities can appear however they want. Okay. Could be. Let's see. Rose said that would be a crazy twist if Front made that distracting phone call. I think so. Robert Saunders originally came up with this idea that an entity from made that call that led to Thomas the baby falling off the changing table, and I agree with him. And right now, I'm thinking it was the man in yellow that was responsible, but who knows? It could have been someone else. That would be crazy because the death of Thomas and all of that trauma and grief, it's the perfect way to throw an obstacle in Tabitha's path. She was always destined to wind up in Fromville no matter what. She would have gotten there anyway, but that trauma was a huge obstacle in her trying to figure everything out. Trauma clouds your whole mind. That kind of grief. I wouldn't be surprised if Man in Yellow or some other entity from Fromville was responsible for that phone call. It fits perfectly. Oh, William Waddy, interesting. Cain and Abel, Ethan and Thomas. There are many biblical references in the show, and if Ethan becomes the man in yellow, if he made that phone call that led to his brother's death, then yeah, it would be like Cain and Abel. That's super interesting, William. It could be, Amy said, especially with the markings on the kids' heads and the totems, the mark of Cain is what I thought of. Nice. I love this, you guys. So fascinating. Doc says, so I thought I was going to have to see if I could put off from Academy a week since I'm a bit behind in my research. But I've come down with something affecting my sinuses, so I got to call out tomorrow. So now I will have plenty of time to research. Okay, Doc. Well, no worries. If you wind up feeling too sick and you don't feel up to it, no worries at all. Like, just let me know. No problem. Don't stress. This is all fun. We've got plenty of time, loads and loads of weeks ahead of us as we wait for season 4. AA said the boy in white you said looks like he's dressed to play tennis. Maybe he belonged to whatever family owned colony house. Yeah, maybe. Golden Child said Julie made the phone call. Hey, Scarlet was saying that too. Maybe it was Julie. AA said, I think it was a rich family that lived at Colony House, and some wealthy people go to country clubs, i.e. the tennis outfit. Makes sense.
And they arrived by golf cart.
And they arrived by golf cart. That's how they showed up in town. I love it. David said the dream of Tabitha climbing the lighthouse stairs had all the sounds leading to Thomas's death. It did. The phone ringing, the baby crying. Yeah, it did. I think it's connected to Fromville. They talk about Thomas so much. I really think it's probably Man in Yellow or maybe Julie by accident, like it could be. Martin said a little thought came into my head when I heard the Thomas phone call. Julie is good at impressions. That opens a whole can of worms though. Did we have his voice actor in credits? I don't know. What do you mean the voice actor?
It's on IMDb.
Oh, okay. Like the voice on the radio?
Yeah, it's like uncredited. Like, there'll be a section of uncredited people, and the voice on radio is uncredited, but they have the guy's name there.
Oh, okay.
Not uncredited in that show's credits, but credited on IMDb.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That would be crazy if that was Julie, though. I don't know if she could do that.
She could, do that on her voice.
Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Dieter, thanks for dropping Umbra's link. Everybody check out Infinite Umbra's channel that Dieter put the link to right in the chat there. Make sure you check.
Thank you, Dieter. Dieter, thank you for that.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you working on your channel? Are you doing anything, Umbra?
Yeah, so this week we'll probably be discussing a few things as far as what we've been watching and playing. Definitely going to cover some of wrestling we've been watching because they had the WWE went to Netflix this past Monday. So we'll likely cover some talk about that because we are nerds at the end of the day and boys at heart. So we still do love some wrestling. Yes, I know. Somebody's like, well, but it's fake. Yes. Yes,
it is.
But as the famous fan once said, it's real to me, damn it. But no, I know it's fake. But
yeah.
It's scripted, right? It's scripted, but it's it's just action. So I look at it like I'm watching a movie. It's just good action and a little plot. I'm good with that, Yeah. But yeah. So it was really interesting this week too because Hulk Hogan got booed out of the stadium.
Oh.
Yeah,
it sucks.
people did not forgive him of his past racism.
Shit.
Yeah, he said some racist stuff, and he did a lot of things that people didn't like over time. But for instance, like him and Jesse Ventura, you all know Jesse Ventura, the Body Ventura.
Oh yeah,
eventually the mayor of I think Milwaukee at a point. Hulk Hogan turned against him back in the day when he was trying to get the WWE locker room unionized, and Vince McMahon had fired my man how would I forget his name? I just said it. Jesse. He fired Jesse before it could happen, and Jesse never got over that, and he thought it was really dirty. So Hulk did a lot of shady things over time, and so.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a lot. So we'll cover that. Likely some gaming talk, some tech talk, because we got a lot of these handheld PCs that's coming about. We just had the CES situation happen, so we got new information on the NVIDIA GPU cards for the computers and stuff like that. So it's a lot of good stuff to talk about.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's fake. I mean, it's entertainment, like it doesn't really matter at all. Like, I get why people are into it. My cousins were obsessed with wrestling growing up. Like, oh my God, to an extreme extent. Like, they would be trying to reenact stuff they saw, which is a problem as a little kid. I feel like you shouldn't be letting like 4-year-old boys watch it because it just causes nothing but problems.
I remember one time I watched while I was growing up. I grew up watching it, right? And I did a rock bottom on my cousin.
Oh shit!
I did the rock bottom with my cousin on my mother's bed in her room, and it was my female cousin. So she took it like a champion because she knew the setup, what it was, and how I, underhooked my arm under her arm and went under her. She knew what I was about to do. So I do the rock bottom beautifully, might I add, and it breaks the bed. I was like, oh
man.
My mother got home. I was like, she's like, who did this? I'm like, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Yeah, you get into some stuff if you get into wrestling too early. It can be bad. It can go bad if you're not careful, for sure.
That's what happens, like little boys like to roughhouse anyway. So like you watch that too young and you're like, oh my god, all kinds of problems. Like they used to, the cousins used to fight like animals. And
I feel like boys are particularly like stupid when it comes to danger when we're young.
Yep.
I was so dumb one time. I learned from this though. I learned immediately not to ever do this again. In the back of our porch, we had an open back porch that led down the stairs into our, like, it was encased inside of our house, but it wasn't like open outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the staircases were wooden and it had these metal straps on the end of the tips of the steps. And so to give you balance, whatever, so you wouldn't like slip or something like that. I got the bright idea to get inside this big box we had for a TV at the time. And I had my sister push me down the stairs. In my head, I thought the box would cushion me. There's no cushion in it. It's just the box, right?
Oh, shit.
And me. And I must have hit my head so hard on that step.
No.
You know how you see on the cartoons? You know how you see on cartoons we see a cartoon character get hit so hard they see like Tweety birds flying around their head?
Oh yeah.
Or stars.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
Oh my god.
Like literally. Like I was like, it's like bow. And my sister was like, was it fun? I was like, no.
Oh my god.
That was not fun. 0 out of 10. Will not try again.
Oh yeah, it sounds like something like Kevin from Home Alone would have tried, going down the stairs.
Yeah.
Like he rode the sled down the stairs out the front door. I
remember that. We actually used to do that too. We'll get the mattress and slide down the stairs with it. That was pretty fun.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I never did anything fun or crazy like that. I had such a boring childhood compared to other people. Damn. I hear these stories.
Were you a
sheltered?
Were you a single child or?
Yep, only child. Very overprotected.
That's what I was looking for. Okay, yeah. I had a feeling when you said that like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it was 5 of us. My brother passed away some years back. And
I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I have 3 sisters. I'm the oldest out of all of us. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm envious of having siblings. I am, because it must be nice, to have that close, that big family. You don't see that much anymore. Like hardly anybody has multiple siblings nowadays. A lot, like only children are becoming very, very common with kids today. You see families shrinking, but yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice to have siblings. Dieter, see you later, Dieter. Thank you so much. Yes, I will. I'm gonna get back to the rewatch. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not gonna go too crazy and do 7 hours tonight. So thank you so much for all your help, Dieter. I appreciate it. And Vanessa Wicked, hey, nice to see you.
Hey Vanessa.
Trace is here, huh?
No, I'm just saying hi to Vanessa. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice to see you, Vanessa.
Wicked. That's a wrestling name too, by the way. Vanessa Wicked. Sounds like a wrestler, right?
Yeah, it does kind of. I remember my cousins were so proud they got to meet Stone Cold Steve Austin when they were kids.
Oh, Stone Cold is the man.
Yeah. He was big back then in the 90s when we were growing up.
Yeah.
When it was still WWF back then.
Mm-hmm. I was salty when they changed the name. I don't know why, but I was like, why are they changing the name? No.
Yeah.
But yeah. And that's the bottom line. Yeah. I remember seeing them at a few shows when they came here to Chicago. And it was like it's one of those things where you had to be there. And I was drawing at the time. I'm an artist, but so I used to draw like The Rock and Stone Cold or something like that on these big, poster boards or something like that.
Nice. Yeah.
And I went to, go and see him. And I'll never forget, Kane came out and he has his pyrotechnics. And I had never heard it until that time. And it was so loud. It terrified us. I was going to walk to the washroom thinking, okay, it's a little intermission. And all of a sudden it was like, boom. I thought a bomb went off. It was insanely loud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but good stuff though. Good stuff. Good memories.
Nice. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. I remember The Rock when The Rock was still just a wrestler. Like you mentioned him. I sometimes I forget that he's been such a huge movie star. I forget sometimes. Oh yeah, like that was his thing. He was a wrestler first.
Yeah. The Rock, he has to be. I would imagine his net worth has to be close to like 500 million by now, right?
Oh God, yeah. He's done well for himself.
Yeah. He's got alcohol. Like he has a lot of business interests that he's tied to now. From like alcohol. I know he has that tequila he always talks about and drinks. A bunch of other ventures. Also, too, he's recently, he's half black, he's half Samoan.
Oh yeah, he is.
So he's now his family and I guess the bloodline of the Usos and all of them. They've made him high chief. He's now high chief of their family.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's really dope.
Yeah.
My head would be too big. I would be. Who are you talking to? I have diplomatic immunity. High chief. Right? Yeah, it would go right to my head. I'm telling you.
Oh my God! Yeah. He played. He was in some Disney movie. Moana. He played a character who was Samoan in that movie too. And so it was cool. They actually were culturally accurate for a change, and they got that right.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What can I say except you're welcome?
Yes.
He Rock can carry a tune too, so he sang that himself. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, he sings. Man, like what can't this guy do?
Yeah, the man, he's very talented brother.
Extremely.
But I'm guessing that our Frumley here wants us to deviate back. Sorry about that, family.
Yes.
Your co-host kind of wants you to get there because I want to lead by 3.
Yes. Let's return to the rewatch.
After 3, you guys can talk wrestling all you want.
We'll get back on the rewatch. Yes. So we were in the middle of this scene here with Sarah, yet another important scene with Sarah and Khatri. So we just read through what she said about how the voices said they've been here a long time and they're trapped too. They want to go home. And she believed them because they told her 2 cars will come. You stand on the edge of town and you'll see. And they did. They came. So that's why she went to such extremes and actually listened and did what they said and left the door open at the clinic, killed Toby, tried to kill Ethan. Of course, that's assuming that it's all the same voices that told her to do all of that. But I'm inclined to think that's the case. It's the same voices that told her all of that stuff. And so let's see, where are we at now? So, okay. So the thing is, she said that the voices promised that if she did what they said, as in kill Ethan, that we'd be safe. We'd get to go home. So are they lying, or could killing Ethan really have stopped everything? It's possible. It's possible. So that's where we left off. And Khatri said, how would we get to go home? She says, I don't know. He said, do you still believe they were telling the truth? And she responds, they promised that Nathan would be okay. They promised, and now he is. And then she starts screaming. But the thing is, they were actually right. I mean, they basically said if she kills the boy, they'd all be safe and they'd all get to go home. And if she didn't kill him. They said that Nathan would die. And what happened? Well, she didn't manage to kill Ethan, and Nathan died as a direct result. So they were right about that too, and they were right about the 2 cars and Khatri's bag, which is coming up. So I think they know what they're talking about, whether it's spirits of the dead or whatever, which I'm inclined to think it is. I don't know. I think the answer might have been in front of us the whole time, and it's possible that if she were able to kill Ethan, maybe they really would all have gotten to go home. So, because Ethan could become the man in yellow. I know it seems crazy now to even think about, but it's not impossible. We've seen this trope before of an innocent young child who turns into a monster eventually. It happens. Like, it's happened before. It happened in Lost. So we'll see on that. But Khatri says, listen to me, Sarah. If the voices are real, if something here is communicating with you, it means you're connected to this place in a way that no one else is, and that makes you incredibly valuable. So we need to be able to go to Sheriff Boyd and show him with absolute certainty that, and she says, that I'm not crazy. He says that these voices are not just the product of a troubled mind. He says, I need, and then as soon as he says, Sarah, I need, and he's about to say he needs some kind of proof so that they can go to Boyd, all of a sudden she starts flailing around and screaming, no, I need paper. They want me to show you something. So the voices are listening. Khatri is literally saying, well, we need proof to show Boyd. And they start talking to her. She's screaming. Whenever this happens, she seems like she's in pain for some reason when the voices are talking to her, screaming. I don't know, maybe they're yelling in her head and it hurts her ears or something, but I think it's probably spirits of the dead. And they want to show him proof now because that's what he just asked for. So yeah, any thoughts on that, Scarlet?
My only thought was they use a lot of paper in order to do that drawing. There's so many pieces of paper. I'm like, why does she have to go through so many pieces of paper?
I know, right?
Drawing.
Yeah, they that comes in the scene later. Like,
okay, I had a long day, so it's kind of it's all hazy.
We'll get there. What? Sorry, what?
Go to my notes.
They dragged out this Khatri and Sarah thing throughout the whole episode. They really built up the suspense.
Yeah, okay.
So that's it for this particular scene. And then
it is?
Yep. Well, I just dropped my phone. Hang on. Hold on. I have to get my phone off the floor. That's where all my notes are.
Oh, that's weird because I have in my notes I have showing the cosmic bar, which I don't know. I guess that happens later.
It does happen later.
I was losing my mind.
Yeah, it happens later. I'll show you. The next scene is. Hold on. Well, these are the shots from this scene. Again, beautifully shot with the lantern lit, creepy ambiance. I don't know if Jack Bender directed this one, but wow, beautiful. And yeah, she starts.
I think it's someone like Brad Turner or somebody directs this one. It wasn't Jack Bender. Because even if you skip over the titles, it still tells you who directed it.
Okay. Yeah. So she starts screaming. And yeah, she says, like, they want me to show you something. And yeah, she's screaming again. And she's like, I need paper. So whatever it is, like, I think the voices in her head, I think they're screaming so loud in her head and overwhelming her body that it seems to cause her actual pain. It happened in season 3. When they were yelling in her head, after she glued her little snowman back together.
Yeah.
And at the tree, she started screaming, with Boyd at the bottle tree when the voices were talking to her. Again, at the ruins, she was screaming, covering her ears. So this really seems to cause her like physical pain when they're communicating. So this is what it cuts to. It's just a very brief scene of Jim trying out the radio by himself, and that looks like
channel 16.
16 on the radio. 1 + 6 = 7. We've got another 7.
Math.
Yep. The 4s and the 7s.
Justice for Jim.
Justice for Jim. I never thought I would say it, but yeah.
And he gets static.
So he's like, hello, is anybody there? And static. But it's progress, it's a little something.
I love how underneath that tree. That's cool.
I know.
That's cool.
I was just about to say, I love how they shot this so you can see this gigantic tree and Jim next to it. Like so tiny, it's puny by comparison. Like he's really in over his head here. He was always fated to die in this place. There's nothing he could have done to change it. His fate was sealed. And the tree just kind of looms over him. I swear to God, the trees themselves are menacing against him.
Was this them metaphorically saying he couldn't see the forest for the tree?
Ooh, I like that. Yes. And like, if we think back to the first episode, a tree nearly killed him. He was so close to being impaled by a tree that came through the RV window, and it pinned him in his seat, so he couldn't move. He couldn't reach Tabitha, who was unconscious. And I really think it's symbolic of the way her twisted, reincarnated family tree has trapped him here. And yeah, there was nothing he could have done to prevent it. It was always going to die like that. In the end, he was always going to die in this place because of that. The way this show plays with symbolism is just brilliant. And then Jade is losing his mind and drawing the symbol over and over again. So this is where he really starts to lose it. So I noticed something about this. He's had a vision before, but he didn't go crazy and start drawing the symbol yet after the very first one. Remember, after the first one, he was still thinking it was an ultimate escape room at the time. He laughed it off. After it, he did investigate. He took Kenny down to where it happened in the root cellar, and he showed him, and he was freaked out by it. But he wasn't completely consumed by this symbol and the visions yet. It wasn't taking over his whole mind and whole purpose. Now here, it's different, and I think it's different. It's different from this point on because the visions are getting more powerful. Now he's about to find Christopher's book with all the symbols in it. And from here on out, this is the episode that's the turning point for both him and for Tabitha on their journeys to figuring out that they're essentially the chrononicles of the story and they have a mission to complete. It's the start of both of their journeys. And they both find a critical artifact, aka a map of the rainbow sky, in that storage room in the diner, which is like the Lonely Dragon's Cavern. Same episode. It's perfectly synchronized, really. And after this point, yeah, they both are off on their journeys. And yeah, he does help with the radio project after Jim really pushes him to keep helping. But his mind is still focused on this symbol and the visions, trying to figure it out.
I like this. This is good tea. I like that part where he won't take the tea from Kenny's mom, but then he steps in. He's like, "Well, this is really good tea."
Yeah, he likes it. He likes it. First he says, "No, I don't want any tea." She says something in Mandarin. He says, "I can't understand anything you're saying, right?" Like, and I love their dynamic. I miss Jade and Tian Chen together. I wish we had gotten more of that. It was funny. It was sweet. I loved their relationship.
I was hoping that at least she'd come back to haunt him somewhat.
Oh, I really hope so. Maybe in season 4, they'll bring her back. At least, maybe if anything, I think she'll probably come back and haunt Kenny, though. But yeah. If we look at this, it looks like, are these all the same symbol that he's drawing, or are there different versions of it? There's that one, that one.
It does look different.
There's one that's different here on the right. This one is different. These two are the same. Let's see, that's the same. Most of them are the same, but there's one that's different, which is interesting because he's only seen one version of the symbol so far. So I don't know where he's getting this thing from. There are at first we thought there were 3. And after season 3, I think there are about 5 versions of the same symbol. So some people think it's kind of like a ticking clock and it's changing as time runs out for them. I think that the symbol represents past, present, and future. Each of these 3 intersecting lines represents past, present, and future intersecting within a never-ending cycle that they're trapped in, this circle. It's simple, but it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. That's a good theory.
Thanks.
I never really thought what the heck they could be.
See, I thought it was more like a clock too. But I thought it was going mad because it keeps changing, but it just changes in a minute way.
Mm-hmm.
As he's drawing it, it's changing, but it's changing like the way a tree roots or vines would grow, very slowly.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right,
so he's sensing something that's driving him crazy, but the sensing is just the movement at time, but very slowly.
That makes sense, because roots do shift and move. Mm-hmm. And we know now that the symbol was originally made of roots. So that explains why there are different versions of the same symbol. Because they've shifted over time. However, the one thing that's always stayed the same is that there are, in every version I've seen, there are always 3 intersecting lines within a circle. They're just in different patterns. So I think especially now that we know about time travel in the show, I think it's past, present, and future kind of intersecting. Time is not linear here. So, we've got someone from the future showing up. It's possibly travel to the past if we think maybe Martin was a vision from the past. Jade has visions from the past that seem real at the time, the Civil War visions and whatnot. So it's like you got, elements of the past, present, and future of the place all there at the same time at different points. So yeah, and they're all trapped within it. So, and it sounds simplistic, but honestly, sometimes I think people overthink things to the point where it's like it's not sometimes it's Occam's razor that we need to think about. The simplest explanation is most likely to be correct. And it could be just as simple as that, past, present, and future intersecting in a never-ending cycle. And it's something similar. There is a symbol in Dark that has a meaning that is staring you in the face the whole time. And it's more simple than you would have ever thought in the start of it. So yeah. She offers him tea because she thinks tea is basically the cure for all ills, I'm sure. It's sweet. She's wearing a very bright blue, I just noticed too. Very blue at the time.
So what you think on the whole past, present, future thing?
Yep.
What would Jade and Tabitha represent in that equation?
They are, it's basically their journey. They're at the heart of this whole story. So they're trapped here, their past selves, they're having visions of their past selves, trying to guide them or give them hints on what they need to do or how they failed in the past. And yeah, now we have future time travel. We haven't seen them do it, but Tabitha's daughter is now doing it. So yeah,
it maybe Ethan be for the past, since he can see the boy in white and he knows about things that happened back then, maybe, or would that be, I guess, what's his name? Victor still.
Victor is a huge connection to the past. So it could be Victor. It could be Ethan, that he could be connected to the past in that way. He knows how things are supposed to work. Victor is definitely a huge tie to the past. And yeah, so that part is still unclear, but yeah. But yeah, so he drinks the tea and she notices the symbol that he's drawing, and she takes off. He follows her into the storage room. What the hell is this? What is this thing?
Those are things to put on your feet to walk through snow.
Snowshoes. Yeah. So
yeah, there's a lot of snowshoes and a lot of fishing equipment in here. Tackle boxes and things.
Yeah. Well, they've been in perpetual summer for a very long time, so I guess snowshoes would not have been needed.
Maybe there has been a winter.
At some point, yeah, maybe there was a winter. We don't know. But
well, and people are getting stopped with all sorts of things in their car, like they're heading on vacations and stuff. So,
right. So there could be all kinds of random stuff that they just brought with them. I see. Is that the Game of Life up there?
Yeah, there's a bunch of games over there. Yeah, I was looking through those games when I was watching.
Board games, yeah. There's of course, there's a running theme in the show of games. People playing games, chess.
I think there's a backgammon up there.
Yep.
I was looking at it bigger on my TV.
They need some Monopoly in their lives.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she picks up a yearbook from 1972 before it gets to the journal. So I was wondering, I wonder maybe the school appeared there in 1972? Because they have that school?
Maybe.
Maybe some of the teenage monsters showed up around that?
Maybe. Yeah. Could be.
Or at least a cheerleader monster?
Yeah. That's a possibility. So then she pulls out the notebook, and it's the symbol drawn over and over again in there. She shows it to him, and again, this is, in my opinion, this is his version of the map of the rainbow sky, because it's a connection to one of his past lives, Christopher, who drew that. Tabitha, in the very same episode, found a connection to her past life, Miranda's bracelet, and now Jade here finds this journal, and it's not a literal map, but it is a connection to his past life, and it's helping to send him on his journey to remembering his origins, so he won't be lost anymore. Like the Chromonocle was not lost anymore. It couldn't be more obvious for me, you know. Tian Shen right here, the lonely dragon looking over his shoulder, right?
Yeah,
that's what I think. I love it that I can't believe I forgot that. But I guess, you know, it's just so much happens in this show that you forget what happened when. But the fact that this happened in the same episode as Tabitha's discovery is just perfect. Like you can see their journeys are already dovetailing. They're not working together yet. The two of them don't start putting their heads together until season 2. But you can see that both of their journeys are really starting. They're kicking off in earnest in this episode. They're even color coordinated, like we said earlier. Same pale blue and white outfit. And
not much of a threat. There's a cooler behind them that's blue. Bunch of blue coolers.
Yeah. 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 So just the writing of this was absolutely stellar, genius, the way this was planned out to send them both on their journeys. And after this point, after he finds this journal, I mean, he doesn't focus on much else after this. Like Jim has to really push to get him to help with the radio again. And after that, it's just nonstop trying to figure things out, focusing more on the mystical side of things for Jade. And then Tabitha, she's obsessed with her journey after this. Digging in the basement, winding up in the cave, you know, following the Ankui kids around. It's like both of them have their own quest. Remember, the Chromonocles have their quest. Each of them has one, and that's their mission. So I just love how this was done. It was just genius the way it was planned out.
I was still so confused on how Jim or no one thought that was odd for have Tabitha continue digging into that basement like that. My immediate mind went to, those are monsters down there somewhere.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to be digging around in a place like this when they just arrived. Like,
right.
I wouldn't want to be messing around with that. No. Scarlet, were you going to say something?
There's a person in the chat trying to send a super chat, and it's not letting you. not letting her because we don't have super chat. So I was wondering if you could ask her to send a Cash App.
Hey Emmy. Hey Emmy, you're so sweet. That is so kind of you. I'm still working out some issues, like with trying to monetize the channel so that I can have super chats. I technically could. I have enough subscribers and view hours that I could have monetized quite a while ago, but I haven't done it yet. I have some personal issues that I'm trying to work out so that I can do that. But I do have Cash App and I do have Venmo if either of those happens to work. No pressure, but in the banner on the bottom of my video there, it says my Cash App and my Venmo. I think, did I add my Venmo? I can't remember.
I know Cash App is in there. I don't know if Venmo is in there.
Oh.
We'll see. Watch it go.
Oh, I have to add it. Yeah. It's, wait a minute. Let me see. I meant to add that. And okay, I'm gonna add. I think with Venmo it's an at symbol, and if I'm not mistaken, it's that. Okay, I'm gonna add that to the banner, and there it is. Okay, yeah. And I truly appreciate everybody that has donated. It's helped me. Actually, my laptop microphone stopped working. So it's really helping me with getting a new laptop because the microphone I really need because I have to do watch parties, and all of a sudden the microphone died. So it's useless to me now. I can't do streams on it. I can't do watch parties without the microphone. It's just useless. So yeah, the people who have donated, it's definitely helping a lot. So I appreciate it. And I'm going to try to monetize the channel soon. See if I can work out some personal issues I need to deal with to make sure that I can do that. But yeah. Anyway, and thank you for asking, Emmy. You're so sweet. I appreciate it. So, let's see. I didn't actually check in with the chat in a little bit either. So, you live in.
Also, before we join in with the chat, I personally don't want to take any call-ins until we're done with the episode, so I can go.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We can do more call-ins afterwards. Like at 3 a.m. we'll take some more call-ins.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it. I didn't even see. Sorry, KP, if you're still there. Hey, KP, what's up? Thank you for coming in. We're trying to get through the episode as quickly as we can so Scarlet can head out, and I'm gonna try to head out earlier than usual too. Got a really busy schedule this week. It's nuts. But we'll see how fast we can get through. Maybe if you're still around when we finish getting through the episode, then we can do call-ins. Friday night, KP, I don't know. I don't know what your schedule is like Friday nights, but Friday nights are much more open. We do from Academy, so like we have a theme that we talk about with Doc Kaiju, and then we also just talk about any random from stuff we want to talk about. So Fridays tend to be the best time to call for just anybody who wants to call in. That's when I tend to put up the call-in thing on Friday nights. But I can do it tonight if we get through this quick enough. Anyway, we should get back to it though. And Emmy, I think in other countries, I'm not sure about Spain, but I know in certain countries in Europe they don't have Cash App or Venmo or things like that. Truly appreciate it.
Maybe you should get a PayPal.
Oh, you can get donations via PayPal?
Huh. Oh yeah, I thought about putting my PayPal up.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I do have I have to make a PayPal just for my account though. For my
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't have one. I just have like a personal PayPal. I would want to make a separate one. But truly appreciate the support, Emmy. Thank you so much. Martin said it's -6 degrees in Darlington, England here. Holy shit. Wow. Wait a minute. So wait a minute. You're Celsius over there, though. So that's not that bad. It's just about as cold here too. It's like 20 degrees here in Rhode Island Fahrenheit. So yeah. Oh, good night, Mickey B. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. David here says, I think there are at least 8 faraway trees. In one of Victor's drawings, there is the merry-go-round with 8 lions and 8 trees. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember how many, but I know which one you're talking about. That drawing that's in the peach truck. Yes. David said Jade and Tabitha are the original 2 in the original cycle, and every iteration has been trying to get closer to the self, based on if the dream Tabitha had is a repressed memory. David, I'm going to look. I don't know if you've posted this in my Discord or not, but I'm curious I've got to catch up with what's going on in my Discord. I'm curious to know more about your theory on how Jade and Tabitha are the original 2. I'd love to hear more. I'm sure it takes more space to explain it than you have right here, but I'm curious about that. That's fascinating. Past, present, future, mind, body, spirit. I like that too, David.
Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting one right there.
I like that a lot. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, night, Mickey B. Okay, so moving on back to the breakdown. So yeah, Jade's mind is blown. He's comparing his sketches to what Christopher did, and so they're following the same path. He's doing the same thing. Christopher must have seen similar visions, and Christopher just lost his mind, filling a whole book with them, and yeah, so that's when we first got our inclination that Jade is following in someone's footsteps, filling a role of someone who came before. And yeah, Lonely Dragon giving Jade the Chromonocle, one of the Chromonocles, his treasure. Amazing. This scene here, like Scarlet was saying, I don't know why
she needed pieces of paper.
Yeah, like what did the voices say? No, that's not right. Do it again.
Yeah, that's not right. Draw better. Draw better.
My kid could draw better than this. Do it over.
Exactly. That's probably why she's going crazy.
Right? It's a lot of paper.
Everybody's a critic.
Right? Damn.
You want more pain? Do it right.
Yeah. They're picky bastards. So So I love how they did this. Avery, who plays Sarah, did an amazing job. Really, she was possessed in this moment. That they took control of her body. You could tell that her movements were involuntary as she was drawing this thing. She, like her whole arm, it was like some invisible hand was holding her arm and making it move. And she wasn't, at one point, she wasn't even looking while she was drawing it. So something was taking over her body, possessing her. And she's like in pain, clearly. And then finally, relief when it's done. And the voices must have been like, okay, fine, you got it right this time. Still a shitty drawing, though.
Like, I guess this will do.
Yeah, it's good enough.
Right? It's still a really shitty drawing, though. Jeez. Like, it's pretty bad. We see it later. But, yeah, so now, like, it begs the question, how much control did Sarah have when she was doing certain things? Have the spirits taken control of her body in other situations? If they can do this, did they help her kill Toby? You know,
or did they make her kill Nathan?
Right.
By forcing her arm to slit his throat, taking bodily control.
Right. Maybe because she failed to kill Ethan. I don't know. Like this was her punishment, but now she seemed like she was fully in control of herself as she tried to kill Ethan, and even when she was with Toby, I mean, she didn't really move like she was possessed the way she did in this scene, but it's possible they gave her an extra push. She's got to kind of be the one to take the initiative, and they were convincing her in her head to do these things. So she was planning on doing it, but maybe they give her an extra help in the act. I don't know. She sure drove that screwdriver in Toby's neck skillfully, like she'd done it before. So who knows? It's fascinating. I'm not sure, but so this is the proof Khatri wanted. He sees it, and we later find out what it is, of course, the candy bar. And now he knows he's got his proof. Like, and what more does he need? No one saw him burying that bag with the chocolate bar. He was alone.
Mm-hmm.
So,
he gets the ball because he's gonna play catch a Kenny.
Boyd gets the ball and the mitt to go play.
He's gonna be his dad.
Yep. What are they carrying? What are these red shirts? These red. What is that? What does she have? Looks like milk. It looks like maybe they. I don't know if that's like a milk from the cows. Maybe. I don't know. Now you've got me noticing red shirts more now.
Maybe she's the milkmaid of the town.
Yeah, maybe. I never noticed red shirts that much till you started.
Well, I noticed these young girls too. They don't get. There's like all these young ladies walking around, and there aren't any younger ladies anymore.
I know. They didn't do much continuity with the red shirts, clearly, but
unless everything's changing and they're just getting older,
right? I guess, but and we cut to Kenny whittling away chess pieces out of blocks of wood, which has got to be difficult with such limited tools.
Yeah.
Imagine the paper cuts. Ooh.
Yeah,
not paper cuts, splinters. Though. Splinters. Imagine the splinters you'd get doing this.
So he's on the 7th one.
Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're right. Yeah. Oh, man. Do you think they did that on purpose too? Damn.
Oh, I'm sure they did that on purpose.
Wow.
And there's 2 rooks. Let's see. There's a couple rooks, a bishop, a pawn. I think there might be a king or queen there. Maybe a king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so there's 2 pawns. I don't know. There's definitely 2 rooks, but then there's another thing that looks like another rook, but that's got to be a pawn.
Yeah.
And then he's got another one drawn out, ready to go. Like the queen's like drawn out and ready to be cut out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right here. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, they're all drawn on.
They're all drawn on. I didn't notice that. Yeah. Yeah. And he's just whittling this away with a little knife.
Yeah.
And it's so sad because he always played this with his dad. Who does he have to play with now? It's just like he's still in denial and he's kind of just doing this out of habit. Like, he's still so fixated on making these chess pieces, even though his dad is gone.
Mm-hmm.
So sad. But again, we have the chess metaphor in our face. And yeah, I know maybe it's been done before, but I truly think that this theme was put in front of us in the very first episode and one of the first scenes of him and his dad playing chess for a reason. It's not a perfect metaphor. I don't think all the characters perfectly line up to chess pieces. I mean, I know we've discussed this before and some of them do line up. I don't know enough about chess to really do a great job assigning roles to everyone, but we've talked about it and certain people line up with certain roles. I don't think it's a perfect metaphor, but I think it's a loose metaphor for the way things work here. That
it could be loose with people changing positions too. Like they had Boyd with the rook, which would mean he would be like the fortress, but maybe he changes into the king later.
Right.
It could be all fast and loose like that.
Right, exactly. And like I think it's a loose metaphor for 2 opposing forces running the show here. 2 opposing forces that are at odds with each other. And I believe it's the man in yellow versus the boy in white. And again, man in yellow brings people there to use them as chess pieces to manipulate. And boy in white brings them there to help. That's what I think.
And there's also pawns. Like, I think all the red shirts are pawns, but then Julie was used as a pawn, but pawns can also change into queens. If you get to the end of the board, so maybe she's a pawn that turns into a queen.
Right. And also, you could say that Sarah has been basically taken off the board. If she was brought in by the man in yellow or the big bad, then, after killing Nathan, she switched sides. She was basically taken off the board. She's no longer playing for the man in yellow team. She's just, so I mean, it's not a perfect metaphor, because in chess she'd be completely taken off the board, but now she's an active player on the good side. So while it's not a perfect metaphor, I think it still works as a loose metaphor for the way things are working. And it's not just a simple good versus evil, light versus dark. It's not simplistic like that. It's much more ambiguous. Again, I think the boy in white is ambiguous good. He's ambiguously good. He's trying to help, but he's also causing harm for the greater good. Having to harm people by bringing them there to help, and then just trying to end the cycle. And the man in yellow, I don't think he started out evil. Who knows? He might even be a sweet little innocent boy right now.
Yeah, a bucket.
Right? Yeah. This cabinet, these cabinets back here are very yellow behind Kenny.
All these houses have a red, blue, and yellow thing going on.
Look in this very shot here. There's pale blue, pale red, and pale yellow all together.
Like the Matthews house.
Like the Matthews house has the curtains, right? That are all same thing. Yep. It's everywhere. Everybody associated with this show, the writers, the set designers, the direction, the art direction, all of it is just brilliantly done. And
they also have a bird on their wall. They have like a chicken, and the
right.
Matthews had the ducks.
Yep, that's true. Different type of bird. And so yeah.
Hey buddy, you want to go out and play some catch?
Yeah, like he's a little kid. Like he's a little kid. I thought that was so.
Throw the ball around.
I thought that was so silly, because Christy told Boyd Kenny doesn't need a sheriff right now; he needs a dad.
And he took it straight to heart too, which makes me laugh.
I know.
What's a dad do? What's a dad do? Throws the ball around. He throws the ball around.
Yep. We gotta go play catch like he's a little kid. It's cute though. It's cute. I liked it. The heartwarming scene.
Yeah.
Let's see. Back to the notes. So Boyd. So Boyd asks him to go out and play catch, and he says that he played first base in college and had some scouts come around. And then I liked this quote. He said, life had other plans. Life always seems to have other plans. So it's a reference also to how he wound up here. It's like in this show, the people who got stuck here, they couldn't even control their own fate. Life had other plans for them. That theme of fate is coming in here again. This is predetermined for these people. They had no free will in winding up here, but being stuck. So yeah, even it's not just Tabitha and Jade. All of the people who got stuck there, they were either chosen or they were unlucky enough to be in a vehicle with someone who was chosen, and it was fate. Life had other plans. Anyway, Boyd tells Kenny he's sick. And that kind of completely changes Kenny's attitude. He tells him how his father got Parkinson's around his age. It's not supposed to be hereditary, but now he said it's kind of like he won the lottery in a bad way, like wrong time to win the lottery. It's highly unlikely that this would happen to him, but it's happening. And again, it's like, once again, Boyd has the worst luck. He's got that going on. He right after he retired, he got his boat. He got stuck here. It sucks. He says this thing is already chipping away at me, and eventually I'm going to get to a point where I'm not going to be able to protect these people anymore. So I got to find us a way out while I still can. He said the only way I can do this is because I know these people are going to be in good hands when I'm gone. There are a lot of people who are here alive today because of you. And I know your dad isn't around to say it, but I promise you he's so goddamn proud of you. It's just so heartwarming. He says, I'm proud of you. But you tell me right now that you're not ready to go, that you're not ready for me to go and you need more time, then I'm not going anywhere. Really sweet. And I liked how he said, he described it too. This thing is already chipping away at me. You know, it's like, just like Kenny is chipping away at these chess pieces. Like he's literally whittling away the chess pieces as they speak. And Boyd is basically one of those chess pieces. For sure. An important one, too. Maybe the rook, like you said. And as he's talking to him, they show the chess pieces again. It's like they really want us to notice. It's like, notice the chess.
Yeah.
This is a theme. Notice this. They're not too subtle with their metaphors, but I love it. Anyway, so they go out, and then we've got Jim showing up, and he finds the hole. Oh, and he and Ethan alone together here, and Ethan with his little jacket folded back again, once again, kind of looking like lapels, like you said, Scarlet.
Where's his bucket?
Where's his bucket? He doesn't have it yet.
Bill with a bucket? Well, he brought it in with him.
He did. First of all, Jim sees the hole, and he's like, what the fuck? And then Ethan comes in, and where the hell's his bucket?
Why don't you have a picture with a bucket, Julie?
I did take a picture with the bucket. I thought I did.
Imagine him having a bucket. He comes in a bucket of dirt.
I guess I missed that. I took 500 something pictures, but I guess I missed that one.
Oh, no.
Well, I don't know. Did you? You didn't take one, did you?
No, because you don't ever use my pictures.
The one time, right?
Imagine a bucket in his hand. He comes in with a bucket of dirt. He says he needs to take the dirt outside. I think it's all metaphor. Because he's clean, but now he's dirty. Do you see? He's dirty now. His shirt's dirty.
Yes.
He was clean once. He was pure once. He's getting dirty.
Oh my God, Scarlet. Yes.
Enough to have a bucket of dirt.
Yes. Look he's already got dirt on him. Look. Oh my God. I'm going to enhance the color on it so you can see it better. Wait a minute. Because you can see, you know how the man in yellow, I know some people don't like this theory. Just humor us for a minute.
Yeah, let's humor us.
I'm going to turn up the color saturation. Okay, so you can really see. And save this. So he's dirty already. Now, just like the man in yellow, I lost it. Just like the man in yellow comes in when he, shows up at the end of season 3. He's got his suit jacket open, and he's wearing a dirty shirt underneath. It's like it's a shirt with dirt on it. It looks all like messed up.
It looks like an old Henley shirt with the buttons.
Yes. Now, here we go. Now we're back.
Why isn't there one with a bucket? Where's the bucket, Julie?
I don't know. Where's the one that I enhanced too? It's gone. But just picture him with a bucket. He had a bucket of dirt.
He had a bucket of dirt. This is what my avatar is all about. I wanted them to have the picture of the bucket.
But anyway, there he is. You can see the dirt on his shirt, and his, like you said, his little yellow jacket there is the way it's hanging open with the sides kind of folded back. It does kind of, it's reminiscent of a suit, lapels. It's reminiscent of that. So, yeah, it could be foreshadowing. I really don't think that we're
and the way the shirt's kind of wrinkled, like the man in yellow shirt is wrinkled, like his Henley's wrinkled.
Right. I really don't think that we're in tinfoil territory to suggest this. I honestly don't. We're looking at potential clues in the show, and people may not like it. All right, hold on. I got I'm not going to play the clip, but I have a still from the actual episode. I can't play clips or this could get taken down really easily. But hold on. So he comes in with his little thing of dirt, and he's really dirty. And I always thought it was weird that they even shot it like this, because I'll show it in a second. I always thought it was weird that they did this. Like, why does he need to take a pail full of dirt out of the house? It's so
yay, there he is.
It's so open. Now it's gone. It's so unnecessary.
See, but the whole idea is there's no real reason for the bucket to be there.
The house, like, exactly. So you have to ask yourself then why did they choose to shoot it this way? They could easily just leave the bucket of dirt in the basement. Like, it doesn't need to be taken outside. And, maybe
the bird
she did
is
this
upside down now. Okay, the bird is upside down.
Yeah, it does kind of look
upside down, but earlier it was right side up, and now I guess from all the banging it's upside down.
Yeah. I can't get it without playing it. If I play it,
go backwards a little bit more. There's his bucket of dirt, everybody. There it is.
Yeah.
Evidence.
If I play it, then it's gonna get the video taken down. So
just go backwards a little bit.
It's hard though. It's only there for a split second, and then it's gone.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
See, he's got a bucket of dirt. Yeah, right there. So, yeah, Ethan and his bucket of dirt, and it seems completely pointless. Why was it necessary for him to take that out? Maybe she was just being silly, making him feel like he's doing a job to help. But it could be a metaphor for the beginning of Ethan one day turning into the man in yellow. Like he's already getting soiled with dirt. It could be
big bucket of dirt.
Yeah, it's a big ass bucket of dirt. He's like, he said we're on an adventure. He said, "Hi, Dad, we're on an adventure. There's a lot of dirt, so Mom said I should bring some outside." Makes zero sense.
Like the man in yellow will bring his dirt outside.
Right. Yeah. It makes zero sense that he needed to do this. So yeah, and just the visual here of him with the dirt, and when you turn up the color saturation, you can really see it better. Everything in the show is shot darkly lit, but look, there's even dirt on his pants. There's dirt all over his front here. So the imagery is kind of jumping out at you.
Yeah. Like if you put the man in yellow next to him, you'd almost see a resemblance of where the shirt is and everything.
Yeah. And with the way that they use foreshadowing in this show that we've already seen proven, the foreshadowing of Tabitha and Jade's reincarnation and the foreshadowing that Jim was going to die, I don't think it's a big leap or a stretch of the imagination. Now, I'm not in this camp of that a lot of people are in of saying, oh, everybody has to be somebody else. Like, Acosta must be somebody else that we already know.
Yeah.
I'm not
Randall's got to be every like male cast member on the list.
And Martin is everybody, and Eloise is everybody.
Is everybody, yeah.
That's not what we're doing, and I'm not like going down rabbit holes, but we're both looking at what we see in the show.
We're just looking at what we see.
And there are potential clues, and when you add to the fact that there's actual foreshadowing of other things that have been confirmed to be true, it's not a logical leap to say maybe this is foreshadowing something too.
And the thing is, I never remembered Ethan wearing yellow, so it sticks out more to me.
Yeah, I didn't remember that either.
Nope,
till we watched
I didn't remember it.
Now, let's not forget, in this very episode, Tabitha and Jade, there is foreshadowing for both of them that they're going to be linked. They're both color coordinated, wearing the same exact shade of blue and white. They both find an artifact that's like a map of the rainbow sky, that connects them to a past life that they had. Both of them in the same episode.
Mm-hmm.
That's foreshadowing. Why couldn't this be foreshadowing that maybe Ethan one day becomes the man in yellow? It could be. I'm just saying, like, we have actual proof that there's foreshadowing of other events. And we know the showrunners did say that they always planned on the reincarnation plot line. That was planned.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if they planned that Jim was going to die from the beginning either, because I see the foreshadowing signs. It's obvious.
Yeah, those are pretty fun.
Yeah. So I don't think this is taking a big leap at all. And if you really rewatch the show and watch every detail, like, yeah, you could say maybe we're diving too deep, but I don't think so at all. I'd rather him not be the man in yellow, but you know, I can't argue with these these very clear clues for me.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, that's fantastic. Like, I love that. I'm actually glad now that I was a little slow to make the video including this, because now I have more stuff to put in it, including you, of course, Scarlet.
Yeah.
You know, because I've noticed some things on my own, but then you've noticed some huge things, so you're getting credit in that. Next week, I'm planning on making a video, and I'm expecting to get attacked, and I'll deal with it when it comes. It's fine.
Well, you haven't gotten any backlash for the Man in Yellow video, right?
No, but in the Man in Yellow video, I didn't mention Ethan yet. So.
Oh, I see.
I didn't mention it because it would have taken me way too long to add that. It was already taking me weeks just to make that one. So next is the Boy in White video, and then I'm making a third one connecting Ethan and also discussing John Griffin's inspiration, the story about the man on the street, because I no longer think that makes it sound like, oh, this is random and not that deep. Because again, we said earlier, he thought it looked like he'd gone on a magical quest and failed.
Yeah.
So I think that story.
And plus, it's kind of like a character next to his heart too. So this is been used in short stories, so I could see it.
So I think that little story, would actually fit in well with this theory that it could be Ethan.
Yeah.
Magical quest, anyone? I mean, hello.
Yeah.
So, the fact that he used that word jumped out at me, like, oh, who's talking about quests all the time? Yeah. Anyway, Football Infinity said, but then again, how did he obtain powers if he is the man in yellow? That's the thing. We don't know that yet. Like Doug Hughes told me that the man in yellow does not have claws, by the way. He doesn't have claws. I was talking when we did our little video chat a few days ago, I was talking about the man in yellow and I mentioned his claws, and he said he doesn't have claws. He ripped Jim's throat open by sheer force.
Yeah, I feel like the monsters do that too.
That's crazy, but the monsters have claws.
Oh, they do? Because I didn't think they had claws.
Oh yeah, no, they do. They showed them when they were sleeping once. They have claws, but Man in Yellow does not have claws. So how did he get this by sheer force? I don't know. Like that's the mystery. I don't know where he would get those kind of powers, but
I'm saying story walking messed up.
Yeah.
Goes with Julie, figures out they hold hands or something, he can come with her. She accidentally leaves him back there. He gets cursed or something and has powers. I'm letting the writers fill in all the blanks.
Yes. That's for the writers to figure out.
That's for the writers to think out.
We're just pointing to potential clues and foreshadowing. And it's from anything could happen. Like people travel through magical trees, and monsters rip people to shreds at night. Let's not forget, come to think of it, the original inhabitants of the town were transformed into shape-shifting creatures that rip people apart. So why can't Ethan be transformed into some other creature? It's the same thing. It's the same. He's not a nightmare creature, but he could be transformed into something else. But whatever entity turned those people into monsters, that could have turned Ethan into something too.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's a lot more of the story that we need to learn to understand why this could happen. But yeah, when you come up with a theory, it doesn't have to explain everything. It's called like a working theory.
By the way, Emmy, we're doing a Severance watch party tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Tonight at 8 o'clock EST.
Yes. I was just going to say that, and then I forgot. I highlighted it.
That's okay. I was going to do it for you, so she knows.
Yes, Emmy, and no worries. You can interrupt anytime. You're so sweet. Yes, I'm going to be doing Severance, covering it on this channel a lot. So tomorrow night in the Discord.
Well, tonight.
Tonight. It's now tonight.
Thursday night.
In the Discord, we're going to have our last watch party for the season 1 finale, and then we're going to watch the trailer for season 2, and we'll watch, if people want to, whoever wants to stick around, we'll watch the first 8 minutes of they released a preview, the first 8 minutes of season 2. So, Scarlet, I don't know if you want to watch that or if you'd rather wait. But
I will if I have time, and in the meantime, I'm going to listen to the podcast that Ben Stiller and Adam Scott are doing, and I'm also going to read the Lexington letters, so I'm like well versed in Severance by the time I get to the live.
Oh damn! I forgot to do that. I've been so busy this week. I forgot to read it. I hope it's short.
It's 2 pages long.
Oh, okay, then I can read it. Good.
Yeah, I was holding back until I watched the finale, so.
I was afraid it was longer than that. Oh, I can definitely read 2 pages. Okay.
Yeah.
So tomorrow night. Sorry, what?
It's short.
So tomorrow night, Emmy. So we'll have the watch party for the season 1 finale. We'll watch the 8-minute preview from Apple TV for season 2 and the trailer in my Discord. I'll drop the link to the Discord in the chat and pin it to the top. And so there's the invite link to my Discord if anybody wants to join. And then at 10:30, I think we're still doing 10:30. Is that what we're doing tomorrow night?
Sure.
Okay. So
sounds good to me.
10:30 tomorrow night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna do the YouTube call-in live as usual. People can join the panel if they want. We're going to break down season 1 finale, and then we can talk all the spoilers we want because Scarlet will have seen the whole first season. So we can do all the spoilery talk and theory talk that we want to do, and it should be a good time. And I think Cyber Queen Media messaged me. I think they are going to be able to join.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yes, yeah. I got to get back to them, but they did DM me and said that they could join tomorrow night as guests. So we should be having Cyborg Queen Media.
Okay.
And also, of course, I'm going to cover the new season. So I'm going to do every week, just like with From, maybe not quite as crazy, but every week I'm going to do an episode, a theory video. I'll do theory videos as I come up with theories. And then every week I'll do an episode breakdown, deep dive. So that'll be for Severance season 2 every week. And then we'll do lives
every. We're going to do that pre-party.
Yep. We're going to do a pregame party before every episode drops. So that'll be around 10:30 p.m. Eastern every Thursday night. We'll do a little pregame live, and then we'll end it when it drops at midnight. And hopefully, I'm going to hopefully be able to do watch parties in my Discord for season 2. I'm trying to figure out if I can technically do it, and if I can, that's the plan. And then so hopefully we'll do those midnight watch parties in Discord. We can chat about it after, and every Monday night we'll break down that new episode after it airs. So Monday night
Severance season 2 is going to be something special. I can't wait.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be great. And Monday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern, we'll break down the episode every single week. So I can't wait. I'm really excited about it. It's a genius show. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to cover. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, we're going to continue with the From Rewatch and do those lives every week. So it's going to be a pretty crazy time. We'll fit it all in somehow. Yeah. So that's the long-winded answer to that question, Emmy. I'll make an announcement on YouTube community tab also, just to remind people of all the stuff that I'll be doing and that we'll be doing together on the lives. So that will be coming up next week already. Wow, I can't believe it. Hey, the noob gamer. What if there are people living in the town as spirits and can't be seen, and those spirits are the monsters and their bodies are being forced to kill? Because why would the monsters want to? I do think they're being forced to kill. I don't think that they actually have control over that. I think part of the curse is that they have no choice. Like Jasmine said, I didn't choose to be this way, Jasmine Monster, and I actually believed her in that moment. I don't, like, we know now that they were turned into these things against their will. They were tricked because they sacrificed their kids. So I think that they're not ripping people up for fun. I mean, they act like it's fun, but it's because they were transformed into these creatures that have no free will. That's my take on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
They sure seem like they're having fun, though. I will say that.
I don't know, maybe a little column A, a little column B.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
They just learn to love it.
And yes, Martin, nothing is evil in the beginning. Yes. Nothing is evil. I talked about this a little bit already in my Man in Yellow video, and thank you to everybody who's watched my Man in Yellow video. I'm really appreciative, even in the off season, that people actually watched. I didn't really know what to expect. But thank you for watching, those of you who did, and if you didn't, it's the latest video that's on my channel. And I got into this a little bit, that I don't think the Man in Yellow was an entity that was born evil. Doug Hughes himself said, a quote from Mary Shelley, that monsters are not born, they're made, and basically they have a heart that was once pure but ended up corrupted. That's what he thinks the Man in Yellow is. He doesn't have any, confirmation of that, but that's what he believes. And I think it makes sense. I believe that it's that whole tabula rasa thing where you're not born good or evil, you're born a clean slate. And that means it could be Ethan. He could have been born this innocent, good little kid. So it's possible. It's absolutely possible. And anyway, Football Infinity said, remember when Ethan said he's starting to forget Thomas, foreshadowing he will lose himself / memory. That's why Man in Yellow killed Jim. No hesitation. Doesn't know that's his dad. Oh, interesting. Maybe he doesn't remember.
Yeah, there's such a theme of remembering in the show. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. He said he's starting to forget Thomas. I like that a lot. Yeah. Martin said making him feel useful, like moving the drawers and cabinet when she could have dragged it herself, but damn, the Man in Yellow theory is genius the more I think about it. Oh.
So much dirty dirt.
I know.
So much dirt.
I'm telling you, the more you think about it, the more it makes sense. As we go through this rewatch, we're seeing more and more signs in every episode. And we're not sitting here with confirmation bias trying to twist things around and looking.
We don't want Ethan to be evil.
We'd rather him not be.
Yeah.
Like, we're just going with what we see. This kind of thing jumps out at us. So yeah, Martin said the more I lean on it, the more I think you're right on the money. I mean, I think it could be. David said, I definitely agree Ethan will cause chaos at some point, but how they could do it could still be up in the air, and the directors could be canvassing what the fans are saying to see what's popular. Yeah,
my boyfriend, who doesn't watch the show, came up with an idea that the Ethan is the Man in Yellow squire, and he just brings the dirt and puts the dirt on him.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, maybe just makes the man in he's just like the intern that makes the Man in Yellow dirty. You're not dirty enough. Let me get my dirt bucket. But my boyfriend doesn't watch the show. He just listens to the crazy stories I tell him about the show.
Yeah, out of context, it would be hard to understand anything.
He finds it really funny, though.
I bet. Hey, Dice Man 2003. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star is about big things coming in small packages. It's Victor's favorite that his mom played for him. That's true, actually. That's right. I wonder if that has significance. That's his favorite song. His mom played for him.
Like a rainbow in the sky.
Yeah.
It's like a diamond in the sky, but still like a rainbow in the sky.
Like a rainbow in the sky. Yeah. David said we also have other characters wearing yellow, like Team Man in Yellow or Edward Scissorhands. When Edward / Shadow enters the town, the people become their shadow self. When Man in Yellow emerged, Boyd and Sarah changed. Interesting. The shadow of the ruler is the tyrant, and the shadow of the warrior is the sadist. So my theory is that Man in Yellow symbolizes the shadow, like Edward Scissorhands, like Frank and Donnie Darko, like Man in Black and Lost. I gotta finish Lost. I gotta find out who the hell the Man in Black is.
You also gotta watch Donnie Darko.
Yeah.
Have you seen Edward Scissorhands?
No, I haven't.
Okay, we gotta get that one on there too.
Are you a big Tim Burton fan?
I was when I was younger, because I came out during the great time that, and Gen Z people would disagree with me because I've seen it on videos, but Pee-wee's Big Adventure was awesome, and then there was Beetlejuice,
right.
Frank and Weenie, like the early one, not the longer one. The short that came out was great. Ed Wood was great. Edward Scissorhands, pretty good. Like, that kind of era is really good for me up to about Sleepy Hollow. Then I start because only Sleepy Hollow because Christopher Walken's the Headless Horseman.
Okay.
I mean, come on. But I mean, when it gets around that era, when he starts doing like Planet of the Apes movies, he kind of lost me.
Yeah, I'm not.
Todd was okay. Wednesday's okay. I mean, it's just kind of okay now.
Yeah, I'm not a Tim Burton person. I just don't like.
I can kind of get why you wouldn't be.
I don't like that.
But
style.
in the heyday when it was all like Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Mars Attacks and Ed Wood and all that, he was on his A game.
Right.
Now I don't.
I don't know. It's not really. My mom is yelling something. I don't know what she's yelling, but maybe I don't know. This is a small apartment. Maybe I'm talking too loud.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay like this?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, Dieter, a little off schedule. We gotta get back to the breakdown so we can finish. We're past where we said we were gonna stop.
Yeah.
Doc said I look forward to tomorrow's Severance stream. I can't wait to hear theories and stuff. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. And thank you, Dieter. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm trying to get as many people as I can aware that I'm covering Severance, try to get some Severance fans. So if people are on Twitter and can share that Twitter link, that would help me out a whole lot. Thank you. Thank you for posting that, Dieter. I just haven't had enough time to try and find Severance fans. I'm hoping they somehow find the channel. Hey, CT5V, nice to see you.
I was going to also tell you, Julie, that Ben Stiller says on the podcast that he listens and watches to people's deep dives about Severance.
No shit, really?
Yeah, he did a long thing about it on the podcast, how he appreciates all of it and how he watches a lot of it.
Oh no, now I'm kicking myself for not making time to make deep dives into Severance Season 1. Damn, maybe he would have watched him. Shit. Oh, that sucks. I should have made time. I was too busy with this from Rewatch.
Yeah, but he said maybe he kind of wants to come on people's lives.
He said that?
Yeah, he said that they might mix up their game. Him and Adam Scott might actually go on people's lives.
Oh my god, can you imagine? That would be insane.
That'd be great if you got a call in.
Oh, that would be insane. I should make them call-ins all the time because Jamie said she likes to do that because you never know who could call in. Someone from a show could actually call in. That's crazy.
I'm just glad that he's so supportive of it.
That's so awesome. And it's amazing that Ben Stiller is doing that podcast and so supportive of the fan base. That's so cool. I'm looking forward to diving into that. CT5V says, hello, Fromily. Wow, I forgot about the live tonight. Woke up like, oh shit. Well, thanks for coming anyway.
You can rewatch it.
We actually started earlier tonight too. We started around 10:30 is when we started.
Well, we both started around 10:30. We did a little 14-second misstep.
We had a 14-second mini live, the shortest live ever, by accident, and then I had to do a new live. So
yeah, we had to story walk ourselves back.
Yes. So yeah. But appreciate that you stopped in anyway. Ethan is becoming repressed like Victor. Victor, innocent child, the repressed man. Yep. Yeah, I can see that. Trace, the watch party is tonight rather, Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern in my Discord for the finale of Severance, and then we'll watch the trailer and the first 8 minutes of season 2 that they put out. So if you want to join, the Discord link is pinned at the top of the chat. So Martin here says, okay, so let's say Ethan wants his life to be a quest/story. In the future/past, he goes through faraway trees that Miranda installed all over the US. He drags them out on the road to trap or something. Oh man. Wouldn't that be crazy if
that would be cool if she was a famous world-known artist that has installations all over the US.
Yeah.
I would be pissed if my kid could trap me into this place because he want to go on an adventure and a quest.
Right? Oh man. Hey, you never know. It could have happened. Martin said faraway trees being cut down could create a portal on the road. I always thought the tree on the road was a faraway tree that is a portal gateway thing. Yes, I've heard that theory from others, Martin, and it could be. Absolutely. You know, it's always a tree, so it's always a tree. David, I gotta watch Edward Scissorhands. I'm not a Tim Burton fan, but I'll have to give that a shot. I've heard it's excellent, of course.
Yeah, his early stuff is worth a watch.
I don't like that weird, creepy gothic style that he does. It's just not my thing.
Yeah, I think he got into some weird place with the Planet of the Apes stuff, with Dark Shadows that wasn't really good. But the Alice in Wonderland thing I don't think was very good.
I didn't like that.
Johnny Depp just acting weird for weird's sake, like in Willy Wonka. That's not that good.
I hated that.
Well, Julie, you haven't seen Edward Scissorhands?
No, I've never seen that.
Oh wow!
I haven't seen a lot of movies.
Yeah, we're gonna have to turn it up inside Discord for you. We gotta do some watch parties for a lot of movies and shows.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah.
I think Donnie Darko would help you not only with this show but also with Dark, because it has a time travel book in it.
Oh,
yeah.
I gotta watch that too.
Donnie Darko's classic, yeah.
It's become a running joke how many classic movies I've never seen. So we gotta do something about that. Have some watch parties in the Discord.
You've heard the song from it though, right? The Mad World.
Tears for Fears.
World, that song. That
oh yeah,
all around me. You've heard that before, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's haunting.
You got to watch it. Yeah, for that reason
from
alone.
Donnie Darko.
I didn't know that what it was from. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, originally it was created. I didn't know this until maybe a year ago.
Tears for Fears.
Tears for Fears originally created. It sounds nothing like how Gary Jules performs it. But
Tears for Fears is kind of bouncy and happy.
Yeah, and I did not like it once I heard it. I was like, ew.
Oh, I liked it better because I kind of grew up with that version.
So you already knew it. Okay, yeah. So I heard it late. I heard it after I heard Gary Jules
I had a friend of mine in high school who was a big Tears for Fears fan, so I've heard it all.
They're dope. Yeah, they're dope. I love Tears for Fears.
Yeah.
I never heard it until Adam Lambert performed it on American Idol, and it was absolutely gorgeous. It was stunning. It was haunting. It's a beautiful song. It's dark though. It's so dark and depressing. But
it is kind of depressing. It is.
Yeah.
Melancholy, right? Kind of melancholy sound to it, right? But
yeah.
But that said though, you might not care for the whole gothic vision that Tim goes for, but I would definitely think you might like Edward Scissorhands though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay. Yeah.
I would agree.
Well, I'll definitely put that on the watch list. Maybe we can have watch parties for all these classic movies that I've missed. Mm-hmm. We should do that. Yeah, because I've heard that movie's fantastic. So, yeah, absolutely. Dieter said, you're going to be getting a lot of tags from me. I'm sharing every post I see on X from a page with a lot of subscribers for Severance. Thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. I'll probably log in and see like 50 notifications because he's doing all this. It's awesome. I appreciate it. Helping me try to get people aware that I'm covering Severance.
Dieter is the man.
Dieter is a man. He is a rock star, superhero, super Dieter. I appreciate it. Hey, James West. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well too, James. And okay. We should get back into it now. Okay, let me just say, CG5E said, Jules, I think you're the first person I ever heard say they've never seen Edward Scissorhands. I know, it's ridiculous. I've missed so many classic movies.
You like Vincent Price, Julie?
Oh, I love Vincent Price.
It was his last movie. It was his last movie.
He was in it?
He was in it. You gotta watch it.
Oh, I love Vincent Price. Classic. I love his classic horror movies.
Yeah, Vincent Price is a legend too. Of course, he did Thriller. Of course, couldn't forget that.
Oh yeah. Oh but God, yeah.
That
House
said, yeah. Oh yeah, House. Yep. Oh, but that said, though, Julie, maybe you can, because the whole watch party thing, I think you're using it more for like more recent shows, but you have a bunch that I think you would really like to do, and you could actually discuss with people who have seen it even still. But like Breaking Bad, I told you, Breaking Bad, I think is a must see. I think you have to see that. Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, like all those shows right there. I think. Have you seen Sopranos?
Nope.
They're so long. All these shows you're mentioning are so long with so many seasons.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch Yellow Jackets. It only has 20 episodes, and she's watched 3 of them.
Yeah, but the ones I'm naming are just they're masterpieces.
But they're so long. They're so long.
But so better.
So
though.
much time.
Like, to be
she
fair.
doesn't have any time. This lady has no time.
Yeah.
I'll make time bit by bit. We'll get through it eventually.
Yeah. We'll get there together.
Yes. And that's a great idea, Umbra, too. I could talk about some of these things as I watch for the first time, and some of these movies that everyone has seen but me. So I'm adding those to my list right now. Put that on. Breaking Bad, Edward Scissorhands.
You missed a lot of water cooler moments, like discussions before, like stuff like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones,
right?
Or Sopranos, I guess. Yeah.
And like Lost, I'm in the middle of that. That was a huge water cooler show.
It was, yeah. I didn't care for Lost,
have to finish Lost first.
Yeah, you got a lot. You got a lot on your plate.
I got a lot.
I say finish Lost first, and then we'll throw another TV show in.
Right. Although, random movies, that's a little easier. Do a watch party for a movie. Yeah. I want to watch this Dr. Mabuse movie.
We should do that because it relates to From. Yeah, we should do that.
Definitely. And also, what was the one that John Griffin, Crater?
Crater. Yeah, we should do Crater too. Yeah.
There's a movie called Crater that John Griffin wrote that could potentially have similar themes to From. So I think we should do a watch party for that too. Okay. Let's get back into it. So Jim heads down to the basement and Ethan stays upstairs. Jim heads down, and Tabitha is frantically digging the hole in the basement. Now, this is what I was talking about earlier. She wasn't that interested in where the wires go until she found that bracelet, aka the map of the rainbow sky, which I think it represents. Now, all of a sudden, she's completely changed her attitude, and she's hyper out of her mind. He goes down there and she says, "It's like you said this morning, it has to come from somewhere, right? It's the electricity. There's no power lines, and all the wires, all the cords, they just go down, straight down. It's so weird." And she keeps digging while she's talking and digging. she sounds obsessive. He asks her to stop digging for a moment and asks what's going on. She had no interest in this before, right? And that's what started all this. He's like, what's going on? It's the damn bracelet. And this is when she tells him about the bracelet. And indeed, that's what got her fixated on this. That's what set her off on this journey and lit a fire under her, because she found the bracelet, a piece of her past life. She's not lost anymore in that way. She's starting to go on her journey as the Chromonacle. And so starting to dig this hole is what kicks off that journey that leads to her revelation about her past life. So for the rest of this season, she's obsessed with digging this damn hole in the basement. She pretty much does nothing else for the rest of the season. Even when the whole rest of the town, except Tom, was working on the radio project, she was still obsessed with digging the hole, for looking for the wires. And I remember when I was watching it, it seemed irrational to me that she's fixated so much on this, when Jim and Jade, they're the ones who noticed the wires in the first place, and they just, brushed it off. They're focused on the radio, which actually could give them a chance of maybe getting out. At least they think so at the time. Now it all makes sense. Looking back at it now, it makes sense. She's doing this because she found the bracelet. It set her on this journey.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's asking her, like, what's going on? Why are you doing this? He's like, I still don't get it. No, wait, no. First she says, do you remember the bracelet I made you? The bracelet I made you after the first few dates from the laces of your father's boots. You remember you lost it at the hospital the night Julie was born.
You know what? I have a question right here in my notes. Is Julie going to witness her own birth?
Oh, I don't know.
Julie?
I don't know. I mean, I doubt it. I don't think it would be necessary to the story unless I don't know, unless it has something to do with the lost bracelet. But I don't know.
That's what I was thinking.
It would be funny though if she did.
Yeah.
Anything's possible now. Well, she says, turn around, look what's sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And he finds it. He's like, okay, I still don't understand. You found a bracelet that's similar.
Mm-hmm.
Look at while she's talking to him though. She couldn't stop this digging. He's like, can you stop digging for a minute?
It's like her map goes underground, like Alice in Wonderland. Like she's got to go underground.
Yep. It sends her down a rabbit hole, a metaphorical rabbit hole underground. And that's where her journey begins, like going down that rabbit hole. And so he picks up the bracelet and he's like, I still don't get it. You're saying you found a bracelet that's similar.
Mm-hmm.
She does her typical, no. No.
Yeah, because it's like he says it could be any rawhide, bootstrap. Yeah, and then she's like, no.
No. Because like Tabitha's being Tabitha, gotta have her no's. She's like, it's not similar. That is the bracelet. Those are the laces from your father's boots. He says, no, those were just generic rawhide laces, the same you'd find on any boot. And again, no. Look at this. This was an accident. She's like,
too bad you don't have the closed captions on.
I know, right? Eventually when I make videos, I use these pictures, so that's why I don't put the closed captions on. But she says, no, I made this. This was an accident. I was so afraid I ruined it. But when I gave it to you, you said accidents are the best part. She's like, why? He says, because it makes it one of a kind. That's impossible. She says, everything about this is impossible. That doesn't make any sense. Those wires don't make any sense. We may not be able to figure out how we got here, but we can figure out where those wires go. So, and then he agrees to help. He says, give me the shovel. So yeah, the change in her attitude, it started with the bracelet. She's making that clear here. And it's literally, like you said, Scarlet, it's going to send her down. It's essentially like a rabbit hole, literally going underground. What does she find when she goes under there? Well, she eventually falls through, sees the first Ankui child. that kicks off the whole thing. It's like a chain reaction after that. She comes out, she starts seeing more and more Ankui kids following her around. It ultimately leads her to the lighthouse, out of Fromville, discovering more about her roots. And then back to Fromville, her memories start coming back, and what happens? She finally gets the revelation that she was reincarnated. And all of it started with her finding that bracelet in this episode. It's where it began. It's the way that they planned out her whole journey is just so well done. So well done. You know, it's like a journey of self-discovery, really. This is why the show is called From, in my opinion. It's called From, or in certain countries, Origins. It's not about what geographical place they came from. It's about their true origins that they have to learn. Hers, Jade's, the origins of the town, where it came from, where she came from. This is the first step toward her figuring that out, finding that bracelet. Jade's first step was finding the book in this episode of the symbols. It was his first step in finding out where he came from. And now look, we're at the end of season 3, and they've now discovered where they came from. They discovered their origins, and I think that's going to be key in piecing together what their mission is going forward. We just don't know where it's going to go next, but I think it's essential, though, to solving everything, to getting out, at least breaking the cycle by the end. It's about where they came from, and it's about trauma. It's also a story of trauma, like generational trauma, how it shapes people. So where they came from, as in the origins of who they are. Everyone has gone through past traumas in this show. Like, everyone has their own struggles that shaped them. So it's really not about like where they are now. It's more about where they came from that led them here. Certain people were chosen, I think, to be here. Like, the whole reason that they were chosen, Khatri in this episode talked about, what if we're chosen? And I think that they are. I think some of the people were chosen because of their traumas that can be exploited, like Sarah, or religious faith, in terms of Elgin, you know. Again, his origins, that's why he wound up here. It's not about where he is, it's about where he came from that brought him here, that led to him coming here. Boyd, I think it's because of his 30-year military career. He was brought there. His origin led him there because he's best suited as Mr. Fish and Loaves to help these people. Therefore, I think a helpful entity brought him here. So again, it's about where these people came from in terms of their life experience. In the case of Jade and Tabitha, it's about their past lives. But yeah, I always wondered what the hell the title of the show meant, and to me, it's pretty clear now. And it's all about how our past and generational trauma, in a broader sense, how it shapes who we are, and how it shaped these people. All of the past, family issues or struggles in their lives, or, maybe ancestral trauma that's passed down from generation to generation. And in Victor's case, well, he was shaped by this place. So anyway, but yeah, I loved this. This episode was so damn good. Like, and she's so happy with him. Like, when he says, "Okay, give me the shovel," she's like, "Yes, we're gonna." And she spends the rest of the season doing this. Literally every episode, she's digging in the damn basement. Do anything else. So, yeah, she's a woman on a mission. It's like she knows what she needs to do now. They always show her with this necklace. I don't know if that necklace has any meaning. I've tried to zoom in on it, but I can't tell what the hell it is. She's always wearing it, though. It's shiny.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. I remember knowing about it, like, probably about a year ago and forgetting about it.
Yeah.
Fromville's made me forget. You know, it
Yeah.
does.
Yep. Yeah. So I found it odd, actually, that in a recent interview that John and Jeff, they still wouldn't confirm the meaning of the title From. It's so obvious now. Like they still wouldn't confirm it. E-Man was like, the title is about where Tabitha and Jade came from, the origin of them and their reincarnation and the origin of the town. And they said, no, we can't confirm or deny. Like, come on. How is that not clear at this point? I think it's pretty clear. It's about where they came from. That's why this whole place exists. So, yeah. But I guess they just want to keep as much of the mystery going as possible, and they like that the title is so ambiguous. So they want to leave it that way.
Oh yeah, here's Father Khatri digging up the treasury buried in Stonehenge.
Yeah, this beautiful circle of rocks here. Another nice shot with the goldenrod, the yellow goldenrod all around. Beautiful shot. And he's digging up. He's got his bottle of liquor and bloody shirt. That was a shock when we first saw that.
Yeah, I remember seeing it the first time. I was like, okay, he is a gangster. What has he done?
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Very bloody shirt. And that bottle of liquor too. That's never a good sign either. His reactions are so great.
Yeah.
Stunned. He's stunned that Sarah somehow this is confirmation to him that there are forces speaking to Sarah that saw him. He was alone when he buried this stuff. And there you go. It's the Cosmo chocolate bar.
What's it say on the side here? They're out of this world. Aliens.
Oh.
Alien theory. They're out of this world.
There's
aliens.
There's a point for Tony's theory. They're out of this world. Oh, I wonder if he's ever mentioned that it says that on the chocolate bar, because I like that.
Definitely Team Alien.
Team Alien. Hey, it says they're out of this world.
Out of this world.
I never noticed that.
When the little green men come in, Henry made, and
that's so funny. I never noticed it said that. They're out of this world.
I didn't notice it either until now. They're out of this world.
You don't notice this stuff too much until you start taking a million pictures of the episode like I do. And then you really notice things.
Yeah.
I wish I had time to do a scripted deep dive into every episode of this that I'm rewatching. I really wish I did, because we're finding so much stuff. And maybe if we did shorter lives, I actually would have had time to do this, but...
Hey, I was trying, but now we're an hour and a half over where I was going to go.
Yeah, we're almost there, though. This is the end.
Yeah.
This is the end. So, I mean, look at this. They're out of this world. What else could that mean, though? I mean, is this just a red herring, or could this have some other meaning? I don't know. Maybe...
Are the monsters out of this world? Or is Fromville out of this world?
Or... yeah, maybe maybe Fromville is like, it's a pocket maybe as a pocket dimension, it's sort of out of this world.
Yeah, I mean, you could take that on several different levels.
It could be. Maybe, I don't know how that works. If a pocket dimension is considered part of this world or not,
or it's aliens,
or it's aliens. Tony's theory is still valid. It was not debunked. For anyone who thinks it was debunked, it's not. It may not be my theory, but his theory is valid. Jack Bender did not debunk the theory. He was. I won't even get into that, but because I'll go off on a tangent. But that was definitely not debunked. Jack Bender gave a non-answer when he was asked about that. And if it were aliens, he wouldn't be able to say anything. So it wasn't a fair question. He was asked point blank. Can you?
Yeah.
aliens on the table.
Yeah, I don't think it's cool when people ask questions of showrunners or actors and try to get them in a corner.
Right.
That's not cool.
No, it's not cool. So, yeah. So yeah, Tony, your theory is still valid.
Yes. Aliens.
And here's a point in that direction right there. And might I add, why did the voices think this drawing was decent enough to go with? Like this,
well, looks like, after a while, you just give up, I guess.
This thing looks like shit. Look at this.
It was young monster that did that one.
It's terrible. Like it looks like she drew it with her foot. What the hell? Damn.
Well, I guess possession doesn't get you like a master class in art.
It's not. Look at the top of the head. It's like what the like a chunk missing out of his head. Anyway. I guess they were like, all right, good enough. We give up.
Exactly.
So, but it was enough to make its point.
Yeah, you know, it was enough. Yeah,
it's close enough. Yeah, they're like, okay, so now Khatri's a believer. He's a believer. This is legit. This is legit. So there definitely this is confirmation. There's an entity that's communicating with Sarah that can see what's going on, or so this entity. When I watched this the first couple times, I thought, well, it must be omniscient. Either that, or it's just like they're spirits that can watch everything that's going on, or it's some omniscient being that can see everything that's going on. Now we have the potential. It could be some entity in the future. Who knows? That saw it, and that's how they knew. But I tend to think that it was the spirits of the dead who were talking to her and could see him burying it personally. But yeah, his reactions were so great. I love Sean Majender. He's such a great actor. I'm so glad they kept him around as Ghost.
Yeah.
Good. And of course, cute little light bulb. What? Playing some catch? Yeah.
Playing some catch. Cute little buddy.
Like a Leave It to Beaver little moment here.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing some catch. But then, yeah, it's kind of sad because Boyd says he doesn't need the mitt, and then his hand acts up from the Parkinson's, and Kenny goes over and gives him the mitt. So Kenny, like I love their relationship here. It's sweet. It's really nice. It's very much like father-son kind of dynamic, and Kenny's looking out for him. Now that he knows Boyd is sick, he changed his attitude, even though I'm sure he still doesn't want him going in the woods. But yeah, that's the end of that. Not that much to discuss, really. And of course, this last scene.
And then it has people moaning in the background of the closed captioning.
I know. Yeah, people were getting it on in the background.
I was like moaning. Okay, I had the sound down, but still, it's Colony House, I guess.
Yeah, they didn't show us this time, at least. It just got some
random moaning, as you do.
Some random moaning, and because Colony House, they were originally going to portray it as a little wilder, but
Opium Den,
yeah. We got people sleeping everywhere, all over the floor.
I mean, they gotta have bedrooms, don't they?
Look, there's somebody here on the floor.
Yeah.
And then her squeezed on this little thing.
Yeah.
Looks so uncomfortable. There's somebody else on the floor. This giant house, and they don't have enough bedrooms. How many people live here? Anyway. I loved how this scene
built. This is the owl again.
Yes,
owl.
You see the owl on the wall right here? That looks so much like an owl. Yep. And Elgin would always crochet owls with his grandma. He hadn't come to town yet. I forget what owls symbolize. Yeah, I can't remember, but that totally looks like an owl.
Well, it depends what you want. I mean, it can be wisdom. It can be, usually wisdom.
All right. Oh yeah. when I took this screenshot that jumped out at me too. Ever since somebody pointed it out, I can't unsee it. That's totally an owl. Totally. Giant one looking on. And I loved how they did this scene because we don't know, when we saw this, we never saw this guy before. Like,
yeah,
like
they
who
just
the
kind
hell
of
is
appear, these red shirts.
And the scene is long.
Is he even wearing a red shirt?
He's even wearing a red shirt.
He's such a red shirt. He's wearing a red shirt.
And it builds up the tension as you're watching him, like, okay, this has got to be leading somewhere. He slowly walks through the house, up the stairs, around the corner. We're like, who the hell is this guy? And he does this goofy porn stash smile. And the reveal. The iconic reveal of Jasmine outside the window. Creepy as hell. And smiling. He's smiling like an idiot. Unbelievable porn stash.
Yeah. What a man will do for love.
And the amazing thing is, even though she's beautiful, somehow, I don't know what they did to her face, but they made her look creepy as hell.
It's like the lighting. It's all lighting like tricks.
Yeah. And makeup. They must have done something with her makeup and the lighting, because she looks creepy as hell, even though she's beautiful too. That face, though, it's, oh my god, it's so chilling. Just one of the most iconic shots in the series, I think, her outside holding the flowers.
You're telling me Kim couldn't find anybody laying on the floor that was willing to be with him?
I know, right? That whole house. Come on. Seriously? Yeah, it makes no sense at all. I mean, those two people weren't exactly like, I don't know. Maybe he's one of those guys, because you know those two people who were screwing around on the couch in episode 2. They weren't exactly prize picks themselves. Like, they weren't anything. Like, they weren't exactly models, let's say. So maybe he's just one of those guys who has standards that are way above his league. Like, oh, none of these people are good enough. I got to go for the hot monster instead.
That's why he had to go for a normal girl, but he went for the hot monster instead, and it made him lose his tongue.
Exactly. So, like, let that be a lesson to you guys.
Yeah, let that be a lesson.
Don't be shallow. Don't be shallow and go for the hot monster chick. Like, seriously.
Pick somebody with a good personality. That's
exactly.
the takeaway.
That's the moral of the story, kids. That is the moral of the story. Because I cannot tell you how many times it frustrated me when I was younger. Like, I would have crushes on these guys, and these guys were not exactly models either. Like, there's this one guy who was like really, really like very chubby. He was very overweight, and I had a huge crush on him because I fall for the personality, and I thought he was adorable. And he was always crushing on these really hot, skinny girls. I could tell he was into them and not me. And I hate that kind of thing. You know, it's like, I was not shallow. I liked him, but he was shallow, and he was looking at these really hot, skinny girls. And I was just like a friend. He looked at me as a friend, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole nerd subculture, because they're, you know, the thing is, you think that nerds would be attracted to other nerds. No, the men are still attracted to the same metal types that normal guys are attracted to.
100%. Exactly.
They're not going to attract to somebody just because she's an engineer or whatever, you know?
Yeah. No. They're attracted to like the hot pinup looking types and not people that look like them. And so it's like where are the guys?
And then they get all mad that the model girls don't want them, and then they become incels.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Scarlet. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say that they've turned into incels. Yes.
And it's like Christopher's book of incel that Jade talks about.
Wait, Christopher's book of incels? I forget. When did he say that?
That's later on. When he makes some joke about Christopher's journal, he says Christopher's book of incel.
Oh, I don't remember that. That was in
you don't? I'll find it for you. I'll find it for you.
Was that in season 3?
I think that was season 2.
Season 2, huh? I totally forgot Jade ever saying anything about incels. That's really funny.
Yeah. Oh, it was my favorite Jade quotes, and I kept saying it, but people didn't really seem to care that I was saying it. But I love it.
Well, I don't get it though. The book is full of symbols. What does that have to do with incels?
Oh, I'll find which. I'll look it up for you, and I'll show you which episode it's in.
Okay. Anyway, sorry guys. Oh, I forgot I had this comment up the whole time.
Oh, that's fine. The glory.
I forget that sometimes. Jasmine. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Hot monster types. Yeah, see, Dieter, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, just if I do that, you can remind me. I forget it sometimes that the comment is still there. Anyway, yeah, Trace, this was always my problem. I was always invisible to guys. Nobody ever asked me out. No one ever asked me to dances. I was afraid to talk to guys. If I had a crush on one, they were always into somebody else. Yeah, it sucked. The only way I was even able to ever go on dates was through online dating. Otherwise, I was too scared to talk to anybody.
Really?
Yeah. CT5V said, I'm just noticing Jasmine Monster played in Hobo.
Hobo with a shotgun, yep.
With a shotgun. Love
Hobo
that.
With a shotgun.
What's Hobo with a
classic.
shotgun?
That's a classic piece of cinema. It's right up there with Cocaine Bear.
What is this, a movie called Hobo?
Hobo with a shotgun, yeah.
Oh, Hobo with a shotgun. Okay.
It's from the same company that brought you the film Rubber, which was about a rubber tire that got possessed and rolled around and killed people.
Oh. Well,
it's really recommended by me. That's a whole film company. It's pretty good.
That's so weird. A tire gets possessed?
Yeah, and the same company made a film that's close to my heart called Rubber, where it's a rubber tire that becomes possessed and it rolls down the hill and kills people.
Oh my god. That's quirky. How old is this?
Oh, I don't know. They're probably about 15, 20 years old by now.
It sounds like very much like a Twilight Zone episode where
I mean, I knew somebody who liked Hobo with a shotgun when I used to live in California, so it's at least 10 years ago.
When there's a Twilight Zone episode where the machines all come to life and attack this guy, including his car. So it reminds me of that. Okay, Umbra, thank you so much for coming. We're about to wrap up too in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Nice to have you join, and always appreciate it. And
quite honestly, the last couple of days I've slept like a baby. Like when we did Jamie's Live and we were out by 1:30 in the morning, slept like a baby.
Oh wow, nice. Nice.
Last 2 nights slept like a baby. Now I hopefully will get enough sleep where I won't be crazy tomorrow.
So tomorrow is the episode 9 watch Severance again, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be doing a podcast at that moment, so I won't be able to join. But we watched it already, so it works out.
Yeah.
Okay. We could join the live later.
Yeah. Yep. I can join you guys later if it's okay. But yeah.
Of course, you're always welcome. So yeah, if you're available, we're doing the live. We should be starting around 10:30 p.m. Eastern. If all goes according to plan, I think that should be the time. And
nice.
Yeah, well, so yeah, if you're able to join, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, I'm gonna reply to Trace's comment. Yeah, I'm feeling better. The rosemary poisoning has gone away.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It kind of made me sick for 2 or 3 days, though. I don't highly recommend eating a lot of rosemary on anything.
Yeah, probably not a good idea to overdo it with that then. Okay, guys, so I think we should wrap this up. I think we should all wrap this up. Take this opportunity to
sleep.
To call it a night. Yes, and yes, David. I think Christopher arrived at the same time as Victor and Miranda in the 2 cars. Absolutely, 100%. I believe that. And Martin here said, "I'm I'm that traumatized from smiles in general. The other day I was creeped out when I was rewatching a Fatima interview, and I was like, oh, she's going to be a monster. She's beautiful. I know, but still. Yeah. This show, smiles creep you out. I mean, the monsters all smile. Thanks to Smiley. He's the one who started it. So Jasmine's smile is on another level, though. Creepy as hell. Oh, I wish they'd bring her back. That would be great. Too bad she just disappeared.
Yeah, they definitely need to bring her back. I think they had an interview with two of the show runners at that one time. I think the fans asked about it, and it was asked to them about it, and I think they responded to it. I think it was just like a matter of scheduling because she's on other projects or something like that.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem, especially being in Canada and stuff, different parts of Canada. I mean, they probably get roles. A lot of them are in the theater. It's like, other commitments.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Honestly, it seems to me like they probably hired her as an actual actress and not an extra like the other monsters. They gave her more of an actual role to play where she really had to emote in a different way in front of the mirror and whatnot. Oh, yeah. So I'm not surprised. She probably got another role because she wasn't just one of the extras. We never saw her in any other scene. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Jasmine appeared ever in any other episodes other than this one in Colony House Massacre. So
only one that I can think of. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, but she was amazing. Absolutely. Cheater says I would open the window. No, you wouldn't.
My man.
I know you wouldn't do that.
He just like me. he just like me.
I mean, that's a strike for not living at Colony House because you have to deal with horny guys opening the windows from hot monsters.
I would make a deal with Jasmine. I'm like, listen, you can eat Dieter, and me and you get something special. You know what I mean? So.
Well, I'm sure she'll make out with you, but she'll take your tongue out.
Take Dieter's tongue. I need mine.
No, you guys would both be dead. You'd be dead. You'd have about 5 seconds of enjoyment, and then you'd be dead. So,
worth it.
Yeah, enjoy as your tongue is getting ripped out and your back's shredded up in those claws.
Julie, I'll be there like, oh yeah, Jesus, is that you?
Yeah, you'd be going into the light at the end of the tunnel at the
right,
pretty quick.
Rip my head off before I noticed it, and I was already in heaven getting judged.
Yep, I'm afraid so. I know you guys wouldn't be that foolish. You wouldn't be a porn stash. Don't be a porn stash. Just don't do it.
I just gotta offer her Dieter, offer him up as a sacrificial lamb, and then me and her can, get our baby making on. That'll be all right. Have a Dieter snack, and me and her can talk.
And you should have you for dessert.
Kevin should have totally hooked up with Trudy. That would solve all the problems right there.
Right? They would have made a good match.
Yeah,
they were both lonely outcasts.
Yeah.
Two lonely outcasts. There you go. Would have solved it. The end. Nope. Martin, thank you so much, Martin. Martin said, this was my first time live with you guys. You've gained a massive fan. You lot are awesome. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we do lives every week. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern. Sometimes it might be 10:30, depending on the week. But that time frame, 10 p.m. Eastern, or the From Rewatch lives. And then Friday nights, around like 10:30 or 11 p.m. the latest Eastern, another From Live, which is more of like a theme week. Every week we're going to dive into a different theme. This week we're going to dive into Jack Bender, who's one of the showrunners and the director of the show, and also just our usual season 3 and season 4 theory talk. So that's our From stuff. And if you like Severance, we're going to be covering that. I'm sure you heard us. You heard the whole spiel earlier. But tomorrow night is the Severance live to discuss the finale of season 1 and the trailer and first 8-minute preview We're going to do that tomorrow night. That's going to be 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Call in live for Severance. The last live of the rewatch, gearing up for season 2, which is starting next week. So exciting. But the From content's not going to stop. We're all through Severance. We're going to be still doing all this. So yeah, thank you so much, Martin. I really appreciate it. And everybody else that showed up. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. What a frumily we have indeed. Yes, we're frumily, frumaholics, frumalia, all of the above. It all applies here. Yes, Dieter, frumaholics, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's like a family here. So that's why it's so much fun to be here. It's so hard to get off the lives because it's like hanging out with family, you know. We're just having fun, and so I'm glad you feel comfortable here, Martin, and looking forward to seeing you back. And so yeah, so guys, tomorrow night, remember just a reminder, the Discord watch party is at 8 p.m. Eastern. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. So you can join the Discord if you haven't already, if you want to watch the finale with us. And then we're going to watch again the trailer, the first 8 minutes of season 2. That'll be in the Discord watch party, and we'll go live at 10:30 with a call in to discuss. And yeah, and then Friday will be the usual From live. It's going to be a little later than average, 11 p.m. Eastern. So I'm going to be doing an interview with Doug Hughes, which is going to be recorded, and I'll release it later. He plays the man in yellow on the show, so I'm going to be doing that. And who knows, maybe we can even get Doug on a live sometime, which would be a lot of fun too. He's an awesome guy. He's a lot of fun. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And if you haven't checked out my Man in Yellow video, that's on the channel, part 1 in a series. And this weekend, hopefully, I'll do the Man in Yellow, the Boy in White video. I'll get that out. Martin said, even if it's 3 a.m, I will be here next time. Aw, thank you so much. That's so sweet. I appreciate it. Yeah. CT5V says, Sarah's a dangerous woman too, but at least I'll see another day.
See being the operative word.
Yeah, just missing an eyeball.
One eye.
Yep. Just missing an eye, maybe. Said like Peter here said.
Could be with her twice and then you're blind, but that's fine. It might be worth it.
Yeah, I don't know. You best sleep with one eye open.
If you have one eye left.
If you have one left. It's funny because that's always what I've said about her. This is even before she popped Elgin's eye out.
Yeah.
So now it's even more accurate. Best sleep with one eye open, and you might only have one left by the end of the night. So yeah, definitely steer clear. I don't understand why guys go for the crazy. It's just not a good idea, guys. Seriously,
we all have that weird issue, don't we? So the guys that go for the crazy, the ladies that go for the bad boy. What's up with that?
I never go for the bad boy.
I like bad boys on TV and in movies, but never in real life. That's the weird thing. Like in real life, they're not boyfriend material, but I don't know. I do like them in like if it's a fantasy situation. I like that. TV, movies, they're hot. I don't know what it is about bad boys, but I do find it attractive, and guys go for those crazy chicks.
I don't find them attractive. I'm not a bad boy kind of girl.
I'm not in real life. Yeah.
Wait, so you're saying you didn't like James Dean?
He's okay, sure. Died in a horrible car crash, though.
If James Dean walked up to you right now and was like, hey, you'd be like, hey. Stop.
No, I wouldn't, because I'm taken.
I would go for Jade. I would go for a Jade.
Yeah, you all hear this in the audience in the chat.
I think you just said Jade instead of James. If Jade came up to you.
Oh yeah.
Now, if Jade came up to me, that would be something.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Jade, 100%.
I gotta get my bell.
No,
y'all still got that love triangle going for Jade.
Oh, we totally do. Yeah, we'd fight to the death over Jade here. Oh yeah. What is this? David said that I had my throat cut across and my tongue torn out by the root and buried in the sands of the sea at low water, a cable length from the shore, lost, where tide doth regularly ebb. What is this, David?
Some poetry, Dave?
Eloquent, whatever this is. Okay, and it goes on. Ebb and
Oh,
flow.
if only lovely Jasmine cut my tongue out.
Ebb and flow twice in the course of the 24 hours, and that I had been concerned in the death of our master Hiram. What is this? What is this a quote from, David? I'm curious.
I don't know. I thought it was about our lives.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like a quote from something, but I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll Google it. Martin says I'm as straight as possible, and even I had some sort of dude crush over Sawyer, and Jade and Randall are just peak. Okay, yes, this is a perfect example. I'm totally into Sawyer from Lost. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Yes, he's a bad boy. In real life, I wouldn't want to go out with a guy like that. But on TV, I don't know what it is. Yeah, there's a magnetism to it. He's a bad boy and he's attractive. But that's not the type I would ever go out with in real life, though. I like
plug my thing back in.
I like nice, sweet, like normal guys in real life. But on TV, it's different. So yeah, Sawyer can get it. Yeah. And Jade and Randall. Jade's kind of a bad boy too. Jade's kind of like a bad boy, and his swearing and all that.
You talking second-degree ceremonies like OTO or something, Dave?
What's
it's way
that?
too early in the morning to talk about this.
What is? It's a ritual. I don't know what that is.
We can talk about Aleister Crowley later, David.
Oh, it's Aleister Crowley stuff?
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up.
It sounds like it might be something to do with that, but we need to go. And
oh, does it have anything to do with Saladin, David?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. Interesting. CT5V says that's fine. I'll be the new Slick Rick as long as she don't cut off my. What is this?
The banana?
I can't tell what emoji that is, but I think I know what it's supposed to represent.
Looks like some nuts to me. Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah. Yep. Well, she just might. So yeah, good luck to you. If you're into that. Yeah, Steeder. It's time to ring the bell and get home. Get the talismans up. And yeah. So thank you.
Get yourselves home.
Yep. Get yourselves home. Thank you all so much for coming to the Rewatch stream. Again, I really appreciate it. I'm so psyched. I'm loving every episode of this. I'm so psyched that people actually want to show up and talk about it. And I think we found a lot of really awesome insights again and had another great conversation. I truly enjoyed it. So I appreciate everybody coming, everybody listening on the replay rather. And if you're listening on the replay, my Discord link is in the description of the video. If you want to join, we're going to be talking a lot of Severance, doing watch parties. So definitely check out the Discord. The watch party is at 8 p.m. tonight for the finale of Severance season 1. And my Simon Webster interview, if you haven't seen that yet, the link is in the description as well. And yeah, I'm going to be interviewing Doug Hughes, aka Man in Yellow, so keep an eye out for that, which I'm so grateful for that opportunity. So Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So hopefully I'll see some of you guys tonight. We'll see some of you in the Severance live if you're into that, and then From on Friday. So all right.
Later, guys.
Later, Umbra. Thanks for coming. Everybody subscribe to Umbra's channel once again. I'll add his channel to the description of the video too, so you can subscribe to him. And that's it. So you guys have a good day or a good night. And Scarlet, you have anything to add, or you all set?
I got this to add. That's it.
Yeah,
that's what I got. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay. I'm gonna close with one of the cameo compilations, and that's it. So I'll see you guys soon, and until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together. See you later,
Thanks,
guys.
everyone. Good night.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi Julie B Deep Dives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B, Scotty McCord here, how are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B Deep Dives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's the bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.